Is my audio working? Can you guys hear me? Is the audio working? Okay. All right, guys. Just sorting through some technical difficulties here. I think I got them figured out. You can hear me, right? I don't know if there's another Crazy Spaces tonight or not. Gary started one here about half hour ago. I think it's been pretty chill so far, but we're going to hop in there and hopefully it gets fun. If not, I'm sure somebody's got a Spaces going, talking all kinds of crazy shit. It's got to be. Got to be somebody talking crazy. Yes, OBS. Why does that look so small? I thought I had this all figured out. That's supposed to look much larger than that. Why do those look so little? It's fine. It'll have to do for tonight. It will have to do. Or you know what? Let me just make a quick change here. Scale multiplier. I'm messing with this shit in real time. I'm a little nervous, not gonna lie. And that did nothing. Sweet. Did absolutely nothing. Made no difference. Maybe it takes a minute. Maybe it just takes a minute. Yeah, I know I'm good, but I just want it to do what I'm telling it to do. And it's not doing what I'm telling it to doing. Meditating? No. Nope. Staring at 3 screens here. I am not meditating. Okay. What are they talking about in here? Not much. Well, we're gonna hop in.
Can I
Let's
talk?
hop in.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Jeanette. Sorry,
Hi, Gary.
jump in there.
Today she was talking about how people tweet 200, post 200 tweets a day. And usually, you guys know I delete my tweets for that exact reason
Ben
because
Dykes coming
she
in with the
and her
$10 super chat.
supporters
Appreciate you.
think that,
Salute.
we're
All
just
good.
sitting and tweeting and doing nothing else. I can do 5 things at the same time. And
Yeah.
that's what I was doing those 2
Appreciate it.
days. So yeah, today she was
Think my
talking
mic just
about
went
this
goofy.
these people don't have a job or something. They're tweeting. I'm like, okay, that's not what's happening. But I want to play this part, which really got me worried yesterday, from Diligence Space. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
She's gonna play something from Diligent Space.
Is proven to be innocent this week, and those text messages are proven to be fabricated. Just 10 seconds, just real quick. That was for Clint. I'm asking Clint a question. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a good answer for you. I would hope that the charges get dropped, but I don't have any faith in the system. I mean, it all boils down to what is the underlying truth of this entire thing? Like, is this a high level involving maybe foreign intel? It's certainly domestic. If it's a frame job, the FBI has to be involved with it, including, you would have to imagine TPUSA, given how disinterested they have been in actually investigating any of this. So what I'm saying is that goes super high level. So even if you get exculpatory evidence in the next week, if it's a frame job, it's still going to trial, and he'll probably be killed in prison. That's my honest opinion. I hope that's not the case, but I don't know what we do. You tell me. Well, let's say, Clint, that the case collapses so much that Tyler Robinson is no longer a viable candidate for having done this. Doesn't the implication here is almost a collapse of whatever last vestige of belief our citizens have? I mean, they've all really been working hard. You mentioned TPUSA. Just question. You say ruling class. It doesn't just condemn in the public eye or the public mind. It doesn't just condemn the GOP or Trump or TPU. Most people, this guy has been percent of the population considered to be normies, people who don't use X, right? So Clint, I don't know, but it's a big account. Clint Russell, do you know him?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, so that's so him and Diligent were talking about, and Diligent was saying, I have it. I have it. Okay, if he has it, then why is it not out there? That's what I'm thinking. He's working on it.
Because he doesn't have it. Because he's a liar.
So they're
Um,
making one because he's very he's confident that
I think they're talking about a receipt with Tyler Robinson's name on it
The problem here is that what he's alleging is that because,
from the
again,
restaurant.
allegedly, Tyler Robinson was at this smokehouse, which, well, I'll just say I found out a lot of information on this, and I found out a lot of information today about Candace Owens regarding that, and I found out a lot of information about Diligent Denizen regarding that very specific thing. And here's what I'll tell you: even if Tyler Robinson was there,
Mhm.
it doesn't conflict with any of the text messages, other than potentially that there was some things said that aren't necessarily, like, he doesn't talk about being in that location But as far as the timelines go, it doesn't conflict at all. It doesn't conflict at all. What I can tell you is I talked to somebody from near that location. Okay. And it doesn't take 2 hours and 45 minutes to get from the steakhouse to there. According to the locals there, it takes about 2 hours if you take the back roads, and if you're speeding, it's easy to do. And by the way, we all know that during that day, and one of the things that this person I was talking to brought up was the fact that there was no cops there. There was no, I mean, all the cops were going to be were. And by the way, the back roads, people speed, regularly go 80 miles an hour to begin with. Um, Zach may have some. Zach, you actually kind of laid out a timeline on that, I believe.
I don't
more
completely
more
disagree
specifically,
with
but
you.
those roads on the back roads.
Also, Bone says,
you can
I
easily
honestly
do
don't
80
care at all about
80
Tyler
miles an hour and
Robinson. The
more,
only thing
obviously.
that actually matters is who else was
And there were
involved.
no police
I don't completely
that were
disagree.
policing those roads. They were all at UVU during that time. So you can get there in easy 2 hours. There, even at like 2 hours and 30 minutes or something like that, there's no conflict with the text messages, the times. He was actually, uh, uh, he actually talked to a cop in, what is it, Grand Forks?
I think it was Spanish. Was it Spanish
Spanish
Forks?
Forks.
It's like
That's it.
10.
Yes, Spanish Forks. So there's no conflict. So this is what Diligent is going with. He's been caught in many lies on this. Um, so, anyways, I mean,
Okay,
that's
so
where we're at
nothing to
with
worry
this.
about. All right.
What's up,
No,
Cold-Blooded
there's nothing.
Christian?
No,
Thank you.
I mean,
Sorry, I wasted your time.
I didn't waste my time. I mean, it's good to know what they're doing, but
You
those are
should be
lies.
sorry.
And I'm not. Look, here's the thing. There's nothing to worry about as far as I'm concerned to begin with. I mean, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the truth. And if information came out tomorrow that exonerated Tyler Robinson, which would be insane given the amount of evidence, I would be the first one to bring it up. But the fact is we just had a preliminary hearing.
I would say, I would argue that it seems too many people may have had foreknowledge.
Just to establish probable cause. So for people to sit there and say, "Oh, this is all fake," or "This is going to be proven wrong," or whatever else, like how is diligent denizen, dumbass diligent denizen, gonna prove that the text messages were fake when the defense has the text messages?
Yeah. The big thing
guaranteed they've already
now that I'm
forensically
seeing is
examined those to begin with.
there's a lot
This
of
is
them running
all-
with the whole dust in the rifle thing, so it couldn't have been fired.
They're delusional.
If he
Couldn't have
was
been
a
fired,
good
guys.
actor, if he was a good faith actor, honestly, like I would be right with you saying, if there is new evidence, then of course we want the truth too. But because I know how he is, because I've listened to his spaces, I know what type of person he is. I was like, do I need to worry about what he's about to do? Or that's why I said so we shouldn't worry, meaning because like he's not
I'm not worried
trustworthy.
about
If there is
them.
gonna be a receipt, like I wouldn't even be surprised if they fabricated, and because everything they accuse of TPSA doing, they're capable of doing. So whenever they say fabricated, like in the space yesterday, they were saying those text messages were fabricated, and I'm thinking, okay, like these people are literally capable of fabricating a receipt from a restaurant.
Literally.
Yeah, they're also
Literally.
capable of saying for 10 months that the New York Post was a stock photo, and that can't be true because it has a synthetic stock. That was proven incorrect. They're also capable of saying the French Foreign Legion killed Charlie Kirk when we know that's true. They're capable of saying,
Yeah, I know.
Charlie.
It's awesome. She's getting close, guys. Candace is getting close. They have finally gotten to the point where there was a shooter on the roof. It's awesome.
But at the end of the day, I think
Pretty soon they'll have this whole thing completely figured out by the time trial's over,
see
probably.
definitely a shift in this, and I think people are starting to wake up to what this is, and what this is a fraud. It is fraud through and through, and like the facts and evidence are on our side every single time. Nate, go ahead.
I was going to say the diligent restaurant theory hinges on three things. Number one, and I don't trust any receipt that he presents, because if there was a real receipt, his defense would have it.
Exactly.
Right? Like the first thing he would do is his defense lawyer would say, "Okay, where'd you go on this day?" And he would say, "Oh, here, have steak dinner." And they were like, "Oh, did you pay with a credit card?" And he'd say, "Yeah." And they'd be like, "Okay, cool, we're gonna go get that." And they would already have it, right? So that would have come out in the preliminary hearing because it's potentially exculpatory evidence. But the main things it hinges on is, number one, diligent being honest. I don't, probably not. The next thing it depends on is, according to Diligent, is that Mormons are somehow incapable of either lying or making mistakes.
It's gonna tell me that Mormons lie. I'm like, yeah, they freaking
That
lie.
was
Like,
funny.
Yeah. So,
Nate,
okay.
but but Nate, I'm so sorry but this is my last one. They're saying the defense team is compromised because he's paid by the state. They're crazy. So like they go all the way to fiction story. They're
I don't
saying
know who
even
this is.
the defense team, even in this space yesterday, he was raising a question that don't you guys find it weird that defense team didn't go all the way there to the restaurant
That's
to get what I have right now,
yeah. He's
meaning
an
the
idiot.
receipt.
One of our founding fathers got in a lot of political trouble for defending British soldiers for shooting colonials, right? And that's what our country's built on, right? The defense
Karma, I don't know.
attorney is going to give an ardent
I
defense
don't
as best
I
as
don't
they can. I'm
recognize
not
her
saying that they're
profile
lawyers,
pic.
but they're going to do everything in their
I
power.
definitely
right?
don't
I think
recognize
that
her voice.
in this case, the odds are just stacked against them because it's a really solid case for the prosecution. But the third thing that it depends on, his theory,
Amateur
is that
tard.
a
She's
guy
bad.
who
Not
just
gonna
killed
lie.
somebody is somehow like biomechanically restricted from exceeding the posted speed limits.
there's no way he would do that.
No, oh my God, no, it's breaking the law.
Oh,
I mean,
But and the funny
CJ,
thing is, he wouldn't even have
okay.
to exceed the speed limit.
I remember.
yeah,
If
I'm
he-
like,
But he could and give himself plenty of time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he could. But I mean, like the posted speed limits on most of those roads is because they're all like back roads. So if he took
Psychology,
I-15 all the way
that's
up,
right,
it's 80
that's
miles
right.
an hour basically the entire way.
Or something to do with, I don't know, diagnosing how nuts
Probably backed up.
Candace
He
is.
likely took the back roads, which is
is
much.
like
It's about
Route
20 miles
89.
shorter.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't because he didn't go there and eat a steak, so
Yeah,
he didn't
Nate.
do any of this.
But even if he
I know,
did,
if he did, yeah, I know.
So I put a post up yesterday about this. That when you have this type of discussion, you have to realize there's two things that are important: is it relevant and is it accurate? And in terms of the murder, it's not really relevant. Like, where was he at 12:23 is the important question.
Well, it could be
Not
relevant,
at
Zach.
10 p.m.
Zach, that's the trick, right? But real quick, Nate, you stole my thunder when you said that basically the defense team has direct access to the defendant. They can really clear this up by just asking him, was he there? If he was there, that does that provide an alibi? And they would have presented that during the preliminary hearing to overcome the probable cause, right? So like that's the gist of it. But the thing that you missed that's most important, that's critical to their case is, and they've kind of hedged on this a little bit, is that like they want to claim that you can't rely on the grain. Someone else made this post. I'm just going to steal the credit for it, but they want to claim that you can't rely on the grainy photos to positively identify Tyler Robinson. But yet,
Dude, their theories are so all over the place now, and they're so stupid.
Yeah.
So the real
They're
crux
so
of this
dumb.
is you have to give in to their freaking psychosis in order to actually engage them in their debates. And the real reality is you heard it in that clip from Clint and the other guy.
So basically, we're to the point with their theory that Charlie wasn't shot with a 30-06. The rifle was planted. The safety wouldn't work on it, so you wouldn't be able to fire it because you wouldn't be able to put it on fire or take it off safe because of the way that the scope was mounted. And it had dust in the barrel. So that proves that it absolutely was not fired. So they planted a gun that was not fired and not hit with a bullet. And for some reason, the authorities are the ones that just decided to go to court and tell us all this information. They're just admitting that there was dust in the barrel and that therefore there's no way it could have been fired. Like this, they're just, it just hurts at this point. It just hurts my brain trying to even think about how they make sense of their own stupid conspiracies. It's incredible. It really is. Yeah, Cheeto dust for sure.
I'm not trying to convince them. They're too incentivized to keep this gravy train going. If they just admit it's Tyler
Robinson, I can't even
Robinson,
talk about
go,
it.
All right,
it just makes me freeze up. Like my brain is just like, no, don't say these things because they're that stupid.
That draws in viewers to talk.
CJ coming in with 10
so
gifted.
They're
Thanks, CJ. Appreciate it.
Going now, the audience though is probably
W's in the chat for CJ if you guys got a membership.
and, or at least a portion of them is fairly reasonable and can kind of be convinced. You know what I mean?
And
And
for
I'm
those
not
of
saying
you that
convinced like it's a
didn't,
trick. It's
better
just
luck
like,
next
dude,
time.
just look at it. It's not
Yeah.
physics or physics. Like it doesn't change for this particular situation.
Yeah, and like to your point there, Nate, the smaller creators like Baron and Zach Costello,
Yeah, I know.
this
Yeah,
is their
no, but
gravy
it
train.
wasn't
They'd never
Tyler that
had
engraved them,
they didn't have
guys.
much of an audience before this at all.
Was Lance that engraved them
And well,
to be
Zach,
put into
for
that
sure,
rifle that was never fired.
his entire thing is going to collapse after this. So, and I'm glad. We'll see what Baron does. Look, Baron is
And the people doing the
he's
cover up
definitely more
that are
sophisticated.
responsible for the
He's
cover
more
up
compelling.
got
He's
on the
as
witness
big a liar. He's
stand
as dishonest.
and
yeah,
told us
and
that there was
I want
dust
to
in
get this on
it.
the record. Um,
Because that's
because I
what they would
played
do.
this
If they were going to
video
cover it up,
last night.
they would be sure to tell us that there's dust in the barrel, so that way people would think there's no way that it could have been fired.
How disgusting this person actually is. He goes on Jimmy Dore and he said, "My working theory is that Charlie Kirk was electrocuted. Then he had something explode on his chest, exploding like whatever. I don't even know where he's. I mean, that's where he's going with it, but he doesn't want to commit to it because he's a slimy piece of shit without a spine. And then they get him to the ground, and then he alleges that once they get him in, and what he literally says is they wanted
Correct.
to,
Good luck
they
keeping
gave
up
him
with that.
5 different ways to Sunday or something.
Good luck keeping
Like,
up with
try to
that
kill
and
him
making
5
any
different
sense
ways
of
so he
that.
wouldn't Rasputin himself. And then when they get
We're
him in
just
the vehicle,
asking
he
questions,
alleges that
guys.
there's an
Just
indication of
asking
a fight.
questions.
He's telling us,
You
and it's
like
saying with zero
there's
evidence
got to be
that
another
Charlie
term
was
for
literally
it
fighting for
because it
his
goes
life
beyond mental
inside of the car,
gymnastics.
and
Like
they
it is,
break his neck.
it
And
really
then,
is
well,
like
how do you explain a projectile? Well, he's got to answer for that.
trying to be careful
That one of them, probably
with what I
Jack
say.
Harful, his words not mine, had already shot a round, recovered the round, and then stuck it in his neck. To come up with something like that and to attack people and to accuse people of something so ungodly and so horrific without even your conscience
Mass formation
skipping a beat
psychosis. Yeah.
is
I
disgusting.
think it goes even beyond that.
Disgusting.
And that's like stuff like that is why I really think that he's. And I'll put this out there because I've said it privately before.
So here's the deal. There are definitely people that are grifting off of this that I think know that their theories are stupid, but they see how much attention it gets. They see how much traction it gets. So they're just running with it. But there are a lot of people that it would really seem believe this. And somehow it just automatically equates that government bad, government do conspiracy, therefore government conspired to unalive Charlie Kirk.
Why he lost the Southern Poverty
Regardless
Law
of any evidence that comes
among
out
other cases.
or that has already come out, regardless of any of that, it doesn't matter because government bad, government do conspiracy.
Tends to throw all of that nonsense out like real quick.
Yeah. No, you're 100% correct. And like, and then when people sit on the edge of their seat, like, oh my God, that's amazing, that's brilliant. No, that's psychopathy.
Gary, did you catch
That's
that
what that is.
part? Did you catch that part? Blake said that Baron himself was in. He went stalking.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was aware of that.
Yeah, the gauze with the dried blood on it.
Yep.
So how come Erica can't do anything about that? People following her?
I mean, what law did he break? He went where she's been before. I mean, it's crazy. It's a mental illness.
Zach
It's
Costello.
content farming in the worst
That
way.
dude's like a
And on top
borderline
of that, what that
politician.
really
I don't know if you guys were in the space he was in last night before Andrew Wilson started his. Like, this dude's trying to start an organization to, like, not counter TPUSA, but sort of do what TPUSA is doing. Like, that dude's just full on in it, I think, for the grift.
He actually has some built-in credibility because he's a lawyer. And then he also knows how to impeach any, like, whether he's talking to somebody or going through documents or whatever else. He knows how to figure out ways to undermine what's
It
being
was
said.
they
and
were
fill in
talking
gaps with nonsense.
about it was him and this girl, right? And it sounded like I'm pretty sure she was like a self-admitted liberal. And she talked about how she was like not really left anymore. Conveniently, all of a sudden, she's not left anymore, right? But right now, the government's bad. It's just convenient that a leftist is no longer leftist while Trump is in office, but Trump bad too. So they were talking about like trying to start this new coalition. We need this new coalition, right? And I will give Zach props for this because he immediately went to, well, you said you're a liberal, right? So in order for us to form some type of coalition, new political coalition, right? There's going to have to be a lot of things that we agree on. And I think we fundamentally disagree on some pretty major issues. And of course, he brought up the unaliving the babies in the tummy issue and just asked, he's like, obviously, I'm somebody who is against this. What is your stance on it? She said some crazy shit about, well, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure where I'm at there, but I don't think that's kind of a smaller issue. And there are worse things that we need to worry about. It's like, yeah, good luck. Good luck forming a coalition with people who ideologically do not align with you in any way, shape, or form. Have fun with that. It's not going to work at all.
One thing I do want to mention real quick, just so we know where the timeline is. I just looked.
Because
Baron
before you know
Coleman's
it,
channel,
like,
his first
you're
video
going to
that he
just
really
be
did
right
his
back
first
where we
live is
are.
September
And that's the left and the
25th,
right.
25.
You can come together,
Guys, if they're
but as
not
soon as you
looking
start
for
talking about
opportunities,
real
they
issues
have
that
these
matter,
people set
you're going to
in a
completely
position where
disagree
they're ready
on
to
almost
rock
all of them.
with whatever narrative it is to spin us out of control.
You know what I mean? What do you
So
agree
once
with?
again,
Government
what
bad?
is this
Cool.
about? It's
That's
about
not going to
the
do it.
dissolution of MAGA and the support for the Republican
Donor
Party.
bad?
100%.
Okay, can't stop that.
So keep in mind with that, he cleaned out his YouTube history. His first videos are actually back in 2020. He's been running that podcast for 6 years. But when
So just pretty much the same thing a lot of people have been saying since all this crap started. There is a huge difference between the left and the right. Huge difference.
The first time I came,
They're
I
not
was
the
literally
same.
doing a live stream and somebody was like, Gary, why
You're
were
not going to be able to build a coalition with them.
May of 2020?
Or you can, but it's not going to be successful.
This is where I stumble upon.
They couldn't even get past that issue in an X space.
Yeah.
Then I saw that he was at 30,000. Then he starts working directly with Candace. He promotes them. They promote each other. You know, it's the self-licking.
Have we debunked? I don't know. I'm not sure if we've like completely debunked that or not. Here's what I will say, according to whatever Hull's testimony at the preliminary hearing, they were using a dog to track a person, right? And it's kind of funny because Ian Carroll posted something from, I believe it was utahcounty.gov, utahcounty.gov, an email from them explaining like they have specific dogs for specific reasons and they don't use dogs that they would use for one reason for a different one because that could cause some issues. Like if they had a drug dog and for some reason they train that drug dog to sniff out explosives, now they're not sure what he's barking at. Now they're not sure what he's identifying, whether it's drugs or explosives, and that could cause an issue, right? So they have different dogs for different reasons. Well, if they have a dog tracking a human scent, I'm assuming that they probably didn't train that dog for explosives. So Ian kind of sort of maybe debunked it himself while trying to like own Gary by doing so, which was kind of weird. Pretty funny.
He is.
But I don't know if we've necessarily just completely debunked that or not.
Follow her, in not so many words, but she can get an injunction against harassment, and Arizona does not play. If she were to get an injunction against him and he continued, he would be in a lot of trouble.
I was kind of hoping they would get some dissenting voices in here, but nothing's happening yet.
Restraining order? No.
I'm just saying, like,
it's a non-domestic. It's a non-domestic order.
And yeah, it'd be a non-domestic anti-harassment protective order. It's basically the same like if you're a restaurant owner and you have some homeless guy out in front of your establishment that keeps sleeping there every night, you can get the restraining order against them and have them removed and trespass and things like that. So basically similar to that, but it's really hard to enforce across state lines, depending on the states. And yeah, I just don't. It probably wouldn't be really beneficial for her to go that route.
Yeah,
It'd be
dogs are
really hard to
not
kind of get that injunction against
like
them.
100% accurate all of the time.
Yeah.
It's just not a thing.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, she obviously has counsel. I'm sure they're talking about these things, and ultimately,
I don't know if you guys ever had the dog come in while you were in high school and sniff lockers. But I can assure you the dog missed a few times.
for people
Dog
doing this in the
missed.
future. So it's not just about that. I think TVUSA at this point has a duty and responsibility to start issuing lawsuits where they're uh, w- where they're worthy of having, where it's backed up by anything. I'm not saying just start issuing um, frivolous lawsuits, but I think there's enough there, definitely with Candace for
Right,
sure.
Mackenzie. Yeah,
So
that's I was just talking about that and how Ian
but
Carroll sort of
like that's what they need to
debunked
do.
their own
And,
claims.
Gary,
they're the only ones that have the power to do it.
Yeah, Gary, I'd mentioned in one of your chats, I can't remember what it was, like this whole
The
notion
Cliff's
of
truth,
her
I
like
know.
outsource,
It's not supposed to
crowdsourced
be that small.
investigation thing. Like
And I just tried
she's smarter than
adjusting it
people
and it's
really
not adjusting.
understand. Like she's doing this to limit
Yeah.
her liability by saying, listen, there's all these people that are providing me
Or are you
this
talking about
information.
the
So it
one in the
really
chat?
she's just reporting on it. So like the whole intention of it is
Or the
that to
ones that I
limit
pull up?
her exposure and her liability. And like there needs to be a new classification of freaking laws that come out about like class action lawsuits around defamation kind of things to handle some of this stuff because
Yeah.
the current existing laws really don't address it too well.
Well, and not only is she smart in that regard, but she's created a whole new genre of entertainment where it's this murder mystery, choose your own adventure. By the way, I get to deputize my audience, and you get to participate in this, and it's genius because it does a lot of different things. Like you said, it outsources her liability, but the other thing that it does is she doesn't have to leave her chair. Like she doesn't have to go talk to people or
Yeah, no, it's
go do
amazing, isn't it?
interviews or I don't
It's
know, go
incredible.
to
They're leftists who, when they were in power, wanting nothing to do with talking to MAGA or anybody on the right for any reason. Now that they're out of power and they can see that there's blood in the water, so to speak, well, now all of a sudden, oh, it's okay, guys. We can talk. We got to figure this out. Whatever you do, don't vote for a Republican or a Democrat. That's what you don't want to do, guys. You maybe find third party and vote for them. I'll vote with you. I'll vote third party with you. I get it. I'm right there with you. We got to get rid of this two-party system. As they vote blue and convince the dumbasses
the audience. I know
to vote
I'm
third
actually
party.
not I don't want to focus on the naysayers or the what I wanted to ask anybody in the audience. Have you guys ever worked for the medical examiner's
I don't think
office?
he's in
Hint,
the space,
if
Eclipsed.
people know what that is. Because we call upon people, I have, and without doxing myself, but there's so much. Here's the thing: people don't
Hold on,
understand.
Daisy.
Wait,
If I don't mean to interrupt you, but
yeah.
Or he
are you a
was he in the
medical examiner?
chat?
I started in the finance. I mean, I'm not. Yes,
I can't
I
imagine he
started
was
in
in
the
the
financing, and then
chat.
I started on okay. People, they think it's Hollywood, right? And Paramount and Nate and Obscure, you guys are the ones that we would call. Like we just do you go to the cream or to the crime. People don't understand. Like I understand we want clicks and we want to talk through it really fast. Nobody takes the time to pray over those people, to understand. I worked with 12 doctors. These are veteran doctors, men and women that have seen life and people don't they go, oh, I just want everybody in the audience stop, like, regardless of what side we're on. That's what I'm saying. I'm not taking a side, but when people go to a stand, because you can hear it in my own voice, I've been called to a stand and I'm like, well, I just did everything. I was a transcript person, or I was taking photos in the background. there, like, if there's one person taking photos, there's somebody else doing something else on the other side.
I don't know
right?
what she means by
And
not
then you
taking a
piece
side.
it's a puzzle. And
I feel
then
like
we
all
have
you
to
have to
see
do is just go, these conspiracies are dumb, and you've already taken a side.
in the accounting or finance, studied for the investigation side, or the
No,
every
I don't.
state or
If
local
he was in there, I didn't see
municipality
him,
has a
and I don't
different
see him there now.
terminology. I just want to just say thank you, because you are the men and women that we would say, look, I know how to go shoot a deer, and I'm going to shoot, get my Springfield,
I don't think so. I
30
think at this point
06
she's full
or
on
30
invested.
30 or 30
I think Candace
something. I
is
don't know that. I call
has
you guys,
completely bought
and then
into
you
her
guys
own
trust
bullshit.
me when we look at it,
I could
for
be wrong
crime
though.
scenes, because we're dealing with 15 to 20 deaths a day, and people don't ever take that into consideration. So all I'm saying is, no, I don't want to use a percentage because I know it's recorded, so don't clip me. But the people in those departments, they've gone to school. They have the backing. Those men and women are, I mean, they're just like every man and woman. They're married, they have kids, but they're dealing with it. This is the best thing I'll take away, or I take away, and I hope I can relay this. Just give me 10 seconds. I was really nervous when I started at the medical examiner's office. It was state, local. I mean, it was state. So Tennessee, you guys can figure it out. I was struggling coming from more of the finance, and I was like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? And I had two vets. These are medical examiners. These are the doctors. They are all MDs, by the way. These are not some weird people. These are good men and women. And I was struggling, and I said, I'm struggling watching this and doing this and listening to families. And they said, you know what, this is an honor. This is an honor
Right.
that we are trying to provide for the deceased and for the family. So regardless of what's going on with all the podcasts, and by the way, I'm not listening to it, I only check in with Paramount or trusted sources, and he's not
Right.
paying me. It's not a
Most right
I'm not
wingers hate all government. Left wing just hates the right.
Daisy, the real question here is:
you
Are
figure
the
out who's
is
telling the
Israel paying
truth.
you?
Is Israel paying you?
Oh my god. No, my god. Oh my stars. That's
You
just
sound like you're making lots of BB bucks, Daisy. I'm just
oh
saying.
I agree.
well, I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Okay. I don't know what that is.
Ugh.
I'm just okay, I don't even know what that is. I'm just saying, if somebody is working in that situation, um there's so much documentation, there's so much things and care that they are taking care of the deceased, and
I
we
almost
should
want to
just
jump in
trust
and
them. I
just
mean,
tell her to
not
prove it.
that we should trust them, but we trust that they know what they're saying, right? I don't know about bullets. I'm gonna call somebody else about that, right? Like,
Sure.
okay. But anyways, if I didn't mean to make it like all serious, but I hear all these things, and I'm like, why
Prove it.
has anybody ever worked in the morgue? Has anybody actually gone to a crime scene investigation?
Actually,
Because
I have an
it's
idea.
way different than the clicks and the bait versus when you're on the scene. That's all I wanted to say. So thank you for what you're doing.
Well, that's all. That's it.
No, thank you.
Awesome.
That was good insight. We appreciate you. I will be pulling some people down that have spoken. So Daisy, I'll
You
try
can
to keep you
drop
down.
me. You can drop me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
she doesn't sound
Actually,
mean.
now you make it sound weird, and now I feel bad.
Why? No, no,
I'm
drop
just
me. I
joking.
really
I'm
have
just joking.
nothing
I'm just
else to
joking.
say for
All
today.
right. You guys throw a hand up if you guys want to come back up, and we got a couple other requests that we will try to get to everybody. Alfred Solomons, go ahead.
Hey, thanks a lot. So I was on the Diligent Denizen space last night.
Wow, he's super quiet.
And if you want to scrub, I mean, you don't have to do it in this space, but on your own, if you want to scrub to about 103, 1 minute, 3 sec, or I think it's like 1 hour, 3 minutes, 13 seconds in. And basically, I've had dealings with Diligent before. I'm just, as you guys have probably pointed out, he postures himself as a citizen journal, but what he really is a content creator with a very anti.
Yeah, those conspiracies that TPUSA pushed about COVID and January 6th. Yeah, Candace was doing that too. And all of a sudden, Z is just rushing to Candace's defense. It's weird.
He's been going on ad infinitum about this whole Panguitch Steakhouse thing and the idea that it would have taken Tyler Robinson like 3 hours or something to drive there and 3 hours to drive back. And I just thought I'd pull in that Dairy Queen photo that was seized on by one of his fellow travelers. And I mean, I'm not even sure to what extent that has been verified as being from 6:38 p.m. that night. But it's just funny if you listen to the space that he basically loses his mind when I drag that in and say, well, if that Dairy Queen photo of Tyler Robinson is at 6:38 p.m. and you're saying that Tyler Robinson arrived at
I have no
in
idea
Panguitch
if they're
at
still disputing that Tyler.
8:55
I don't know
p.m.,
how
then
they are.
That means that the drive
I think
time
they're just
is
arguing
actually
that
2 hours
you
17
can't see
minutes,
his
and that's
face
not even
clearly
counting
on
48
any of the
time
camera
he spent
footage.
at the Dairy Queen, so he pretty much
It's
lost
not
his
enough
mind.
to convict him
And
because
you
you
kind of
can't
get to
clearly
see a
see
little
his
bit
face.
of
I think that's
Dennis's
sort of
true
their argument
colors
now. I
because he just basically he wouldn't let me get a
think
word
they've
in
moved past
edgewise
just completely
once I
denying that he was there
once
and
I
just
once
saying
I
it's not
brought
strong
that
enough
up.
evidence.
He's basically like changing the goalposts and saying, well, this isn't what the prosecution brought up. The prosecution didn't bring up the Dairy
Dairy
Queen
Queen.
photo. And I'm saying, well, the prosecution didn't bring up anything you're saying either. But we're just exploring the question. I'm just bringing this into it. And he's basically backing away from that whole thing, which I don't know to what extent he was pushing that with it. I don't
Has
even know. In
that
fact,
Dairy
that was one of my
Queen photo
questions
ever
tonight
been
was,
like
is that
officially
Dairy Queen
verified?
shot? Is
Time and day?
is that widely accepted as being Tyler Robinson? And B, is it widely accepted? I know Candace Owens said it was taken at 6:38. But anyway, it's just funny. I just thought it was funny
Yeah,
that
that's clearly Tyler Robinson.
I believe it is
Yeah.
too. I just didn't know about the time step. I just thought it was funny that it's funny hearing now people say because I've been hearing a little bit about the back roads and how quickly one can actually drive that route. And then the other thing is I did point out, hey, your own guy says that the next morning, the guy he interviews says that the next morning he was able to identify Tyler Robinson from those UVU campus images that were
Yeah,
circulating.
and that's
next morning.
that's the crazy thing about like all of this is like they constantly debunk themselves either with past or what they're saying. They're either debunking themselves with currently where they stand with things that they've said in the past or vice versa. And then like their logic it's logic that only works in their weird heads. Like none of this stuff is
I don't. I hope they
reasonable. Like
keep saying
again,
it. Lets me know right away. I was just, you know what I mean? It's like an instant IQ check. If they utter the word Fed slop, it's like, huh, all right, perfect. You're an idiot.
when did that become a thing that requires that to prove like 99% of everybody that's actually committed homicides that have been convicted of homicides,
You know what I mean?
we don't have them on
It's like the
video. You
difference
don't need that.
between like knowing somebody's a racist and a closet racist. Like, I want to know they're dumb.
that other video recording
I don't
and
want them
audio
to try to hide
devices pick up the shot. Like, how much more do you need? And then we got DNA on the roof, and then we got text messages, and then we have Tyler or Lance Twiggs saying, "Hey, I asked him the next day, did you do it?" He said, "Yeah, I did it, and I feel horrible about it," and starts crying. Like to me, that was one of the most damning things on there. And like
Yeah.
we've only seen the tip of the
It's-
iceberg. Like what they provided for the preliminary hearing is just the tip of the
That's not gonna
iceberg compared to what we're actually
Not
going
gonna
to see
happen.
during the trial. If it
Adrian.
goes to trial, and I hope it does, my God, hope it does. I hope that the prosecutors wouldn't even offer a plea deal.
Yeah, this better
And
go to
I don't think
trial.
there's any indication that they will. So I hope this goes to trial just so that we ensure that everybody sees the evidence because it'll never end. And don't get me wrong, 20 years from now, somebody's going to be making a documentary just like they did with other cases in the past where Charlie Kirk wasn't shot by Tyler Robinson. People are gonna be making money off this nonsense
Shit,
for the
yeah, they
next
are.
several
Well,
decades.
I'm gonna write a book under a pseudonym. I feel like I could tell a better conspiracy theory than any of these idiots have so far.
I'm sure everybody knows he's what
I'll spin up my own little Charlie Kirk conspiracy. Write a book.
he knows that those text messages are damning evidence, and they're doing their
Yes.
best.
No, they have a problem even establishing the dots, let alone connecting them.
Reason, and I didn't understand it quite as much at first. This is why that Baron Coleman is trying to say
Their
and just
their
make it
fucking
about
dots change weekly.
Robinson was in custody by 6:25 and being interrogated at 6:25 p.m. on September 11th. That is not true. This has been confirmed through documents. He just made that up. That the document that he's referencing is the motion to exclude cameras, where it talks about him being Mirandized at 6:25 on the day that he was arrested. What Baron Coleman doesn't show is that the official arrest date was at 04 a.m. on the 12th, and that's exactly when
No,
it was on the 12th
they're
when
not.
that interrogation happened.
They
And then he's pointing
it's
to, oh look,
it's
but you
got to
were being
be like
Mirandized. It is Utah
Flat Earth
law
is better.
enforcement policy, and by the way, in almost every state that you're going to be you can be Mirandized 100 times. If they're going to video record you and
my
attempt
bad,
a
AM. My
confession
bad. You're
or
right.
just
You're
an
right. It's
interrogation,
data
they're going
points.
to get Mirandized again. I
Data
have the
points.
policy. I can post that up. But that is the policy that
Who started that? Was that Joe
will
Kent? Did Joe Kent start that phrase? It's a data point. Now they all run with that.
during any interrogation.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, that's I'll pretty much land with that. It just if I posted it in the pill, I posted just a link, or just a link to the space and the timestamp where I'm on it. But the other thing was, what was I gonna say? Oh, I can't remember now. Anyway, thanks a lot. I'm following you guys now. Yeah, it's the thing about Diligent too is this he is already if you listen to his spaces at all, if you listen to him speak, if you listen to the people who are rolled the red carpet and given given the mic, with zero interruptions on his spaces, it's pretty much an anti-Zionist space. They're already on that train to the
Sure.
next stop. The next stop on that train is blaming Israel for this. I mean, that they before. I mean, I've been kind of saying before Charlie Kirk's blood was even dry, there were people out there saying this is Israel, and actually the next thing they're already saying the next thing that's going to happen is already going to be Israel, and those are the guys that were pretty much on that space. There
I don't
was a
see
guy on the
any
space, I think,
dissenting people in here.
David.
Well, that's where the exploding mic whole thing comes from
Yeah,
too.
Not
the
one.
David Nietzsche guy was
Not one.
just telling me point blank, you're an Israeli op, and I'm like, you don't know anything about me, but they're convinced. They're totally convinced I'm an Israeli op. In fact, I just went ahead and added an Israeli flag to my profile picture just to follow. But anyway, thanks a lot. I love what you guys do. You guys are great. I'm going to keep following. But yeah, just if you get a chance, it's really, really funny. I think I've kind of listened to it a couple times. Diligent pretty much loses his mind. Even his co-host tells him at one point that he's basically yelling at me, and he goes, "Oh, okay, well, it's loud in this car," but he's pissed when I bring that little factoid up. So anyway,
that's all Diligent does.
Yep, thank you, man.
That dude just screams.
Amber, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay. Hi, Gary. How are you? I hope you're doing
I'm doing
well.
well.
Good. I guess I just want to start by telling everybody on here that I really appreciate all of you guys on here. I see some people that I interact with a lot, and I think that it's important to acknowledge all the contributions from everybody on here that's trying to spread the truth. Even like most of us are small accounts, we're not getting anything for this, and we have full-time jobs. And Gary, you're putting in so much time on all this. It's like, I know you're just burning the candle at both ends probably. But I think it's just important that the work that everybody's doing here to combat all of this, like, disinformation and misinformation. I don't know about you guys, I feel like I'm in a weird uh I'm like, they've turned it into this game. It's like this is somebody's life. I don't know. I feel like I'm in an alternate reality sometimes where it's like, I just can't believe that that we've reached this point in our country where they're just treating this like a game. And like, you call somebody a sex trafficker. I mean, you could ruin people's lives. I don't understand it at all, and I just don't get it. Um, and then I don't know if you guys have seen.
It is not.
You Do you know why Hunter Kozak was like invited back onto that or to that interview that day with Barry Weiss? I put a question
I
out there
do
about
not.
that today, and I was like, I don't know if anybody's investigated that or not. Um, but I was
It has been discussed. I think it was. I don't know. I think it was a terrible idea. I think it was some sort of like attempted goodwill gesture, and I think it was retarded. I'm not convinced that he. Look, I think there's still more investigative work to be done when it comes to Hunter Kozak, on F America, and Salt Lake, the Armed Careers of Salt Lake. I'm
I
still not
mean,
100% convinced. There's not
I
enough
don't. I
people
don't
involved. We
think
have like
on
9
F
different
America or Hunter
sources
Kozak had
that
anything to do with it, but I like. I wouldn't be a guest against investigations.
are associated with
Go
LGBTQ
for it.
and trans um, people and organizations. So, you know, I mean, I think
The
there's
reason I don't think that like a Hunter Kozak or the UNF America tour were involved in it is because that Charlie was like a giant part of their grift. Like UNF America tour, I'm pretty sure is like nobody cares. And they were slowly building because they were combating Charlie Kirk and his tour. So I feel like they are worse off with Charlie gone.
There's no doubt in my mind on that. I just wondered, like, it was just a strange thing, and you're right that UNF America, which is a hideous name, anyways. I'm like, you're going around trying to register young voters with that name. I was like, if somebody came up to me and said I'm with this organization, I'd slam the door in their face. But um, it's just like they're just hateful people, and they've been hateful to Charlie for a long time. Because I was going
yeah,
back through some of their post, they deleted everything.
I don't
I don't
think
know how long that
so for the
organization's
simple
been around,
fact
but they
that he
deleted
was
anything noting
directly
her
in front of
around
Charlie
here.
Kirk.
And I'm like,
So if he
what
knew
was
Charlie
out
Kirk
there
was going to
that
be shot, why would you want to be standing anywhere
I
near
know I
somebody
wanted
that
to
you
see
know
what
is
all
about
that
to be shot?
happened. I was like,
That's
that's interesting.
that's risky. I don't care who you are,
And then
that's
I
risky.
saw a video clip where that Z girl and
Need to have a
Justin.
lot of
Justin.
trust in the person that's going to be doing the shooting to stand within the area of where a bullet's going to be coming.
So I mean, I totally agree, Tyler. I mean, I
And then
believe he
assuming
did
he's going to
it
hit with the one shot and not
under
shoot multiple times.
he was instigated
I
or
don't see it.
radicalized by somebody, and so that was just my question. But
Yeah, I think. Look, I did a whole interview with Chase Hughes talking about this specifically. One of the things I wanted to ask him specifically, was it easier to radicalize trans or gay and or trans activists? And he said absolutely, because we see a disproportionate amount of active shooters that are trans. And I think it would be, and again, he lays it out. He's the professional, but
True,
according to
Mackenzie.
him, there are
True.
algorithms that would be able to find these people, would be able to psychologically profile them, and then at a very easy level, know exactly what to say, what to do, how to interact with these people, to in a very short amount of time, radicalize and weaponize these people. And you can do that at scale. And especially with so many people online and so many sick people online that have no real social interaction,
I
that really don't have a moral structure at all.
I don't
And,
know.
I think we're going to see more of this. And I think that's very
Like of all the people to be radicalized by, I don't know that Z would be the one radicalizing anybody. I don't know if she has that type of I I don't think anybody listens to Z like that.
I mean, that
Just
happens
my
too.
guess.
I'll let you go. I'll end with one verse really quick that I found. I felt like it was it was applicable tonight, but it's
Nice.
Proverbs
I
12:19.
seen
It
that
says, "The truthful
about
lips
Nick Shirley
shall be
being like
established
related.
forever, but a lying tongue
I
is
think
for
Jake
but a
Shields
moment."
is pushing that right
I
now
just wanted
too,
to
or
read that
something.
and tell you guys good job and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Love it. Thank you,
Sure
Amber.
thing.
I don't know. So I can't even keep up now. Key, Bronson. I don't know. Somebody jump in there.
Hey, I just jumped in to say what's up, Gary, and say you were doing a good job. Can you hear me okay?
I can, man.
Yeah. I love what you're doing. You know, I seen you on here when you came on, and I love where you're headed with everything. I know that right now it kind of seems trapped into, you know, this Tyler Robinson stuff, but I love the work that you're doing. I think we need more people out here like you, more spaces, people that are just gonna, like, you know, tell it how it is, right? Like, I just was going over this because I always try and look at both sides. If this really was a conspiracy, you wouldn't, like, nobody would ever go this far. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't have to do all of these different things to make this a, you know, like, into an actual conspiracy. And then, like, we have so much, like, evidence with this Tyler Robinson case that's out there publicly where, like, you said it. It's like, well,
I
you know, the
saw
guy went up on the
I saw that Jesse and Project Constitution and one other person did a stream today. I listened to about 5 minutes of it, and I was like, "Oh, I can't do
I
it."
don't know if it's all just grifting or, like, you know, I hate to say it, but are these people retarded? Like, are they actually something mentally wrong with them? But I am glad to see
Both.
that the numbers are going down. For those groups, like, they're in a hysteria right now because people are understanding they got played. They got played by Candace. They got played by Diligent. Like, they're getting fooled by these people, and they don't care to tell you the truth. So I appreciate what you're
Yeah, for
doing,
sure.
Gary,
Cold blooded.
and I'll land it there.
All right, man. Well, no, thank you. I appreciate that. And you're right. We do need more people.
For
And
sure, for
that's
sure,
what
for sure.
this is. And that's what every single one of my shows are about. It's a call to action. It's not just to sit here and listen to me. I'm appealing to the conviction that each and every one of you have. You have a duty and responsibility as Americans. You have a duty and responsibility as Christians to go out there and fight for the truth. Standing by and doing nothing is not how it's done. And yeah, it seems so trivial to get on to X or YouTube or whatever and fight in the comments. It's not nothing. And just to tell you how impactful just that is they're spending millions of dollars on bots to make that happen on our side. There is a demoralization effort on that is taking place that's down in our comments. It doesn't work on me, but it works on a lot of people. I don't care what the comments say. And then conversely, what they're doing, they're radically, like they are maniacally sharing everything of every person they believe is spreading this shit. And like we as conservatives, and I'm guilty of it, like I'll see a great post and I'll hit like immediately, but sometimes there's something to me like, should I share this? Like, yeah, share it. Now people that I know and trust and I know are in this for the right reasons, I just share it automatically. I went through all my accounts, all the people that I follow, that I like, that I know are telling the truth, and I made sure that number one, I'm following them, and number two, all their alerts are on. And I just as soon as I
Cold
see a
blooded Christian,
post,
if you're still in
I'll
here, I think
double
Ben's gonna
check it
make
real
you
quick,
a
make sure they didn't go crazy or they didn't get hacked, and then I just reshare it. Like it's not that hard. That's what they do, and they're winning. And we're sitting over here wringing our hands of whether or not we should share something, even though we agree with it 100%, because we're afraid that
or at
somebody's going
least
to
he
become
said he
too
was
mean,
gonna.
somebody that we don't know, that we don't care about, that hates us, that hates this country. It's like, oh, that might get me more attention than I want. Like, oh my God. Like, bro's fine. But on top of that, there's so many of you out there that are
He said he sent you an invite.
intelligent to me, that can articulate things 1,000 times better than
So just click the mic button or whatever. Accepts the invite request to speak.
TikTok, whether it's YouTube, whether it's just throwing your phone on in selfie mode and recording something, or just being like LH Gray or some of these other people that are really good at articulating things in an X post. Like you should be doing things like that, but standing by and let your country be undermined and taken away by a foreign psychological operation, which is exactly what this is. You should feel convicted, and you should get out there and do something.
Key to your question about what they think this is going on. A lot of them really think this is a Law and Order episode that they can participate in.
Agreed.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Zach. I was kind of like this, and that's why, like Gary, like first when I met Gary on here, and I was following him, and I was checking stuff out. Like a lot of people hear me go into other spaces, and I have essentially different characters that I play. Like I'm in Gary's house now. He's the host. I'm going to treat him as a friend and respect his space or whatever. But I kind of get down with what's going on in the environment. So people are like, oh, well, you were in an anti this space or anti that space. And I'm just like, I'm just in there just talking to people, trying to connect with them. But the one thing, and I think that me and Gary kind of have in common is at the end of the day, if you've listened to me long enough, I have told you I'm not a representative for the church or for Christianity, but when people get into that category with me, I always tell them like Jesus is the main character. He's the, you know what I mean? He's the main player character in my environment. So, I always make sure to throw that out there and get people to understand like don't follow me, right? Like I even tell people like don't follow me. I don't know where I'm going. I might go off a cliff. You might not want to follow me, right? But there are people out there and there's information out there that's valuable to you. And that's why I get like kind of upset about some of these people that I feel like are bad faith. Like, like some of these spaces where they're speaking about it as if it's like truthful information. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, no, you're not. You're telling lies, and you're telling lies about like real stuff. Like in this case was the one with Tyler, where it's like this guy has a family. A lot of people knew him, and you have just Candace apparently knew him, and you know what I mean? There's pictures with them together. I would just pray that no matter what
What'd you
I've
say?
done,
There's Candace.
yeah.
Candace has pictures of who together? You mean like Charlie Kirk?
No,
or-
with Charlie Kirk. I mean, like
Okay,
she was
yeah.
friends with Charlie, and it's like, are you really like? I don't think anybody. I've had enemies in my life before, and I don't think that if I died, they would treat me how she's treating him,
No.
right? Like it's crazy. It's like,
Yeah.
what is going on with this woman? But I'll land it because I'll ramble on forever. But I tell everybody kind of like what you did, what you just said, Gary. Like there is a lot of ways that we can get involved, and I think we do got to kind of get more. One of the things they have over us is their ability to organize and attack on
Yes.
target all together at once, which is just not really a conservative, independent mind thing, right? But we do gotta start coming at it a little bit differently, I think. And you're right, everybody has the ability to do it, whether it be TikTok or anywhere. But yeah, it's
What
interesting
is
how
cold-blooded Christian doing?
how these
Why
how the
is he not
technology
speaker?
we have it. We have all of the equipment we need to fight back. Right now, we just got to figure out like how to do it exactly.
Cool. Yep. No, I agree. Getting real sick of your shit. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I have, I'm not, I'd rather not say what I do.
Sure.
But I have, experience in both, on the prosecution and the defense side. I've represented people in appeals court. I've never done capital work, but, so if you have any questions about anything, please let me know. I really don't, I'm not like if you can tell, I'm actually better at writing than, uh, behind the bar, but, Candace is never gonna stop. She's not, and her buddies. That's just not
Sure.
gonna happen. The biggest problem is time. This
Well,
has probably been like one of the worst judges I've ever seen.
I mean, I think eventually Candace will probably stop.
And the whole idea that
She doesn't really talk about Macron much anymore.
the death penalty.
She doesn't talk about anything she was talking about
Nobody cares.
4 years ago. So she'll probably eventually stop.
Because when you're sentenced to death,
Let me just try to frame this a little bit. So, as I understand it, you're basically saying he was very weak.
he's very weak.
Okay.
He's
And that's not,
allowed
and you're saying
delays.
that's not because he's using additional jurisprudence. You're
No.
just saying that he's being weak.
Yeah, he's completely weak. He's as bad as as I think like down in Georgia with Fani Willis.
Okay,
You know,
Cloudy,
she
I got a
stepped into the
question for you.
courtroom and she basically owned that courtroom. I've never seen that happen.
What if you were making millions of dollars doing it, would that change?
A preliminary hearing taking 5 days. A preliminary hearing
People that
is
you really
basically
hated. And you were able to make millions of dollars while making their life a living hell.
it is like the other form of it is a grand jury. And there's this famous saying where, you can indict a ham sandwich, right? That is literally true. I mean, like, it is the lowest. It's basically just like a backup, okay, for the prosecutor, just to make sure that there's no misconduct. I mean, there's
Yeah.
other ways to deal with misconduct, but that's what it is. It's just a backup,
Well, let me
okay,
ask you
and
this, and
very
tap
low.
into. Well, let me tap into your
Sure.
experience to some extent. Like when you see the body of evidence that we know of, and what's
Uh,
listed in
this is
different.
going to get bound over, absolutely. So I
Yeah.
don't understand, like this, so this takes maybe half a day, judge. Uh, uh, that's your tech, generally. Maybe it'll take like a day. Judge decides immediately. Okay, doesn't take until September 1st. I think I saw Kayleigh McEnany on Fox, and she was talking about how outrageous it is. It is outrageous. It's disgusting. And the slow walk, and another thing, this judge, this is one of the the whole Candace Owens thing, because I've been I learned to like kind of make my peace with it, but in the beginning I was tearing my hair out listening to people like Candace Owens besmirch uh, the FBI, because she'll only talk about the
I completely agree. Waffles. Completely agree.
law enforcement, who
I don't think there's anybody that I hate.
family. Um, I have, soldier. Just generally, I had a hard time with it.
Sure.
Um,
You,
talk about how
you
they
you
were
feel like
doing
there's a
nothing
real injustice being done, and I think many of us
to many
feel the
people.
exact same way.
Yeah, sorry. So and anyway, this was one of the few times where she could have been gagged. Somebody could have been gagged. That is it's a very, very high standard, but she met it. Given all these things, like the size of her audience, all of this stuff, she was, and I wrote about this online, and I'm sure like some people, it got around. And I was talking about, tainting the jury pool, basically poisoning the well. That's not actually, it was shorthand. What's actually at issue in this case is that they're addressing either evidence that has not been vetted or that it just doesn't exist, right? And that's what a lot of defense attorneys do, because defense attorneys, for prosecutors have an additional ethical standard than other attorneys. Okay. Defense attorneys don't have that. Okay. So they can kind of do things that other attorneys, I mean, they can,
This
they
woman
can
needs
get
a
away with.
drink. She needs to drink some water or something.
Sometimes that includes like, fudging defenses.
Sure.
And there's, because of, stuff like confidentiality and privilege, you can't really pierce that in order to, so you get like, these kind of laughable uh defenses, okay, and laughable theories, okay, like, you know um with Baron Coleman, and he was throwing this shit out there, okay, and he's talking about, oh God, I can't remember. What was he was it was something with Wilson, Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
Which first, and again, I'm sorry, I'm rambling, but Charlie, when he uh, had like when he taught people, or he had people teach him, he brought in attorneys like Josh Hammer. Okay, he taught attorneys argue for a living. Okay, they're like straight up. They're pros. That's
I
kind of
rule a
like
lot of
what
people don't have the gift of gab to talk
you
in one
know
of these,
needs to happen.
but it
With
doesn't stop them from doing
Turning
it.
Point and
So whenever you want to jump in, feel free. I assure you, you are not going to be the annoying one that everybody remembers. I promise.
are these like are these relevant questions? Are these relevant
I
concerns?
hear White Monster does wonders.
My mind is drawing a blank because it's
That's
really
all
late.
right. Do me a
Anyway,
favor
I'll
and
stop.
just kind of land this for us. But no, you're doing great.
No,
I know.
but it's an issue of staying on topic and going hard on that because, for example, Coleman, brings in all this shit. Never forget, okay, that you can check on my page, write in, Candace or whatever. I've written all about it. And I do not care if you follow me. I just want to put as much stuff out there as possible. The issue is, the Egyptian planes, blah, blah, blah. When you're looking at an evidence or at, at an evidence, um, when you're when you're looking at a piece of evidence,
She might be a little nervous too. Feel like a lot of people get social anxiety or something and get nervous when they aren't used to talking in spaces.
or it's stipulated. I won't go through it. But you're going through all this stuff, which in attorneys' minds, it's just like blah, 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 it just takes like 3 seconds, and that's what attorneys base their objections on. One of those
It's because he doesn't know.
is is that evidence
Hypocrite smear. It's because Andrew doesn't know. He has not been following it as closely as most people that we're familiar with have. He just doesn't know a lot of the
Does this
intricate details.
ultimately fall to the question of, did this guy kill this person in a murder
And
case?
to be fair, like some of the stuff that they just fling shit. You know what I mean? Just rapid fire flinging shit. And it's hard to keep track of all of the tiny little details and be ready to just push back against all of those, especially just in doing a live. Like you're going to miss some. It's just going to happen.
That's why they brought in Andrew Wilson. Thank you very much. No, let's go to Sinful Smalls.
Let me take the plane over.
Hi, Gary, and everybody else.
Hey, what's happening, man? How are you?
I'm good. I just want to say what Amber brought up earlier. Like, yeah, lots of love to go around. A lot of good people, a lot of funny people. It's funny she mentioned being alive before because I was in a live with her a space with just her, Brett, and a few others, and you guys cracked me the fuck up, especially when we had two crazy people run in all of a sudden into the space. It was entertaining. It's like talking to flat earthers. Might as well have been. But now, that's the funny thing with like the whole steakhouse story thing or whatever. Like, it's not impossible that the dude was, if it is true, let's just entertain that. It's not crazy to think that the cops, I'm sure the entire state was on like complete, like, be on the lookout for anything crazy right after that shooting. But when you drive through, so backing up, like a year or two after COVID, I went on vacation, drove to California, and I drove through Utah, through Salt Lake and all that. And throughout, like, most of it, it's like mountainous and just like middle of nowhere, and yeah, speed limit's 80. And finally, and it's funny enough, I was driving a Dodge. Which one has the 4 doors? Charger, Challenger? I'm bad with cars. Charger. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I actually got that because the car I was supposed to rent.
Yeah, I mean, that's
regular 4-door sedan. They
that's
didn't
just
have it, so
it.
they said, "Hey,
The
just
Cliff's
take
truth.
this."
They
And I was
fling
like,
so much shit.
really drove that many sports cars. But once I got comfortable with it, like halfway through, I was pushing like 85, 90, and shouldn't have done that. But it's not crazy to think that he could have gotten away. Cops miss things sometimes. I mean, if he was able to drive all the way back there.
I mean, they didn't even know what to look for that night. So, I mean,
yeah, exactly. So, and it was it's a gray color, right? And the one I was driving was a white color. Usually, cops pick up on cars and pay more attention to them if it's like a red color. Very flashy, more, a color you'll pay attention to. And I've talked to cops before. I've worked with them in like healthcare, or I've had them as a donor. Um, you know, I asked him one time. I was just wondering, like, what's the speed limit? You know, you're willing to pull someone over? And he said, 10 miles per hour. And I was like, oh shit, because I was thinking more like 5, maybe tops. So, yeah, and like you said, they didn't even have an idea of what the car was. So, but yeah, and another thing too, I've honestly been nowadays. I'm just kind of conflicted with all this stuff because on one hand, it's ridiculous. You know, it's disgusting what these people are doing, like Candace and Barron, and who they're accusing, and about the little stuff. But even at the same time, though, it's just what she's doing today with the t-shirts about burning t-shirts to test them out. And wondering if it was a Carhartt. Or
Jackie, I have no
that type of
idea
stuff.
where
It's
we are
just
now.
insanity
I don't
to me.
know.
I couldn't help but just cackle.
Like
And I'm watching these
I
clips,
can't
and I was
believe
just
we're
like,
now
oh
at a
my
point to where we're burning shirts, and
God.
that's the accusation that they burnt the shirt in the car.
I didn't even watch
Like I don't even know where to
Candace
go
today
with
at
this
all.
anymore, and I don't think they do either.
What'd she say?
At what point?
I caught the part
does
where
something-
she interviewed the guy with the allegedly that took the cell phone cam footage, and he's from a distance away, and he can identify the fact that the guy has black gloves on and all black tactical gear, even though we can see his zoomed in cell phone footage. But what else did she talk about?
Is clearly we have
polyester shirt. Charlie was wearing like a custom
I
polyester
feel like I
shirt,
have a little bit. Like I'm half like annoyed and just feel terrible.
and
for the
they
people
burned it.
involved that she's wrongfully accusing of her everything and anything. But today it's just like she was interacting with Blake like after this earlier today, and she's like, oh, I bet you just love watching.
We have it down
blah,
so
blah, blah.
good
It's
that
like,
we
Candace,
can
you
just
don't get
dismiss
it.
things right off the
People
bat,
are
like the new one about
ironically
Erica's
watching you
brother-in-law. Yeah,
because
it's
it's the
so
silly shit that you're
so
saying. It's not
dumb.
because,
Hey,
oh,
look, her
Bronson,
brother-in-law
we get
looks
it.
just like
Yeah,
Tyler
there's a
Robinson,
fair
kind of,
amount of
sort
people
of,
that
with a
do
hat and
believe you
sunglasses
trust you
on.
and all that. But you know,
Cool.
that means you just have even more of a responsibility to be truthful and not be
I
slinging
have
shit
no
around
idea
like
what
you
she
do.
said today.
She'll
Yeah.
never get that. But no, still,
I
like
think
people
the
ironically
insinuation
are watching
is
her
the
because
shirt is burned from the
today, you know, she
exploding
promised
mic.
what? Oh, I'm gonna get into
I thought I heard
defense
somebody
of
say that
Bronson.
Barron,
She
or
didn't
that
even
they're
cover
trying
that.
to push the
She wanted to
idea
talk
that they
about
burned the
again,
shirt,
you know,
like
oh, it's a
burned the
Carhartt.
evidence.
What happens if you burn it or not burn it? Or why did they pick that shirt? Why did Charlie? Oh, they dressed Charlie. It's like, dude, what does this have to do with?
No, hasn't really been any talk about the rifle,
She's
but
lost the plot. She's
you haven't missed anything.
in
Like
the
nothing has happened, really.
for people like this, and it's called a lol cow. You know, like back in the
It's
early
just,
days,
it's,
people streaming
I mean,
games and all that.
I don't want to say,
Rage.
it's mostly just an echo chamber space right now. No
And they would get their
no dissenting opinions have entered the chat yet.
people would watch them, you know, suck at games, and that's what she's kind of become. She's a lol cow.
Or at least I'm not sure. There were a few people who spoke where I couldn't tell you what exactly their point was.
And had to actually
So
investigate.
they may have been
but-
dissenting voices
yeah.
and just really bad
Sorry,
at
that's
it.
a lot, but it's just it's insane.
Hey, Gary, Mid-Gray snuck in here without being noticed. If you wanted to pop him up.
Oh, sweet. Mid-Gray. Perfect. He can talk. Let him talk.
What the heck? Where's he at?
He's in here. I see him.
No, I'm talking about
he's right there.
Gary. What's he doing?
Oh, is Gary gone?
He's silent.
Oh.
Let's see. There he is.
Can you
He's
guys hear
just-
me now?
He's just having boomer issues.
Yeah, boomers.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I'm gonna boomer you in
No.
the face, Bronson.
can't-
No, the space
can't
kicked
hear
me
you.
out. I did want to say, I think it was Quintessential. Somebody said they were basically saying it was
Please,
burnt
please
just so
don't
that we're getting the
boomer me in the
allegation right.
face.
They weren't burning it in
I
the
would
car.
prefer to not
Apparently it
get
was-
boomered
they
in
were
the
saying it was
face by
burnt from
Gary.
the
No, thank
exploded
you.
mic. But again, we see the quote unquote.
I
exploded
know my
mic that
limits,
never
guys. I
happened,
know
that
my
defies
limits.
physics. That's the dumbest out of all the theories. And we don't see any burning anything. So, like, where did the burning start? So if suddenly he just caught on fire and his shirt caught
No,
on fire
thank
inside the
you.
car, that doesn't make sense. If there was any burning that would have taken place, it would have been at the flashpoint of the 4,000 degree Celsius explosion that is literally hotter than the surface of the sun, we would have seen it then, not in the car. So, anyways, but I was corrected on that, or that's what this person said, so I'll take them at their word. Nate, send it, buddy.
Well, so there's two things. One is just it's a little bit of a joke, but
Where the hell
somebody
did Big
mentioned
Gray go?
maybe these people are just a little bit retarded. And we actually asked Grok last night, how retarded is Diligent Denizen? And
Sterile postings. Yeah, I probably did change something. I couldn't tell you what it was or why it was your stuff wasn't showing up, because I could see your comments on videos that I post. But like, as far as lives go, I've never seen your comments in lives. I don't know. I changed a whole bunch of stuff. Some of it's working the way it's supposed to. Some of it is not.
And it is
like, oh, no.
It's comedy to watch it if it weren't so fucking tragic, right? Like, it's about flat earthers, and it follows them around, and it follows like the godfather of the modern flat earth.
Yeah, but I've seen every one of your messages, Adri. I'm pretty sure all of them.
But
boomered myself in the face.
It follows them around, and what I started to realize as I was watching the documentary is it's kind of
that'll happen from time to time,
because it's not so much that they really believe the Earth is flat. It's that is.
I don't need anybody else to boomer me in the face. I'll take care of that all on my own.
The problem with this, and I think that's why it's so hard to kind of break the people that believe in this, is if they, I think for a lot of these people that are like, oh man, hell yeah, dude, there's an exploding microphone, even though there wasn't, even though it's physically impossible and you can't see it. They have to believe in some of these conspiracies because that's what brings them together. And that's another difficult part to deal with. You know what I mean? It's like, how do you contend with that, combating somebody's sense of loneliness or somebody's sense of needing to belong? And it is a serious issue because it leads to this shit. It's funny when it's just flat earth and they're making like flat earth snow globe fucking things at their little conventions. It's another thing when they're accusing innocent people of murder, right? And that it becomes a problem. And then I think I had another point, but I forgot what it was. But anyway, the joke was Diligent Denizen is between 60 and 70% retarded.
Well, that is hilarious. Not surprising. And by the way, Grok would know since he sits around and argues with it incessantly.
What's up, Sloth?
But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, this has genuinely become a religion to these people. This has genuinely become a cult. And that's why they still happily, with complete and utter cognitive dissonance, jump from one theory to the next, to the next, to the next, without any self-awareness of like, hey, I just got through, I would have bet the farm.
Yeah, and so Artemex, or whatever that dude's name is, or his account name or whatever, Noah was steadily just making fun of him and then tagging me while he was making fun of him, and got me, himself, and Ben blocked from Artemex. So
it's and they won't accept it.
I don't even think I could get into a space if he hosts.
I think you're right. We have an epidemic,
which I'm totally cool with,
and I think that's why people are more gullible, more susceptible to falling for this type of insanity, without a doubt. I don't even know who's next.
Yeah, I feel like it just looks like gauze with a bunch of dried blood on it.
So to that point, though, Gary, I think COVID kind of broke people.
It did.
And because anytime you challenge Barron or any of his, or Clint is another one.
I feel like people are stealing my talking points.
Yeah, I'm looking at the evidence.
Yeah. And that's why many of us knew that COVID was a sham. Yeah, the evidence. Like, I remember like when it was first coming out.
Guys, I know that there's quite a few of you who watch my stuff that have been watching Nick Rekieta for years. But that was so funny. Gary basically just going in blind, not really even knowing much about Nick Rekieta at all.
Do anything for
that was
like
watching worlds collide.
I pulled up it was actually a study.
That was a lot of fun.
I pulled up like 3 different studies that kind of hit the lack of efficacy for masking against bacteria and viruses. And I posted those on Facebook. And I got banned from Facebook for that. And by the way, those studies disappeared. I went back and tried to find those studies. And these were peer-reviewed medical studies, and of course, they were fooled.
So I hit.
But the point is, like,
oh no, I'm not trying to do that.
Many of us that
So the super chat that I hit with right away, I put unbreaded in there, which got a response from Nick. And I was hoping that Gary would be like, because I've never said unbreaded in a super chat on Gary's channel, like ever. You know what I mean? And I was hoping that he would have been like, what the hell is this? And then we would have got the unbreaded explanation from Rackets. And it's just nothing. Just skipped, just kind of read through it. Nothing, yada, yada, yada. So then I sent in another super chat. It was just a cheap one because I was just putting in one word, which was unbreaded. And he didn't even read it, I don't think. I don't think he even read the second one that I did. It's like, oh, I see. $1.99. You're too good for a $1.99 super chat now.
PSYOP.
What does it even mean? Nope.
And because
you're going to have to go
everybody's
find
eyes
out.
are in one direction because that
Adri,
one
you're going to
PSYOP
have
is
to
in the government,
go.
and we're facing
Just
the
type in,
government, we're keeping
all you
our
got to
eye on
do
the
is
government. We
YouTube
forgot our six.
Nick
Now we're
Rekieta
getting attacked with our
unbreaded.
six by a
And you'll
very
find,
similar PSYOP.
you'll
It's
find.
coming from a different direction.
In fact, I
and
think
we're
there's
completely
a,
blind
I think
to it.
there's a
Some of us are.
live
The rest of
stream
us
that he did with
are
like a bunch
looking
of other
360 and
people
we're like, I don't
a
trust the
while
government.
ago
Guess
where
what? I
they
don't
were
trust social media
breaking
morons
down the
either.
whole unbreaded
And that's
thing.
probably a really good normal baseline to just hover at. You know, it's like I don't trust you, but I don't trust you either. And sometimes you tell the truth, and you know,
I
social
hold
media
nothing
algorithms tell the
against
truth.
Nick at all
You know, and there's some that do,
because
and there's sometimes
I am well acquainted with
we determine though
where white powder
on
goes
evidence, logic,
and what that leads to. I mean, I didn't have a family and stuff when I was doing it, but regardless, I totally,
Hey, good morning, everybody.
I hold
Good
nothing
afternoon, good
against him
evening,
or
wherever you
no
are.
judgment at all.
Appreciate you for bringing me back up. My phone died. So, you know, you caught me right when I had a brain fart. I was gonna ask you. The question was,
Well, I can't really be mad at that. I roll.
diligent.
Can't really be mad.
What Grok thinks of Stealth Medical? You know, what what level she's at in terms of I guess retardedness. What was it, or what was the actual word the guy used? Zach.
I posted it down in the purple pill. You can find it.
Oh, Nate. Okay, perfect.
Are we getting
Perfect. I'll make sure to do that
voices?
later. But yeah, so Gary, like, what are your thoughts? Like, just in general, like, what are your thoughts on America's relationship with Israel? Do you think it needs to be strengthened? Do you think it needs to be loosened up a little bit?
Rekieta's wild. Rekieta's wild.
Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm pretty good with the status quo. I mean, look, I did a whole podcast tonight where we touched on our relationship with Israel quite a bit. The fact of the matter is that Israel is not only a ally, as in we have mutual support of one another, but a strategic ally, a geostrategic ally that is critically important so that we can project power in the Middle East. And by the way, they are the only democracy in the Middle East. And I think that's really important. And I think that people need to realize that the reason that this anti-Israel nonsense is being pushed is because China's pushing it, Russia's pushing it, Iran is pushing it, probably most of Europe is pushing it, and they're boosting these voices. And why is that? Because China is trying to push us out. They would love if we decoupled from Israel, and they were able to fill that vacuum.
Freedom fries? No, I think everybody's of the age where they remember freedom fries.
Entire GDP. Do you know what their entire GDP is? Patriot?
I'm guessing less than the state of California or New York.
It's about $600 billion. I mean, we spend more than $600 billion. Like it's about $100 billion more than we spend for the VA. Like it's such a small amount. Like to pretend, and then you start going through, and it sounds like you're fairly critical of Israel, which is fine. I don't care. Everybody can have different opinions on this.
So
But
what?
That
hold
we
on,
do,
hold on.
Sterile.
Sorry,
I agree.
I want to finish this. I'll bring it down. So it comes down to like the idea if they are influencing American politics. If you look at what they spend on influencing American politics, they're like not even the top 100 when it comes to countries that spend money to influence in this country. Don't quote me on that, but there's plenty of more countries that spend a lot more, to include China, to include UAE, to include Qatar, to include a lot of these other countries that are much bigger threats.
like
what threat?
watching Rekieta go downhill. This might sound a little fucked up, like I felt for him, right? But at the same time, it was pretty entertaining too. It was pretty entertaining.
Makes sense to me.
Even as he's like completely crashing out and just throwing his life away, like, he was still pretty entertaining.
It's just ridiculous. But that's my thoughts on it.
Okay, you kind of fire hose me with like a bunch of different points, but I'll try to. I guess I'll try to, pick up some of the pieces. But, are they really a democracy? Like, what? I'm sorry. Like,
are we really a democracy?
Well,
technically, we're a constitutional republic.
Yeah, I know,
right,
but his was just I don't know. His was just different. Like, he just had no shame, no shame at all.
In office for
I don't know. I don't know. I don't care about their government, how they run their government. I don't know.
So
why.
this very convenient notion that they're like this whole democracy BS, which is pretty much what it is, right? It doesn't really
completely going off
for
the
the
deep
American
end.
elite.
Looks like shit. Like, looks sick. Like he's half dead, and he's still just saying crazy shit in streams and then talking shit back on X. Like, he just had no shame. It was wild.
People are willing to tolerate on both ends of the spectrum, right, left or right, from this one nation.
What are those things?
Well, you look at the bombing of the USS Liberty. I mean, like, are we really like? There's countless examples ever since '63.
I mean,
right?
you brought up the USS Liberty. There's you can accept it or not. I mean, this has been addressed by multiple different ways. So okay, let's give it to them. All right, they attacked the USS Liberty. That was what
they deliberately attacked the USS Liberty.
Okay, fine.
Because it was
I don't know if I agree with that.
Because
Even if you decouple the Israel thing from the Charlie Kirk thing, it doesn't matter because they still have multiple different excuses to not like Israel. I think Israel is the bigger thing here than the Charlie Kirk thing actually is. They're just trying really hard to use it to either just destroy TPUSA or B, add to the Israel bad story.
There's nothing you can convince me of that would make sense for Israel to attack an American ship on purpose. I think if we go to Occam's razor, it's like they accidentally attacked the ship. That's what's been said. That's what's been said by Americans. That's what's been said by other people. Okay, so let's say they attacked in what? That was what, 1967?
Well, we had an assassination of a sitting president in '63, right? So there's still lots of questions about that as well.
Okay, well, what evidence do you have that Israel did that?
Well, motive, right?
Who didn't have a motive?
No.
Did Cuba have a motive? Did Russia
Guys,
have a motive?
I don't think
Did
motive
China
is
have a motive?
evidence, is it?
Who gained the most?
Which
think
one
it
of our
just
enemies
helps
didn't have a motive to take out President
to
Kennedy?
have motive
Well,
when you
I would
support
kind
evidence?
of single it out to who had the most to gain
The
after his
Jews.
death.
You know who went to Russia
The
and then came back and then was
Jews.
involved in the assassination of President Kennedy?
Who went to Russia and came back after the assassination of Kennedy?
No. That actually went to Russia, then came back, and then was involved in the assassination of President Kennedy.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm guessing it's going to be an associate of Lee Harvey Oswald.
No, I think
No,
Gary
Lee
does
Harvey
okay.
Oswald himself.
In my opinion, the way Gary
You guys
he
like
comes
parallels,
across
I think
just
it's weird that 'cause,
sincere.
you guys are like, well, Charlie Kirk was definitely assassinated because
which is why I
Kennedy.
think he gets a lot of
Well, Lee Harvey Oswald
he gets a lot of
went to
views.
Russia and
You know,
came
if he does
back,
a space, generally
that's
he gets
weird.
some dissenting
And then we
opinions.
have Candace Owens. She went to
Because
Russia.
for the
She
most
came
part,
back. She
I
was
mean,
involved
aside
in
from them
this,
just
like,
trying to clip
somehow.
him and
Like,
get
this
anything that they
default
can for
thinking that you
content,
guys-
which is
with,
fine.
like,
It's
you
whatever.
can't present a single piece
But I
of
think
evidence
for the most
any
part,
of
I think a
this.
lot of people
And this
just
is how
feel
you live your
comfortable
lives. Like,
to where,
I
like, if
think
I try to
Israel
do a
did
space
this.
and get
Okay,
people
well, give
in,
me some evidence. Well, I don't have
I don't know
evidence.
if I
Who
would.
had
I mean,
motive?
maybe.
Well, who didn't have motive? Like, tell me a state. Tell me a
I
state.
feel like the way he does it
and I mean by
is,
country. Like, what country?
I think it's good.
Didn't have a motive to take out Kennedy.
In that point of history.
Well,
there's
yeah, but he's going up.
obviously-
He's going
there's
up
a lot
against
going on.
counts with
There's a lot of-
millions of followers. There's he's gonna get rate. What's he? I don't even know what he's at. 30-something thousand, maybe. He might be at some more now, but he's gonna get ratioed.
They were trying to put nuclear missiles on.
It's just gonna
our
happen
shores in Cuba. But yet, and Kennedy was willing to conduct covert operations to stop that, or was thinking about it, was considering it. And like, if you want to say that, like, I'm more into buying that the CIA was involved in that than I am Israel, but I don't even have evidence for that, and neither do you.
And the
And
CIA
you
is
live
joined
you
at the
live
hip
you live in a
with.
belief system that has zero foundation. You don't have a single piece of evidence that says Israel was involved.
Yeah,
with
but there's
Charlie.
nothing that you're going to be able to do to separate it. You won't be able to separate it because you can't. You really can't. You can't prove that they didn't.
Or attack the USS Liberty. They didn't do a very good job. I mean, they didn't sound like they
So
sunk it.
they're going to use
Like,
it.
they didn't even finish it off. And then you say, now you're linking Israel to JFK. You have zero evidence of any of these things.
Well,
And you don't
I
have
actually
a problem with that.
I haven't mentioned Charlie Kirk yet at all. I don't think it was actually Israel.
I don't know if they would. I don't know if they. I'm just gonna have to try. See if I can get a bunch of those people into a space to where I at least have control over it.
Be it any other nation, China, Russia,
Somewhat.
Any other nation, right? That would there is no way any other nation, even Canada, Mexico, Britain, France, Germany, any other nation would not be able to get away with even a fraction. Like,
What
even
about killing 1,000? What about killing 1,000 of our servicemen? Should a nation be able to get away with that?
Well, no, of course not. No.
Well, Iran did.
And you're talking about pre-79 or after 79?
No, I'm talking about between like 2000.
How the people around him didn't get questioned about anything. I would say that probably because the evidence against Tyler Robinson was so obvious to the investigators that they might have just felt it wasn't necessary.
And yet we still allow them to exist.
So the only thing I can
they are
think
the
of, I
number
would
one
have thought that they would have all at least been questioned somewhat by the authorities.
Organization in the world, and they themselves are designated as a terrorist organization. So, like, what are we allowing Israel to get away with that we don't allow?
But at the same time, I mean, there were people, they were cooperating with authorities, right? They were turning over evidence. You know, Andrew Colvett was sent that stuff to Joe Kent. They turned over the video cam footage. Like, they were cooperating with them, but
and all these big corporations.
I don't necessarily disagree with that point, other than they probably just didn't see any relevance to it.
And you don't have a problem with that. And they're going to beat us. Like, within 15, 20 years, chances are China will, if we continue on the trajectory that we are, and you're over here worried about the size of New Jersey, Israel. Like, it's fucking laughable. Like, you guys are so fucking ignorant.
It has
serious.
nothing to do with geographic.
Well, it depends. It depends on the person, Adri. It really does. Like, for example, somebody like Colin, like the stuff that he's posted, like, fuck that guy. You know what I mean? I don't care. But there's other people that, if they are grifting, they're not as bad as Colin.
Laughable. Like, Israel has no power. They have very little influence in this country.
You know what I mean?
And,
they're not
like,
running around and like just boldly making claims that Erica Kirk is child trafficking and shit.
Dude, it's mental illness. And quite frankly, I think it's spiritual. Like, there's something very spiritual about the fact when people are so obsessed with Israel. I think it goes back to biblical times. Look, when it comes down to it, it was the Jews, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that came into a covenant with God.
I'm not sure if you're talking to somebody else in the chat,
the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And you know
or
who
not,
hates
but
the Jews?
I don't think this is directed at
and
me.
I think this is satanic. And they have
I
been
didn't even know
persecuted
Charlie, but I didn't
since
ask
those
for all
times.
this. So
And
when
then
you see
when you
something,
bring
say
up,
something.
hold on. And then when you bring up, and here's the crazy part about this. This is my favorite thing when it comes to Jews. You're like, the Jews killed Jesus. And then I'm like, okay, well, then we start talking about the biblical Jews. You're like, those aren't the same Jews. Like, who are we mad at then? Those aren't the same Jews, but the Jews killed Jesus. Like, the Romans killed Jesus.
I agree.
I don't see anybody like, you got to watch out for those Italians. Like, the whole thing is dumb. And
Right.
you guys need to wake up and realize it is so dumb.
So
It
do you
doesn't even
think
make sense.
it's kind of like a mental illness that these people that are obsessed with the Jews, like, is that what
Yeah, I
you're?
do. I think it's a mental illness when you're obsessed about the Jews and you've convinced yourself that the Jews run society and the Jews cause pornography and the Jews cause this and the Jews cause that and they run Hollywood. Do you think that pornography wouldn't exist, drug addiction wouldn't exist in the United States if there wasn't a single Jew in the United States? Like these are all things that are just components of mankind
Well, it
that,
was
that go back.
these things were kind of outlawed or banned before these people got into power, right? Wait, hold on.
These people, like who got into power that allowed these things to happen?
Well,
The
kind of in the 60s,
Democrats.
Name a
70s
person.
era, right?
The Democrats.
You don't think we had pornography before the 60s and 70s? I mean, it wasn't.
He's gonna get my stream taken down with all these P words.
And we were very conservative, and that has gone
All these
downhill
P
dramatically.
words.
Do you
And it's
think?
not
Do you
because
think
of the
Henry?
Jews.
Video you posted today with Project Constitution. Can we watch the full X live with Blake, Gary grilling Project Constitution somewhere on YouTube? Yes. So right now it is members only. But I will by the end of the week be putting that out to where everybody can watch it. So right now it's just members only. It was a members only live stream, and it was basically me trying out these new scenes that I created. And then it just spiraled into that. But yes, by Friday it will be on the channel viewable. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
They're horrific. The biggest threats to the globe is the United States and Israel, and that's because our values align in a lot of different ways. Like most of the other nations suck, or they're going downhill, or they're being completely run over by Islam or something.
Just to go back to that. Also, if you're on X and if you go to Paramount Tactical's X account, his space should be posted still on his account. In fact, I think I shared it too. So if you go to mine, you should be able to find it there if you just want to listen to the whole X space.
If I get arrested 109 times at different bars, right? It's not me that's the problem. It's
So
it's
you're
the
saying
establishment.
it's such a generational thing.
Yeah,
Like I
of
don't
course
know.
you're gonna
Like
say it's
I don't. And I'm telling you that it is a spiritual thing, that they have been under attack spiritually since biblical times. Since biblical times. And you don't have a problem with Islam? I haven't heard you bring that up one time.
no.
Like
Islam is
you
a
want to talk about horrific. You want to talk about a horrific
Islam is a
history.
death cult, but they're not the ones that are wielding the power that.
Well, the Jews aren't killing everybody all over the world. I can tell you that. Islam sure is, and you don't have a single problem with it.
What?
Islam is responsible for millions of deaths just in our lifetime. Israel is not. Like
Would you
Islam
give
is responsible. Islam is responsible for institutionalized pedophilia all over the world. Israel is not. Like it.
would,
Like I
would you
like
give
I. We're pretty much done with this conversation.
would you give
Just
Islam power if it meant getting rid of the Jews?
No, I think the European diaspora that built America, I think they should, basically regain power of America and expel anybody that's not
a European diaspora. Who are you even talking about, bro?
I actually no, I kind of worded that wrong, but I didn't mean to go all 1790 act, but I guess I don't know. I guess the problem in
I think you
America.
clarified it with you don't know. You don't know. You've bought into a bunch of tropes. And as my good friend Greenberry Naptime said, you've bought into a bunch of propaganda that was designed for peasants in the
But
early
you have
1900s.
no answer for the.
I just gave you, all I did was give you answers. I asked you for evidence of a single thing and you couldn't provide it. You gave me a bunch of things like, well, they were kicked out of 109 countries. Well, I don't care.
Yeah,
what,
do
the Jews?
you think that so basically your premise is anybody that questions
For entertainment.
This certain group of people,
Mostly
right?
for entertainment.
And they're
Good faith.
overrepresented.
Well, let's talk about the blacks.
and entertainment.
Let's go there. You
What
want to talk
yeah,
about
let's
blacks?
go.
You want to talk about the disproportionate levels of crime that we have in the
of
United
course.
States versus
Yeah,
all those other things? And again,
and
my biggest problem here is the
the
focus on
transit.
the Jews here in the United States when you haven't in any way talked about Islam and the problem that they have on a global scale. Like it is not
So it's
Israel
what
out there
about
conducting terrorism.
they do not wield the power on a global level in terms of the West. That
Islam doesn't wield power at a global level.
in the West, in terms
No,
of
not yet.
the West is not the globe, moron. Like the West
the
is north,
West is the
south,
most
east, and
like
west. It's the
Not
globe.
yet.
It's around. It's a
They
circle.
don't wield the power
It's
in the
not the
West
West.
yet, but they are
there's a
I just said at a global
sure
level.
fucking working
I
on
mean,
it. It
there's a
looks
reason
like.
that the West controls.
Nope, I'm done.
You got more patience than me, Gary. You went about. You would have made it like I in like 30 seconds, and I would have been like, "Fuck this, fucking idiot." That's why you're probably more popular than I am, because I have zero patience.
Ivana, go ahead.
Hi, Gary.
Hey, how are you?
I don't know how I don't
I'm
get how
well.
people
Thank
don't
you for
see
letting me speak.
the
Hi,
moves
Jen.
that Islam is making. I don't understand how people don't see it.
Listen.
Like, that's fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't like the Jews. Okay, fine. Or don't want them to have any type of influence in our government or our politics or anything. Great. Do they not see what's happening?
They're affiliated.
Yeah, Gary, it looked
with
like
the God
Gary
of the universe.
just
It
caught him.
is spiritual.
Agreed.
So that is so frustrating. And the other frustrating thing for me on that issue, when I saw on October
100%.
7th, young women being corralled, herded, beaten, walking around with their sweatpants bloodied because they had been raped so badly. I don't know what else it's going to take for
Oh.
people to understand that particular
Oh, this-
incident is what has led us to where we are right now with everything going on.
She
It's
needs to
just
chill on the
frustrating
grape
for me.
words.
Well, and I'll take it a step further, Devana. The thing that allowed October 7th to take place is the IRGC. It is the government
Yes.
of Iran. If that didn't exist, October 7th wouldn't exist. There would be peace between Palestine and Israel a long time ago. They have promoted violence. They have stoked violence. They have conducted terrorist attacks all over the Middle East. Like, they are one of the biggest problems in the world. And we look at the Middle East as an area of major disruption and chaos, and 90% of that comes from the IRGC.
And you can go back to look at Isaac and Ishmael. And this is what I always
Yep.
tell people. If you really want to learn the origin of this war, go back that far into the
Sure.
Old Testament and study Isaac and Ishmael. And that will give you a foundation of understanding. So that was very frustrating. But again, you handle this like
Equal. What do you mean by equal rights? Because I don't want them in government? I don't want women in government. I want people in my government to be American and American only.
okay. And I want to share something with you. And I don't think anybody knows this. And we asked our son if we could share. I asked my son if I could share. He encouraged me to talk if I was ever allowed to talk. But what people don't know is a couple days before the assassination of our dear Charlie Kirk, he asked the front lines reporters, which my son is the manager and one of the reporters, to
Well, I'm talking about like citizenship, right? Like, I don't believe you should be able to be a dual or multi-citizen and hold a government position. And I don't want other governments being able to put money into our politics. Don't want foreign country influence in our politics at all. Now, I understand that's pretty unrealistic, because I think the only reason a lot of countries even invest into our country is because they're allowed to play in our politics. But if I had it my way, that shit would be over.
And then they got the news while they were in
No, that's not.
London.
I'm not talking about like somebody who just happens to be Jewish and born in the United States to not be allowed in the government. That's not what I'm saying.
And they had to get to the
As long as they're, what's it called when they become Christian? As long as they're that.
And here's these four people that just lost their boss and their friend, and they weren't with the rest of their team and their families, and they're just trying to get back to the United States of America.
What is
So
going
they
on
got
here?
back, I think, what does it take? 4 days. It took 4 days to get back. And of course, the grieving and the heartache and all of that. And most of those, if you've never been to the headquarters of TPUSA,
I don't know about the whole voting thing. I've listened to a lot of good arguments as to why no women voting. Like I wouldn't oppose it, but I wouldn't support it either. Does that make sense?
getting ready for
I'd just kind of go with the flow on that
at the
one.
time, and
But
we're in missions. Okay, we drop
I've heard really good
everything
arguments
and
on that
we
subject.
get to Phoenix because we need to be with our son who's heartbroken. And
I would
we
almost
get there,
be
and
more like,
those young people did to pull that memorial together.
how can I put this? So if we go back to something like landowners can vote, right? Property owners can vote. And then if, like, for example, women are married, maybe then, or if they're married and then have a child, then, like, they have to have some type of skin in the game. People need to have skin in the game.
My husband, I said,
And then I think once you have real skin in the game, then you can vote.
and Erica Kirk, mark my words, within days. I could feel it. I knew it. And by the way, my son used to work with her at Daily
Messianic
Wire.
Jews. Yeah,
So
those
he
ones.
already knew what she was capable of. So I'm sharing this because I want you all to know they are still dealing with the grief and the heartache, and they're pushing forward. Then they had America Fest, which was
I
amazing.
think I might have missed your
But they are
previous.
aware that they can possibly file a lot of lawsuits, a lot of them. My son now has to wear a bulletproof vest because of these freaking people. He can't even go out in public. He's already had his car stolen, which was, we can't directly associate it with all of this, but it's very
That-
suspicious. They have to watch every move they make. And he's not a high level executive. He's a manager. And then the whole thing with Erica. And I had never been on X or Twitter. I got an account because my son was like, wow, there's so much happening on X, and he was getting attacked left and right. I'm a mom, so I'm like, I'm joining it. So I had 39 followers, and I saw some horrific, gross, disgusting
I would make that trade,
by some creepy man
Cloudy.
about Erica.
I would totally do that trade.
Made one comment, and my comment was, the truth is,
Shit.
I can tell
They
you
can take
for
my
a
vote
fact, she never leaves her
if I can keep my
children
tax money.
because her children are in such grave danger right now. They are always in her space. She can barely shower. She can barely brush her hair because she's so steeped in grief. And she's putting up with this while she's trying to carry on her husband's legacy. And this is happening. And that night, I didn't know how to turn off the notifications. I had over 400,000 responses, and so many of them were so vile and mean. I shut that account down.
Yeah, I've kind of talked about this before, but I'm just not big on having antichrists in my government.
JFK was assassinated. I was 4 years old.
Just not big on it.
And I remember the trauma and the heartache. And I don't mean to, I'm sorry for doing this, but I just wanted to share from our perspective. The grief is real. It's affecting real lives. This disgusting conspiracy game. Somebody called it a game, and that's what it is. And they're playing with lives, and it's hurtful. And the only thing I want to share is, Psalm 34:18. The Lord is close to
Define
the
Antichrist?
brokenhearted.
Anybody who believes that Jesus Christ is not Lord and Savior? That would be Antichrist, like the literal definition of Antichrist.
The Lord is with us. And if he's with us, we know he's with Erica. We know he's with them. We are blessed to serve an almighty God that cares that much, that he is actually with us just because our hearts are broken. So I just thank you. I thank
This is
you,
true.
Gary. I thank you, Jen. You guys are amazing. And I tell everybody about you. because you.
Antichrist. No, it can be a title.
And that's why, as I'm a mom, I'm seasoned, and
It can
I
be.
am not going to shut up. I'm not going to shut up. And people can say whatever they want to me about me. I don't care anymore. I'm not afraid because the Lord is with us. But anyway, that's all I want to say. Did I shut the internet down?
Anybody catch what she said?
Yeah,
No.
we may have lost Gary again.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
back.
you're good. Thank you, Devon.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm
no,
like, oh, I shut it down.
Anybody catch that?
thank you for sharing, Devon. That's really good, and I appreciate you. And you're right. Like, people need to stand up. They got to be courageous. Courage is contagious, but so is evil. And I think that's truth. And courage is the antidote to all this. And people got to stand up against this and not and I don't want to say not tolerated, but yeah, don't be tolerant of it. People have the right to speak.
No. I'm going to make my own shit. I'm not going to buy a maca hat from fucking Candace Owens.
And people aren't saying that nearly enough. Noni, I'm going to let you go next. 1963. Try to keep it under 2 minutes because I want to bring Mid Gray on here to talk about. Oh, and by the way, folks, if you haven't done so already, make sure you share this
Yes,
space.
get
I'd
Mid Gray in
appreciate
here.
that. So go share the
Gary,
space.
yeah, I know
And
Gary wasn't
yeah, Noni,
listening
go
either.
ahead.
Thanks, Gary. I do appreciate everything that you are doing. I've been watching you
That's why everybody was
since you
quiet when
first
she was
started,
done talking. They weren't even
acknowledging this and
aware
going
that,
after it.
like, oh crap, what'd
Have
she say?
much
We have to
respect.
shit. All
Thank
right,
you.
I got nothing.
Now I have to take it back to Candace. I'm sorry. Today I was watching on Artie Trolls live, watching her live, and she brought on this audio tape of a disguised voice. I don't know if you've heard about that or not, but
I
this
have.
is
I zoned
about
out
the
too,
guy
but I was just trying to read the chat.
had the camera that got the guy in the combat black and all that. She was asking
Yeah.
him, "Oh, so what kind of a caliber gun do you think it was?" And he goes, "Oh, I don't think it was very big. I think it was a 223." Is there a gun called a 223? I thought that was just bullets.
It's a caliber of
Gun.
rifle. It's probably not the way that I would say that, but I mean, I can understand that why people would say that.
So the voice was very disguised, and she did that on purpose. But I remember her talking about this guy in the very, very beginning, like just a few days after she started getting the
Yeah,
send
we
your
can
tips
be
to.
kind. I'm not saying hang them up by their toes. I just don't want them in my government. I don't want them making laws for me.
Thoughts on it if you hear it. But and then the other
Bring
thing
up be kind to the pagans. I'm not
make a
saying we
light
need to be
note
mean to
here,
the Jews
Artie was looking at her Maca
or the Muslims.
MACA
We can be
hats,
totally nice
and
to
one of
them.
them had a description
They just can't
underneath
have
it, and it
fucking
said
power.
"Make America Candace Again," but it has like a C. The C has a cross in it, and it's supposed to make it look like a G, but it's a cross. I would think it would say "Make America Christian Again," but anyway, I just thought that was kind of funny. She is
Yes,
so
she's definitely not
narcissistic.
working in that direction, I can tell you. So,
Yeah.
no,
Anyway,
thank you, Noni. I appreciate
all
that.
right. Thank you.
Mid grade, go ahead.
Yeah, but nicely. We're not going to whip them.
Yep.
Awesome.
They can still have all their
just real
bank
quick on
jobs.
that last comment as well. I mean, I have a hard
Don't
time.
get me
believing
started.
somebody-
I don't want
measured that out.
to
It was about
start
180
making Jew
yards.
jokes.
I have a hard time believing that he was able to make out the rifle from that distance.
Yeah.
I mean, even
Or
the video,
distinguish the
that's like
sound.
that's almost 2 football fields right there. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that
and
was
I've been,
wild.
on a
That
football
I didn't.
field.
All I saw was a clip of that. I didn't watch the full episode. I don't know what the full context of that was, but the clip that I saw of that was nuts. How she spun that the way she spun that.
Anyway,
Like she's reaching.
Before I get started, I was hoping that somebody could just fill me in on what happened last night on Andrew's space because I was unable to hear it.
I didn't watch it, so I don't know if anyone has
Bronson
has the speaker position.
Yeah, Tom took your thread and put it in the nest and then argued that, look, this proves basically that this isn't Tyler Robinson's car. And so Andrew and Mr. E were like going through the thread And they're like, what the hell? This doesn't prove anything you're saying. So I messaged Andrew and I was like, hey, that thing in the nest, that's mid-gray, and that thread actually proves that it kind of is Robinson's car. And he replied back, of course it does, LOL.
All right.
So
yeah,
was
he's never like commented on my posts, so I thought it was odd that he brought that up. So
yeah, no, he like because he shared it and was like, look, see. So I don't think he's even read the thread.
And I assume that most of these people haven't, you know.
Or he did. I mean, I know a lot of them struggle with reading comprehension. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. So you never know.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It's true. So I tossed a whole bunch of links in the comments section here for you guys. And for those that have heard me before or seen my elaborate analysis,
hey Ben, real quick, can you throw those up in the jumbotron?
Urban, I agree with this. I got a funny story about a IRL friend. So listen,
so
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not above a good Jew joke, okay? And neither is my IRL friend. In fact, we have some friends who are that, and we shit talk back and forth, right? Well, my IRL friend decided that he was going to do that. I don't know if it was 23andMe or whatever the hell it was, but one of those like ancestry things, right? He gets his results back. Come to find out he's like double-digit Ashkenazi.
There was, a few little identifiers that I realized were actually, it ended up, I got real excited at first.
I don't let him live that down to this day.
Something unique to that specific vehicle, but unfortunately it wasn't.
It's just right there with me.
And it was
just
something that was
steadily poking at
all those chargers,
poking at our Jewish buddies.
But
come to find out,
it's so
come to find out.
Start off with like a good
double-digit Ashkenazi. Oh shit!
So whether that's a photograph or a video file,
cooked.
What you notice a lot of times, these people that are sharing a lot of these theories that I'm debunking are just sharing like potato quality.
Yeah, he was like, so hey, I did an ancestry thing, right? I was like, yeah. He was like, I'm like 14% Ashkenazi. I was like, shut the fuck up. Now he pulled it up. I was like,
so really that was kind of the start of,
and he's really good with money too. So I was like, well, that
just trying to
that actually kind of tracks.
The best quality source material.
Actually kind of tracks. I'm not really that surprised.
Down, what specific things on this vehicle that,
and he's tall.
Unique,
he's like 6'2" or 6'3", big boy too. I don't know, probably about 300 pounds, 280 somewhere in there. And another friend that we have who's like he's real high percentage Ashkenazi. He's huge too. Giant dude.
Multi-post thread.
So I don't know if they have like giant blood or something.
And that's like an upgraded feature.
If they go back to the we're not.
Andrea's,
we're not going to go there. Never mind.
Search warrant. We got the VIN number. I could locate and confirm some details about that specific vehicle.
I do every time I see him.
As a base model.
Every time I see him, I ask him when the hell he's going to get his people out of here. Get him out of my government now.
Like an SXT, right? And there's also an SXT plus. And I'm currently trying to work down a lead there that might actually put this vehicle as an SXT plus, which would basically increase the likelihood.
Isn't Ben Shapiro Ashkenazi? He's pretty short.
That this is Tyler's vehicle. But regardless of all that, I noticed the wheels and the tires. So, essentially what I started doing was
I really wanted to listen to mid-grade. Shit. You guys are distracting me.
In 2013. And then I came up with that number. And then I was like, okay, well,
I feel like most ethnic Jews are atheist anyway.
Let's see here.
Most might be aggressive.
Mistakenly, I saw the SXT badge.
The two that I know, just personal. So this is just a personal anecdote, but the two that I know are atheists. So
I had used that as the confirmation, but it actually wasn't, because there's a lot of SXTs that don't have those, because it's not going to come like that from the factory. So that would be somebody that's just adding that badge on. And something I did miss as well.
AJ did
the rear spoiler.
Oh, he's explaining the car stuff.
From my understanding, I still need to confirm this, but the base SXT model, not the Plus, wouldn't have.
I'm assuming you just mean like physically built different, right?
And then so basically, I really just started trying to whittle this down,
because for the most part, I think just are built different anyway. Don't they generally have like per capita like the highest or the second highest IQs? I think maybe Koreans have like the highest IQs per capita
from the list.
But I think the Jews are like right fucking there.
Manufactured. And then at that point, I mean, I was down. I'm gonna have to look at my numbers here on the post. Does somebody have that handy where they could just?
Oh, you definitely started it. I didn't start this shit.
No, which post was it?
This was the original post. Hold on, I can find it real quick.
Real quick, Mid, because I know, one of the biggest points of contention was obviously where it looks like.
Better yet, imagine being a Korean Jew who's broke and stupid.
Understand what you're saying regarding
Am I
the
right?
low frame rate. Can you just kind of break that down and debunk that? And then I believe you had another picture that you posted that showed a clearer picture where it's very clear that it doesn't have that quad exhaust, that division in between the exhaust pipes.
Yeah, sure. So basically the first thing I realized that, these pictures that were floating around with the quad tip exhaust claims were that there was like an obvious ghosting. So it wasn't like,
it's not, they're not all, it's just a per capita thing. Like there's still going to be dumb ones.
Other parts of the vehicle that were ghosted as well. And one thing I knew from the rooftop video was that, this was a 10 frames per second CCTV camera. And whenever you're dealing with a camera like that, I mean, this is, part of the issue that we have with the rooftop video as well, is that
chat's starting to go in a
like whenever you have fast motion,
bit of a direction here.
And in particular, it's going to be susceptible to artifacting,
the Tartarians were
all kinds of things, especially when things are moving fast. So, when he's running on the rooftop video, it's like, it's not fluid motion. You're kind of seeing this
extended motion blur.
Yeah. And it's not even really motion blur. It's just kind of like,
Asian jokes are the best.
Essentially like what the camera's doing is
they're the best,
duplicating these frames for playback. So, it's creating this this effect that's causing, and you'll notice.
Have a good night, Adrian.
Like
I've seen every one of your comments.
In. I mean, it's right by the camera, and it's going at a relatively good speed. But then as it starts to slow down, like that ghosting goes away, and you can clearly make out dual exhaust. And then further down in the parking garage, whenever he's at that, I guess it's the level 2 where he's getting ready to park the vehicle. I've linked 4 frames in the X space here of that, and it's very clear that it's dual exhaust, right? I confirmed that through Grok expert mode. I mean, it's one of those things where you want to, I made sure to just share the, I've got a 5K monitor where I'm taking a screenshot of 1080p video, and these are like over 10 megabyte files that I'm looking at, and I'm able to zoom in on that, and you can clearly make out the exhaust. But just for transparency, I wanted to just include the full image there.
Is there still
But
a Trillion and Uncle
one of the
Tom
things
space going
too,
on?
I tried to not bore everybody with it, but it's like, you've got all kinds of other issues going on.
Oh, they got that
video
Leslie
compression,
woman in
shutter
there. I
speed,
don't like
low
her at
light
all.
situations, just illusory lighting, people seeing shadows.
Why is
and
she the
highlights,
host?
thinking it might
It's like
be,
they don't want people in there, so they just tell her to
a
host
quad
it.
tip exhaust. But I think it's very, very clear that it is not quad tip exhaust. It's dual tip, and which is standard on that vehicle. It's like
Wait. What do you mean?
If getting a
you're gonna have to fill me in, Noah. I don't get the
performance
joke.
exhaust, on a Challenger.
Ask him
that's
if
not
he's
even possible.
rewatched Richie Rich
particular
yet.
vehicle, with that V6. So that's
Or
something
refresh
for
my
the-
memory
the
because I'm
Hemi
drawing
engines.
a blank.
So,
Because I absolutely
yeah,
will.
and
I
it's,
just don't want to go in
I've seen people
completely
just-
blind as to
they're
what
like,
I'm talking
well,
about.
this is
Bednar's
obviously
speed
like
content.
round,
I
it's
agree.
not
Oh, he is in
square
there.
Like
Shoot.
because like if you look
Shoot,
at the
Bednar's
actual,
is
like,
one of my favorite.
like a stock image
Blake's
from
the
that
best.
vehicle, it's kind of like
That dude is.
it's like rounded on
He
the
is
edges,
so convinced he's
but
got it
it's-
figured
it's
out.
kind of it's pretty wide, so it's not like a round, and it's not like an oval necessarily.
Flared.
Yeah, it's kind of flared. And so but like what you're seeing, like why you don't really see that in the video.
We're
itself,
just
too,
talking
it
about the
has to
movie,
do with
right?
distortion from that camera, because those CCTV cameras, they're
Have a good
all
night, Daniel.
wide angle cameras, because they're trying to capture everything. Because if you had a
Tyler Robinson's car,
let's just say it was like like a 50 millimeter lens, which is kind of more closer to like the human eye, like what we see in our vision. It's like
Right.
you're not going to get a lot of information, so that's why they use these wide angle lenses in these cameras, because they want to make sure to
okay,
capture
so
everything,
it's
'cause
just a joke
it's not
between
really
you and him.
for,
Do you want me to be like, hey,
capturing
Noah's
the
wondering
absolute best
if
quality.
you've
It's
rewatched
for
Richie Rich
documenting
yet?
everything that's going on. So
Quantity over quality.
exactly. And another thing to think about is just like, they've got they've got to store so much information.
You said yes, but I
that's
don't know
why
if
a
that
lot of
was a
times
yes
these are,
to the
like, low
the
frame
last question I
rates,
just asked you.
and they're smaller
Or if it
cameras with
was-
smaller sensors, and they have to, like, they're recording like a day's worth of footage at a time typically. So and I would say
so
these cameras in particular as
mostly
well are not,
Irish,
like,
English,
great, there's
but
definitely better
German and Polish
cameras
as well.
but
And then
I
I'm sure there's a
firmly
few other
believe
little
that
drips of something in there.
when Heidi at KSL says that you can see someone taking the shot, like, I believe that, because
You're gonna make me say rewatched
what
Richie
people don't
Rich
really
yet.
understand is that we're looking at like a fourth generation
Just
file,
like that.
like, most likely. I'm
That's
just
that's
guessing
almost
here,
a tongue
but it's like,
twister. Rewatched Richie Rich.
you've got to think about it like
Rewatched
you've got
Richie
a
Rich.
CCTV
Maybe
camera that's shooting at 10 frames per second with not a great sensor. Okay.
Now
it's
that
gonna
I've
have
said it
its
a
own
few times, when I
compression
do get in
that
there to say
camera.
it, I'm gonna fuck that up.
And then like UVU security is going to take
Yeah,
that
just a couple
from
little
that
drips of
day-long
something else.
clip, most likely.
Couple
that
little
day-long
drips.
video file, and then they're going to trim that down for evidence, right, to hand over to investigators.
Like
And so
like
the process of
Norwegian.
doing that is going to
I'm-
add compression.
I'm sure there's a drip or two
And then,
of Norwegian in there.
Then the investigators are going to potentially
Rewatched
trim that down further,
Richie
again,
Rich.
to present in court, because they're not going to show.
She was the
like,
best. I
you
hope
know,
they
you can
call her
tell there
back
were
at
edits,
trial.
There were multiple cameras, multiple edits going on, so they've got to kind of create their own sequence and export that file off. So that's compression. And then you've got KSL in the courtroom, and they're shooting. They'll have a nice video camera, but you've got a projector and a projection screen that the video is playing on, and they're
Yeah,
just
so
all they're doing is
the
shooting the
Irish and
screen,
English comes
right?
a lot from
So
my
you've
dad's
got,
side, And then on my mother's side,
potential
there's
quality
Irish,
with
and then
the projector, the screen,
quite a bit of
then,
German.
That gets uploaded to YouTube.
Like her
and then it's
maiden, my
uploaded to
mother's
YouTube
maiden
after,
name
which
is
is another
a
level of
crazy
compression.
ass sounding
And,
German name.
KSL would have had to edit that.
But my grandparents,
that video file,
like
down
on my
as
mother's
well,
side, did not like they don't
So it's
speak
just like
German, but they have
what we're
one of the
seeing
most
is just
aggressive German
so
sounding
far
names I've ever heard.
from the original source material.
Starts with a Z.
And whenever we're seeing that kind of stuff as the public, it's like we're not getting the full picture, so we do have to rely in some sense on the people testifying to this, to the people witnessing this in court, so it's but even with like I spent a lot of time just trying to get the best quality footage I could, and even then it's very clear that this is the same configuration as Tyler Robinson's vehicle in the garage surveillance.
Ireland is so fun. Haven't been.
So it's one of those things where even though we're limited, there are still ways that we can try to confirm all this.
Shit, hold on.
All right, so I mean, like, so far, any of the issues that
I
people
missed
have
it,
brought
Noah.
up
CJ made me
with
miss
the
it.
footage, have
I had an
you
opening.
found them to be valid, or what are your
It's hard to
concerns
follow
about the
mid-grade without
footage?
visuals. Yeah,
Do you feel like it's a positive match to
Definitely
Tyler
sounds like he knows what
Robinson
he's talking
and
about, though.
It's like, how did you go about that? Because now we're dealing with a 2013 Charger. You've confirmed that is indeed a 2013 Charger, right?
I should just hop in there and completely fucking
So
derail
I mean,
this.
that has
Did
to
you
be pretty
rewatch
rare.
Richie
A gray
Rich?
one has to be pretty rare. I mean, are we
And-
saying that the feds came up with? I'd almost like to hear somebody's argument on this. Like, are we saying that the feds came up with a matching car?
And I should correct myself. So technically, it could it could also be a 2012 or 2014. Technically, okay.
Got it.
But
just from visually, if you don't want to say that this is the VIN number, it visually matches a 2012 or a 2014.
Yeah, or 2013, right? So,
yeah.
But when I ran all my numbers, I mean, I was actually very conservative.
Yeah, F England
million claim, and if we had included those other 2 years, which that would be a total of 15 vehicles matching that configuration in Utah total, right? And so if we had added those, then that would have been actually closer to the 1 in a million claim.
Well,
and not only that,
AJ
I also
especially.
didn't even include the fact that 5% of total vehicles that Dodge produces leave the country, right? So I didn't even include that in these calculations either. So I'm obviously not making the claim, right, that like this is his vehicle 100%, right? Like I
yeah, I'm
cannot
gonna have to
see a license plate, okay, but
everybody's in their own.
I think the
echo
statistical
chambers tonight,
probability
apparently.
kind of speaks for itself.
No, makes perfect sense. Folks, if you're not following Mid-Grade, make sure you follow Mid-Grade. If you're not following Vaughn, like everybody in this chat, Bronson, Zach, Nate, your YouTuber, Jen, the producer, Jane Doe's down there, the Cold-Blooded Christian, all these folks are putting out good. Little House is down there. Eco, you freaking weirdo. Talking son of a gun down there, listening, creeping around.
Eco's in here?
Eco's in there. He's down there,
Hey.
freaking, not even asking to talk. I can't even believe it.
Unreal. I got a question for Mid-Grade quick, if you don't mind.
Oh, go ahead.
Mid-Grade, Noah was wondering if you have rewatched Richie Rich yet.
Not yet. No, it's definitely on the list though, for sure. Bro has a McDonald's in his house. Like, come
on. Nate, go ahead.
There you go. He hasn't fucking watched it.
Mid does amazing work, audio, video. It's been alleged that I am Mid-Gray and he is me.
Yeah, Cold-Blooded asked to be made speaker. So I reached out to Obscure Moderator, and he sent him an invite, and Cold-Blooded just never took it. Like he came in, he was in the chat, he was like, hey, will you ask Gary if I can talk? I was like, yeah, I think we can figure that out.
I just want to let people know.
There's just
it's
nothing.
like, you
He's
know,
still
like,
listening.
I really pay attention to.
I don't know if he fell asleep maybe with the
pattern
spaces going.
recognition, to trends.
I've done that.
And there is definitely a clear momentum shift in the narrative right now. This post that I was discussing, you know, currently has, it was published on
The
July
AI
13th.
videos are not nice.
It had 45,000 views on this. And, you know, you could compare that to John Bray, who had a post that same day. And I think it was at around 29,000 views. Okay. So this was like a clear momentum shift.
I see.
You know, when I'm looking at that data. And, you know, this is an account. I mean, he's got an account that's got 45,000 followers. I've got 1,400.
I don't know if you can raise your hand if
I
you're
just
not
really
a
wanna
speaker.
stress to everybody that, you know, don't let people deceive you into thinking that you have to play their game, because the momentum side with all this, and, you know, you just gotta have faith.
I'm
and
looking.
Be brave.
I'm looking,
and
K-Posto.
You don't need to
I'm
go
looking.
mindlessly into these comment sections and spaces.
Just for
you know, you can let
reference,
these people
I'm
come to
looking
us
at the
if they
image
wanna
of
have
Benny
something to say.
Johnson, Gary, and Tatum.
Sage advice. Sage advice.
Hey, Gary, I'm not saying he's you, but I am saying that we've never seen you both in the same room at the same time.
It is. There's a chance.
Hey, Gary,
Yeah, go ahead.
is anyone going to address the newest conspiracy theory
What is the newest conspiracy theory?
There's a new one.
that
There's a new
Tyler
one?
Robinson was really Erica Kirk's stepbrother?
Oh, that one's disgusting.
Yeah, it's horrific. And I posted about it this morning before it started going around. And it has gone all over TikTok, all over Facebook, and I've seen a couple posts about it on X. But they're
I didn't
saying
see
that
that
it
many
wasn't really
posts
Tyler
on
Robinson,
X
it
about it.
was Erica's stepbrother,
I think Project Constitution
which
is the only one that I
again
saw
is
posting it.
just monstrous.
Yes, that
Yeah,
that is
I
true.
will tell you, I reported every single one of the posts that I saw on that last night, because that's just disgusting.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
like so
couldn't
they
agree
showed
more.
pictures of
Nate, go
the
ahead.
stepbrother or whatever it is, and then they're like, "Oh, look, this could be Tyler Robinson."
Earlier when the
From what I
Israel
saw,
guy came in, right? Like that, and it's good because you didn't do this. But typically, what happens is, you know, those guys will come in and they'll change the whole narrative. Like you got a couple subjects up in the prompt,
Yeah.
and they'll come in and they'll just kind of throw a grenade in the conversation, and they'll derail it and turn it into something else, right? So it's good that like once you finally got sick of them, we went back to, you know,
the prompt.
Yeah, get back on subject, because that's the goal of those guys. Like they're not really interested in your opinion about Israel. They already have theirs, and they don't give a
No,
shit.
of course not. They think they're gonna cut that's some flex. Like they think they're gonna cut that and like, oh my god, look what
literally,
Gary said or whatever.
literally
But I wanna
goes with everything. Doesn't matter. He will post it and he will claim that it's like basically fact.
But I also know who my friends are and who my enemies are. And don't talk to me about Israel if you're not talking about China, Russia, and many of our other enemies that are much more imminent threats than anything that Israel has to offer. But no, I hear you.
Yeah, and I don't want to do it now. You know what I mean?
Great.
Even because we're kind of going back,
Freaking
but yeah, no,
troll in
I'm
the
glad you
chat.
brought up quad tips, because when I saw that in the prompt, I'm like, what the fuck is a quad tip? What is that? And then I was like, oh, quad tip exhaust. Okay. So I had no idea this whole time what quad tips were. I was sitting here in very anxious anticipation. And then it was not that exciting when I got there.
He thought it was something a Z-Pack wouldn't cure.
What the fuck is
Let's see
quad
who we got
tips?
next.
When are we gonna get to the
This
quad
is
tips?
My alt. I already gave you.
I don't know.
Speaking
Like
permissions.
how can you come
Or
up
Daisy,
with
go ahead.
new shit every week when nothing new has really happened?
Daisy. All right, this is my alt. You go ahead.
Hey, what's going on?
What's
Hey,
happening?
question. What do you think about Diligent's new kind of testimony from one of the employees from the smokehouse
What?
barbecue,
Mhm.
where they're showing that apparently he arrived, right before like um 9 and then exited there just before 10. So that would kind of make that timeline where those that police officer, I guess, intercepted him around 12:40, 12:43 ish. That would make that really slim, if not impossible.
Yeah, so we actually covered this earlier, and I can tell you, I talked to someone from that area. Um, that's very close to that location, to say the least. And long story short, and we verified this, by the way, that it's not a 2 hour and 45-minute drive. It's more like a 2 hour drive if you use the back roads. And what this person from that area brought up is most people from that area would take the back roads. It would actually be quicker. It's shorter distance, and the speed limits along those roads, especially during that time, they were saying like, "Hey, there's no cops there," and obviously somebody that just murdered somebody. So, number one, first and foremost, there are other eyewitnesses from that area that aren't convinced that that was ever Tyler Robinson to begin with. Number two, we know that
I don't know how to do it if you can. Every
specifically
time
to
I'm a
that
listener, it doesn't give me the
incident,
option to raise my hand.
Diligent has lied.
I
He already
can
had to do a retraction.
do
He
a
lied.
laughing
Other people
face. I can
that
do 100.
that he
I can
talked
do a
to
few other
that
things, but I
said
can't
he lied
raise
through
my
his
hand.
teeth on most of that, what's going on with that. But regardless, fact is like the timeline's not as tight. I don't know. We haven't confirmed that it's Tyler Robinson to begin with. There's people that believe that, I mean,
All right, guys, I'm going to
and,
go
and
to
this goes
the
back to something we
bathroom
brought up
quick.
earlier too. What
And if
Diligent and
this
all these
doesn't
people are
get
saying is like,
a little
we can't
crazy, I think we'll
confirm
hop
that's
into
Tyler. Look how crappy those photos are.
we'll hop into
So based on
Leslie's
those
and
photos,
see if
they're
we can get
okay
some
to
things
believe
going.
somebody in that diner is
Be right back.
positively IDing them from the photos. That seems to be a logical fallacy. Fine, but
Yeah, it
even
should
if
be
it,
ruled in or ruled out, right?
yeah,
Obviously, like, yeah, I
but
mean, I think
but
there should be some questioning on it from either side. I think
well,
now that it's kind of public
and
and yeah.
the FBI has addressed that. They have been there. They've talked to people. Uh, they do know they would be able to subpoena that debit card. We only get the last four. That's only going to indicate whether it was Visa or MasterCard or whatever else. So, you know, there's no indication there. But even it doesn't contradict the timeline, one way or the other. So I think that's kind of where we're at with that.
Okay, well, it may or may not, but I mean, like with all that driving, that the guy had to fuel up at least a couple times. I mean, within those few days, and
Well,
here's
he
the
was
other thing
also
that
at Dairy Queen at what, like 6:45 or something like that.
I mean, I don't think that anybody has corroborated that at all. So I don't
Yeah.
think anybody can put any weight into that whatsoever because that could be a totally different day. I mean, shoot, you could say it's the same day as he said his acceptance speech for getting that scholarship because he was wearing the same damn outfit. You could say it was the same day, right?
Well, and look, at the end of the day, I mean, we have
Maybe I should share the space.
like, why would, if he was there and this is his alibi, why didn't his defense bring this up? And no matter what, you still have to reconcile all the other evidence that is there. And then, even with the photos that
Probably
were
should have did
there,
that an
where we
hour
see
ago.
him there, Lance Twiggs positively ID'd
I
him
don't
and
think
said,
it's
"Hey,
been like officially verified.
definitely looks like Tyler Robinson." So he's positively
Didn't
ID.
Lance do both though? He, I guess, said that kind of looks like Tyler Robinson, but then he also said, you know what, based on this, I cannot say one way or the other that is
No, no, no. He
Tyler
said on
Robinson.
the top photos, he was showing the top photos first, and he said, "I can't really tell 100%. It looks like him, but I can't tell 100%." But then he
Yeah,
said those bottom two photos definitely
Definitely.
look like him.
look
Definitely
more
look
like
like him.
yeah. I mean, and here's the other thing is that like I can't believe nobody is talking about Lance Twiggs. Like, I can't believe that
What is
TPUSA, if they want to get to the bottom of this, Lance
what is there
Twig
to
isn't
talk
part
about?
of that conversation because this man's got his hands on everything Tyler also had his hands on. And apparently his alibi was sleepy time, in the morning.
Well, not
And
the rifle
I
though.
mean, just to assume that they're like, oh, they looked into him and now he's got some kind of a limited immunity and because he gave up some information, looks like he's in the clear. I was like, are you serious? I mean, when this all happened, you're talking about like internet, social media, conspiracy groups like
Yeah,
that were
I don't know. I'm
forming
not sure.
about planning this before it
Yeah.
happened and all
No,
this blah
I
blah
brought that
blah.
up
So
earlier.
where is the big vigor into looking into that aspect rather than just saying, hey, this guy who had no history of being radical whatsoever, just all of a sudden is like hate rules of hate overtook him and he just went for it. Because he had
I mean, to be fair,
he's been
you
planning this
don't
whole
have a
thing
history of being radical until you become radical, right?
for I think about 10, 11 days before it actually took place. So,
No,
he
it
could have
was
he
it
could have been
was it
planning
was it
something,
was it
but it
was
wasn't
longer than that.
there. Well, he could have been planning something, but it wasn't
Well,
at that campus
right.
because
I think he will be. He has limited immunity. So I think he'll probably still end up being charged with something.
I mean, but not that wasn't
That's
widespread.
2 weeks.
That wasn't widespread. I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's like a lot of things like had to come. This man showed no signs of radicalization. Lance Twiggs has never even he even admitted he had no discussions about anything about that man, Charlie Kirk, or anything whatsoever, really, regarding
I
politics
mean,
or gender identity politics or anything like that. So it's like interesting that Lance Twiggs is just kind of like,
it's
yeah, let's just
interesting.
let that go. Let's let that go.
I mean, it's interesting, but I mean, ultimately, we got to go where we can sit here and speculate all day, but
We
I mean,
just
at the end
gotta
of
we just gotta
Where's
go
the
with what we're
evidence?
told and
No,
just
the
say, yeah,
evidence.
suck it up,
Where
let it
the
No,
go.
evidence
you're
the
leads.
whole what
assuming that he isn't being looked into. Limited immunity doesn't mean that he's off the hook. It means that they
yeah,
can't charge him for specific things. You can bet your bottom dollar that he's got something lined up, that they have something for him afterwards. The fact that
and
they're trying Tyler right
That's the
now
thing is I
doesn't
can't
mean that.
assume any of these things. I mean, you can't assume any of this stuff
Well, you
at this
can
point,
with
really.
limited
You can't
immunity.
assume.
But you're assuming that they're not looking into him or they don't have something in line with
I'm
him.
assuming
Just because
I'm telling you, I haven't heard anything about him besides him giving a interesting testimony, on video. I mean, it's just so bush league, like,
I mean,
when it comes
most
to
active
this.
shooting events have no predicate to them. I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, lots of people do these things in a vacuum. And I agree with you. I think it is highly unlikely that Lance Twigs didn't know about what was going on. I suspect that they had some sort of, that there was, the way that some of those text messages were laid out, I think was to exonerate. But what I can tell you is you better believe that they've looked at an alibi for Lance Twigs. I mean, they're going to have his phone. They're going to know when those texts were sent.
There's a
They're going to
comment
know
in
exactly
here.
where that phone was when
There it
he
is.
sent those texts. I mean, all this stuff's been looked into. Now, as
Oh
far
yeah, and
as
if I was a
whether or
smart
not he
kid,
was there or
I
not.
I wouldn't
Now,
bring
as
my
far
phone
as,
with me everywhere I went either if I was going to do some shit,
but what I'm
I
saying
would leave it
is
somewhere and be
he
ready to
sent
do something
texts.
with it when I needed to do it at a certain location,
What I'm
you
saying
know.
is he sent texts and received texts like when some of this stuff was going on.
Like at 4:30 p.m.
No, I mean, Charlie Kirk was murdered at 12:23. And I
Right.
guarantee,
And
and so
he was sleeping, right? And then he woke up at 1, and then he had
okay.
a text exchange with Tyler Robinson, right?
So,
Between
but he can't get
somewhere at 4:30ish.
he can't get to Orem to where he was in an hour,
4:30. I thought
right?
there wasn't a text until 11 o'clock that
We're
night.
assuming we know exactly everything we have to know about those text messages. But
But I'm saying, do you
Mm.
not believe that the FBI vetted the fact that whether or not he sent the text and received text and there was communications going on where he was? And so that would identify where he was, therefore giving him an alibi. And there's no way that if he woke up at 1 and started messing with his phone, there would be a log of that. And you guarantee you that he did. I mean, he's going to wake up and start doing whatever he does on his phone, just like everybody else does. And so Charlie Kirk was killed at 12:23. He's at home at 1 p.m. He can't get from Orem to where they live. It's a 3.5 hour drive in 30 minutes.
I mean, how would those texts be sent otherwise then?
What?
They wouldn't be.
It's impossible? No, it's definitely possible. I
No,
mean, it's
how
definitely
are you gonna send a text from like look? I mean, if you want to
You're his
believe,
gay
I
lover.
thought that was the day.
You know,
That was the
he's
same
what?
day.
he's got another
No,
gay
what I'm
lover.
saying is they can forensically
I'm
analyze a
just
phone
making
and they can tell
assumptions.
what they can forensically analyze a phone and they can tell what was happening on that phone at certain times. They can tell where that phone was, geolocation at certain times.
Yeah, I mean, it could have stayed at his house. That's for sure. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
What I'm saying
Just to clear this up quick, AJ. Think we're all good.
For sure.
And you think
Just
so?
in
There was
case you
another
thought
person.
like the back and forth we
We're
were
just gonna
having
add
was
layers of this.
meant
It
We
can't
don't
be
have
ruled
any.
out at this
I mean,
point because we don't have
just
enough
wanted to
sure we
clarify
information
can.
that.
about it.
Sure we can. Any like I can't rule out
We
that
don't
you
have
weren't
enough
Okay.
involved.
information about
I
the
don't have enough
phone and the
information that you weren't there.
metadata that
I don't have
apparently.
enough information that you were there. You could have
No,
been
you're
there.
right.
But
Exactly.
what I'm saying
Yeah.
is we don't a lack of evidence is evidence for something that didn't happen. There is no evidence that Lance Twiggs was there. There's no even indication that he once was there. If you want to talk about foreknowledge possible, like yeah, I'm willing to go
Well, to
down that
be,
route.
It
But he
just
was
has
there.
there was a
on
lot of
all
stuff that
the
happened at the pretrial. They may have listened to it.
items
I find that
that were
people did listen
found
to it and they get a lot of the
near
Well, they lived
information
there.
incorrect. Like they interpreted it incorrectly.
DNA on it. Like,
Yeah,
if
but
it didn't
I
have
mean,
his DNA on it, I
what
would be more
did you
suspicious.
would you say that lined up with the degradation, that degradation
89 to
that was found?
95% of the DNA was Tyler Robinson's versus 5 to 11% of Lance Twiggs.
That's
It lines up
possible.
perfectly,
Yeah.
actually.
I thought she said it was the other way around.
You're misinformed. That's incorrect, and that's what I run into all the time. Like we have all these conspiracy theorists that believe all this horse shit,
Well,
and
I
the
think
reason they
didn't she
do
correct
is
herself or something? But
no, she did correct herself. He was asked again because it was kind of a weird answer the way that she laid it out in percentages, and then the prosecutor came up and said, just to be clear, that was 89%. What was the 89%? Oh, that was Tyler Robinson.
I'm a
What
little
was the
curious.
95%
Like
of the other?
they're all of a sudden super concerned with Lance Twiggs, right? Lance Twiggs' DNA is not on the rifle. The only thing that had his DNA was the towel and the Dremel, maybe the screwdriver, but it wasn't on the instrument used to unalive Charlie Kirk. So maybe he was more involved. It sounds like the authorities at least think so. If they're giving him limited immunity, that means they're probably going to charge him with something.
You thought it was the opposite a minute
it
ago.
doesn't. It's not really.
I mean, the reality
it's
is
just
you
one of
didn't
the
watch.
things.
Hold on. The reality here is you didn't watch the hearing. The reality is that you're hearing this for second or third hand, and you're going with whatever you're told. So this is the
Right.
problem.
Just to be clear, there's like I'm not. You know what I'm saying?
So now you believe
when it
something
comes
that
to the
isn't
Jew
true,
thing.
and this is the problem from the very
There's some
beginning of this whole
freaks.
thing.
And
I didn't
am
say
not
anything
one
as a
of
matter
those
of fact.
freaks.
All I
Well, you
said,
did.
all I asked, all I asked was
And then I
was the
asked you, did you
degradation.
watch the hearing? And then I asked you,
Most of
did you watch the hearing?
most of
And
my
you
shit is
lied.
You
just
told
You
me,
lied.
jokes.
and I
You lied.
said, and I
You
asked you
lied
if,
and said you
if she
watched
It's
the
said
really
it
hearing.
not to be
incorrectly.
taken too literally.
The fact is, you're
So
willing to lie to push the narrative, and that's shameful.
that's
And
absolutely
that's what we're
incorrect.
dealing with.
That's
No, that's
absolutely incorrect.
exactly what you
I
did.
mean, no.
All right.
Why'd he cut that guy off?
Nate,
That was
go
fun.
ahead. These people just lie.
So look, Gary, we're gonna play a game, and it's gonna called. I'm gonna
Play
make
it
up
all
some
night
random
long.
shit. I'm gonna make up some random shit, and then you have
Well,
to
if they
disprove
want
it.
Twigs to be involved, how did it happen then?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
You know what I mean?
like oh,
Listen,
now we're
nobody's
suspicious of
proven to
Lance
me
Twigs.
that
It's
it
okay. How did
wasn't an
Lance do it?
alien from outer
Well, maybe
space that
he's the
killed
one
Charlie
who
Kirk.
shot.
But
Okay,
no, and
It was
you
no
can't prove
DNA
that.
on the gun. They only got one gun.
It was an
There's
invisible
only one
laser from a
shot.
Jew base on the moon.
It's a 30 caliber
Absolutely.
round.
100%.
What are we gonna do about
We need
that?
to check the lunar cycles and see if the moon was in line
I
to
don't
be able to
understand
take
why
it.
they haven't gone with this. It could have been
Lance
a weather
is
balloon that was so high that
a Fed asset to pin it on the innocent Tyler Robinson, who's not screaming to the heavens that it was Lance Twigs,
playing with a dreidel.
the dude that he was. You know what I'm saying?
Push the theory because that would drive Candace bonkers trying to figure that in her head.
But yeah,
So, you know, like I don't get it. I don't understand the theory here.
Yeah, Jewish
I don't
dinosaurs.
understand it at all. Was Tyler Robinson honey-dicked by Lance Twigs? And he's just going to take it? Just going to take the death penalty?
And that last guy said
For
something about it, but he said TPUSA doesn't seem to be investigating this. And
yeah,
it's like,
that
because
tracks.
they're not fucking investigators. Why is that so hard to figure out? Like, I
I
wouldn't
haven't
call
seen
my
them
plumber.
issue a subpoena to one person.
Yeah, I wouldn't call a plumber for a fucking electrical issue either. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. It'd be like, why isn't my plumber fixing my wiring? Because that's not his fucking job. This is not complicated. Like, they are going to, like, I don't get it. I think it's because they fancy themselves like, you know,
Yeah.
like self-appointed Nancy Drews.
Yeah.
So they're like, well, then TPUSA has got to be like, they got money and shit. They got to be like ultra Nancy Drew, like super
Ultra.
Nancy Drew.
Super.
Well,
And
you
it's
know
like,
who
no,
does?
they're not. That's not
You know
their
who
job.
does have a lot of money that could hire real investigators, that could hire real experts in every
Candace Owens.
single.
Candace
It's
Owens.
Candace Owens, and she hasn't done it. All she does is rely
Yeah.
on other retards that are out there
Well, you know why?
sending her tips.
Where is it?
It's
right here.
because she doesn't know, but she knows.
No, but she knows.
As an informant, yes. As somebody to plan and do a no.
Go ahead.
No, they'll you know what I mean? They'll bring in all kinds of tweakers and shit for informants, but they're not like going to have them plan and carry out any type of like no.
They spent James spent a lot of time working on them, so yeah, I would definitely check them out.
Awesome.
CJ coming back in with 5 gifted.
Daisy, go
Appreciate
ahead.
it. Everybody
We
W's
got
for
several
CJ.
requests. Everybody try to keep it pithy, and we will try to get through as many people as we possibly can.
Are there more requests?
Daisy? Or to Daisy?
No.
The Whole Truth 12?
What up, buddy?
What's happening?
Nothing. I just joined in. You should let somebody else speak before. So I requested before I had anything to say. My bad.
Okay, no worries. I'll just mute your mic and I'll bring it back up.
What's he got to say? He's got to have American, Jew, Zionist, mega. Oh, he ain't gonna have nothing to say.
Rissa F.
Who is this?
Rissa,
Who is this?
welcome to the show.
Okay. Never mind.
Hello.
What's happening?
Hey. I'll be quick. I just wanted to say, so what you were talking about with that last guy,
Rissa.
I can't remember what his name was.
No one does. No one remembers.
This is such a
And,
friendly chat. Gary boots all the
over and over again.
Gary boots all the fun ones.
Robinson and
just kicks him out, talks
just
to him
left
for
it
like
at
10
that,
minutes, shits on him, and then boots
they're
him.
not investigating anything else, and that's not true because I have to credit Jane Doe, for this, but because she's so great at posting court documents and keeping everybody informed on actual facts of what's going on. But in one of the court documents that the defense filed, and I have it pulled up, and just
hold on. What do you
just
mean?
a second.
What's going on with you two?
So in one of the court documents that the defense filed, in a footnote, it says, while Mr. Robinson has already been charged with the aggravated murder of Mr. Kirk, 2 separate criminal investigations.
Take a shocker. I have gone through Baron stuff. I was making videos on Baron before Baron Coleman was Baron Coleman. And I would post them, and like, I don't know, I think when I was going through his stuff, he maybe had like 20,000 subs. He didn't have anywhere near the traction he does now. But I would make videos going through and debunking his garbage. And it, like, nobody would watch it because nobody had any idea who the hell he was.
Or, I mean,
so it's been a little bit since I've done a Baron Coleman one.
When people say, that they're not, they're not looking into anything else, they're not looking into Lance Twigs. The defense actually says there are still 2 ongoing investigations that are expected to last a while. So, what that means, I don't know, but it sounds like they are not done investigating other involvement.
I personally took that to mean that they're investigating the other charges of the obstruction by Tyler, but it could be parallel investigation into others.
Should we go listen to the crazies?
Yeah, I don't know. It's vague,
I wonder if
but
they'll let me talk.
I don't think it's fair to say that they're not that they're not investigating anything else at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we know,
Agree.
and I don't think we would know
No.
what other investigations
No, it is not
taking
my fault. I
place.
just told you.
And
Nobody
you know,
watched those
so
videos.
I mean,
Nobody saw
again,
them.
they've neither confirmed nor
It was
denied.
Gary's fault.
No one has come out and said the investigation is over with. But again, we're now in this, internet social media society where we feel like we need a news feed directly from the FBI or the SBI, where they're giving us facts, information, evidence, and they're clearing it with us first before it's like, hey, do you guys believe this? And then they send it on and get it ready for trial. That's not how any of this works. I think we've been given so much information. I've never seen this amount of evidence been revealed before a trial. I just haven't. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything to that.
It's funny
No,
because
absolutely not.
they use that point as making it suspect. Like the fact that this is unprecedented. There's never been this much evidence presented in a probable cause hearing. That's sus.
Very strict
What?
rules back then. Where like if people weren't named as a main suspect in mainstream media, you couldn't bring them up. You couldn't dox them. You can do any of that. And then, the different groups and platforms and Facebook and all of that started, and
All right.
conspiracy theories and accusations
Hold on.
towards innocent
Let me
people
let me peep this quick
wild,
and see what
and
they're saying.
it happens in almost like every high profile case I've followed, but this is by far the worst one I've seen.
And can I just add, it's a good point that all these people, I think Tucker Carlson
They're
made
talking
a
shit.
statement the other day that, oh, they're not investigating this or that. They don't announce what they're investigating because that would also tip off the subjects of the investigation to maybe start hiding the evidence and stuff. So usually investigators don't just tell the public, oh, this is our current line of investigation.
I feel like
Stupid. Should be able to go in multiple spaces.
So I can be there when Blake goes live. I never get to listen or talk to that schmuck. People have to send me those lives.
Hey,
Yeah,
look,
just get a burner account. Just get a burner account, but make it Blackline too. Like, don't try to be anonymous, and then just join with that with a same profile. Like that would be sent. Like, link it up to your account so you have it on standby. Is what I'd recommend.
I'm getting
That's not a bad idea.
a notification on my phone right now saying that Furman is speaking. So, so he's speaking to him right now. But yeah.
How do you know?
Anyway,
How do y'all know if you've been? How do I know if I've been blocked from something? How do I find?
They're talking
the
about
comments. I find people when the
creating alt accounts to be able to get into the spaces, it sounds like.
someone makes a comment and then underneath it, it's blocked out that you can't comment on their comment. Then you know you've probably been blocked. So you go to their profile. If you click on their profile, it'll come up that you've been blocked by that person.
Okay, so if I leave a comment and I hit send and it goes in, that means I've not been blocked,
Well,
correct?
Yeah. Well, it won't let you. If you've been blocked by someone, you can't comment on their post or on their comment.
Okay.
So
Plus, John, most people that are blocked are like rude, and you're not rude, so probably no
Rude.
one's blocked you.
That's fair.
I mean,
That's
especially with
fair.
your
Nobody's
theory,
blocking
there's
John.
no way in the world that Paramount is going to block you of all people with your theory, John.
Nope.
Okay. I just know when I put it in.
No, I haven't. Have you, Noah? Are they good?
I send my comment and then
You know what I mean by good. I don't mean by like
And I
compelling.
look
I just
down
mean
through all
like,
the comments
does he do a
and
decent
find
job
it.
making videos?
I didn't know if maybe when I put it in, I'm seeing it, but nobody else is. because when I refresh,
Yeah,
now
yeah.
I can't even find it.
Yeah, a lot of fucking Aussies in this
It
group.
wouldn't let you post the comment
Or
if you were
Kiwis.
blocked.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, John,
They all
if
sound
you
the same.
switch over to, say, the shaped charge theory, whether it's the lapel mic or the pendant, and you start posting under Paramount Tactical's posts, you'll probably get blocked pretty quick.
Oh yeah. So, in other words, if I was Blake, I'd be blocked. With his
1,000,000%.
pendant.
No, I don't. Blake.
Say
I don't
again?
think Gary has Blake Bednar's blocked,
I
does he?
said 1,000,000% you'd be blocked. I mean, well, actually, if Blake isn't blocked, the only reason would be because he was on his show
John's
once,
theory
and so
is that
he knows
Tyler
him.
Robinson
But
planted
generally
the rifle
speaking, you will
himself,
get
but
blocked.
used a
And
different
I looked
rifle
it
to
up. I
actually
looked
do
it
the
up.
shooting. So
I
that
looked it up.
way
Blake was on his
they
show.
can't match the rifle to the thing that happened to Charlie, and therefore it gets off. But
Kelly
that
said she
wouldn't
was, and I
work
looked
for
it up.
multiple different
Kelly
reasons.
was.
Yeah, what month?
She was on November the 5th. Kelly was on.
Right.
And November the
Okay.
12th, exactly 1 week later, Blake come on.
Yeah, I haven't
That's
seen
how
that
I
episode
found
yet.
them through Gary Melton.
If by
So
good you
that
mean
would have been when
awful.
he just started getting paid, because I think September
Fair enough.
he was.
John's a nice
like,
guy, though.
There's no
He's
way
nice.
it could have been Tyler Robinson, and then by
Like,
the end of September it was.
he would
Tyler
be an
Robinson.
example that I would use of
Tyler
somebody
Robinson
who's
and
like
not
good
Steve,
faith
so
and
there you
not,
go.
you know what I mean? Like, he's not posting about,
Thank you, sir.
at least I don't believe he's posted anything like negative about Eric Kirk or TPUSA. Like, he thinks Tyler did it. He just thinks Tyler did it in a different way that kind of doesn't really make sense.
Black Line, you got anything? Got any updates for us? What have you been saying on your show?
Yeah, but hold on. I just finished. I have to get ready, and then I'll just give me a couple minutes.
No worries. Oh, Furman's here. Hey, Furman, did you get to ask a question to Paramount? Put your thumbs up if you did. No thumbs up.
I just gave him a speaker.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go for it. We're interested.
Well,
You're
I just
also
went on Paramount, and he like, excuse my French. I'll be. I actually feel really good because this is the question I was asking him the other night, and he completely lied, like entirely. And I'm so glad he was recording it because last night when I went after Andrew Wilson, a turning point only shows up to a fight that's rigged, and I didn't even say that. I asked valid questions because I hate how he generalizes, like even on our side.
Different
And I'm
space.
saying I feel like I'm generalizing,
We're
saying
jumping in
Howard, because
behind
there's a
enemy
lot of us in here
lines.
with different opinions, but that's why we're having free speech and free thought. Like, anyways, I got on there and I was like, was it a subsonic round? Like, was the projectile slow? Because if it was fast, it would have gone through his neck. And he was like, no, it was hypersonic. Like, it broke the sound
Guys,
barrier. We hear that crack.
Did this
And then I was
happen
like,
in
well,
there?
then why
I
don't we
was.
hear it whizzing through the air?
I must have
And he
completely
was
like
like,
tuned out
we did, like,
that almost
he
entire
totally
space.
tried to, like,
I don't remember this conversation at all.
clip it because I got that guy. Like, and I also, I was like, I don't know who you're loyal to. I don't know who's paying you, but why are you loyal to Turning Point? Like, it just makes no sense. He's obviously controlled opposition, and I'm not gonna say a Fed, but he's working for someone.
keep in mind
Well,
there a lot of people will work for free because they're trying to feel important. I'm not
I mean, he
saying
said
that
he's going to
it's
clip
either
it.
way, but like he just wants to feel
Let's
smart
see if he clips it.
and get attention.
And that as well, but I think there's evidence of him getting paid, and then I'm sure also that I mean that was from the DoD contracts and that, but I'm sure that if, say, for example, TPUSA were paying him, it
It
would
did
be through a
happen?
third-party LLC
I don't
or
remember
through
this.
a Bitcoin or something else.
Well,
How long ago was it?
the more probable payment is look where there's a lot of money that's untraceable, which is FARA dollars, because when you read the FARA docs, like the PDF file that's like 40 some pages, it specifically
Listen,
says
I
we
was.
are going to have podcasters,
Yeah, Claudia, I'm right there with you.
influencers on there. And then I urge you to go to his channel and look at the last 8 or 10.
Is that the last one that he was Amateur Tart? Is that the last one he was talking to and then booted? Because it wasn't under this account. It was a different account, I
Look at the
think.
guest he's been on.
It had like
so you can't
the 100 symbol.
My position was
Is that
it
the
wouldn't
one?
be directly from TPUSA. It would be through the FARA, the Brad money, the clock tower money.
Because that's the only one that I can think of. The other one was
that angle.
As soon as this dude left, I came
Go ahead,
here.
Buckline.
Did you guys know that? So Cabot
Yes.
Phillips
Okay.
interviewed
All
Jack
right. That makes
Posobiec,
sense.
this
I was
week, which
definitely
interesting.
hardly listening to that.
And that made me start looking at his old stuff from when Charlie was assassinated. Michael Knowles reported right around 1:15 when Charlie was announced dead, and Cabot
It was
Phillips
the
is the one that
same one?
announces it. And
I feel like
what
I
he
would
goes
have
on to
remembered
say
Furman
is
because he
that
just
they
changed
were
his
told
profile
at
pic the other day
1:15
too. He had a
by
different one with where he was
UVU
wearing,
that
wasn't
the
he wearing like a
shooter
stocking hat and a
shot from an
beard or
adjacent
something?
building on the
Or is
campus
that a
about
different guy I'm
200
thinking of?
yards away. Did we know that at that time?
Definitely not.
Yeah. How is someone at UVU contacting the Daily Wire, Cabot Phillips, and Michael Knowles, and Ben Shapiro, and telling them at 1:15 because he announced? Oh, and here's the other thing. Do you guys remember the day before, or when was the
Okay,
song
crazy.
released? Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. When did that get released?
It was like a week or two earlier. I believe that was Lance Twiggs's account.
Okay. Do you want to know how Cabot Phillips announced Charlie Kirk was dead?
Oh, these things, like if you're not a speaker, this happens to me all the time.
Through thread there, I just
They
found
just
it was
stop working.
weird that it's exactly
Exact
verbatim.
words for the song. Yeah.
It's
weird.
exactly verbatim from the song.
He
But then he
hopped
goes on
in,
to
pretended
say
to be a
that
Fed
they have
slopper, then turned.
a source that told them that
Okay.
because they're reporting like live as it's happening.
Well, I'm glad you're paying attention.
Supposedly, right? That George Zinn is not the shooter, but that UVU told them that the shooter was from a building on the campus 200 yards. And I'm wondering, was that one of the police, like Officer Bagley? Like who saw the video?
Yeah, no,
that
it's the same thing.
early and was able
It's
to
the
then
same as racist and schnazi.
from a building about
Same
200
thing.
yards away.
Hang on, what video?
They just got to throw people in a
No
box.
video back then of any shooter.
No, I mean somebody on the campus like Officer Bagley would have gone to the
Oh, yeah.
surveillance video and looked at the surveillance camera. Maybe, I don't know. I'm wondering why he's
Yeah.
referencing 200 yards and he's saying an adjacent building on the campus, and that someone at UVU
And
told him that.
And the way you're saying that, it's not as if he's saying it in a speculative way. He's saying it in a 100% like a
Well,
positive way, as in that's what happened. Is that right?
I have
Yes.
an answer. I have an answer here, and the answer is actually pretty simple. Which look at any event, any mass event, movie theater, Butler, anything. The one thing that I know through following Active Self-Protection, John Correa, who has the biggest self-defense channel on YouTube, he has a rule that makes sense. So especially as someone that gives breakdowns of self-defense type things, anytime there's a national event, something that shocks the nation, even something, I mean, at the time it was major, the White House press type thing, he has a rule for a very good reason. And I'm not saying that we all need to follow this rule, but it is, he calls it a 72-hour rule. And just look at all these events. In the first 4 to 5 hours, you're hearing everything. You're going on Twitter. People are going to take one comment.
I kind of embrace the word Fed slopper. I fucking hate it. I mean, I think it's funny, but I hate being called a Fed slopper because I'm not a government fan at all. I hate the feds. Okay, I'm not a. I understand why they're there. I get that. I just not a fan.
Like a lot of all the rumors go away, and a whole lot.
But because I look at evidence and can use reason and logic and understand that their conspiracies don't make any sense and they haven't been able to. If one of these guys could put a coherent conspiracy together, like I'd be willing to really entertain it. But they're fucking retarded.
Like it could have been a random person.
And they get the
or
like the
saw
smallest, dumbest,
screwdriver guy
easiest
with
shit
the
wrong,
camera. Like,
and are
it's
just
gonna leak down.
seem
It
to
doesn't
be
need to be
not
illegal.
knowledgeable
We'll
about
go with
anything.
anything. A roof made sense. Like it's not that.
But he didn't say, "Oh, I heard that this happened," or "so and so said this happened."
Sloth. I had it was like a 15-day rule before I was going to have an opinion whatsoever on anything.
The Daily Wire.
Immediately as soon as the Charlie thing happened, I remember I made a post on X that regardless if they catch this, because I was super skeptical right away. I was like, oh, they didn't get this dude within the first few hours. He's gone. But I just, like, I'm pretty sure I made a post something along the lines of no matter what happens, this thing is going to be shrouded in conspiracy forever now.
Do it on your show. Spoke about your show. Just put the link of your show.
And then I waited, and the conspiracy started happening, and I listened, and I was like, this is retarded. These suck. They make no sense. And then the first video I did calling this crap out was Range Day Bro's retarded theory. And here I am.
To Sky Valdez, who's a musician and a photographer in Ogden in Utah. Came out early August, so that's would be before it was publicly announced that Charlie was going to Utah. It's about 5 minutes long, but there's no lyrics to it, apparently. It's just instrumental.
It might have been more than that. I don't remember if my first video was the 25th or the 27th. I think it was the 25th of September.
A copy of it, and it's a bit hard to find.
And at that point, when I seen Range Day Bros going viral, that was it. I had enough. Because that was the best theory at the time. And it was dumb on its face.
Actually told me the exact words.
So I was like, okay, this, like, that's fine. Keep looking for information, but stop right here. This one's done. What do we got next?
That's a grok hallucination, I think.
So that's pretty much how my content with this crap started, was me looking for conspiracy that worked and then just logically picking apart the conspiracies that they were coming up with. I guess in hopes that everybody would work together and find the one that made the most sense. Well, come to find out, Tyler Robinson doing it makes the most sense.
You'd think that they'd be doing it as if it was Tyler Robinson, not Lance.
It's
not saying he acted alone.
I wonder if the FBI ever looked into Sky Valdez.
It's really looking like he was definitely the dude on the roof with a gun.
Well, of course not, because they did. It's a lone wolf. It's Tyler Robinson. He's the only
and
one.
because I have that opinion now, I'm a shill, I'm a Zionist, I'm a Fed slopper, all this other shit. Like, fuck you guys.
There was a guy with a megaphone.
You're retarded, and you're making real conspiracy people look really, really stupid, and I don't like it.
People misidentified him as Sky Valdez, but his name was, I can't remember offhand, but it was not, his name was not Sky Valdez. The only Sky Valdez was
Ian couldn't fucking wait. Couldn't wait to get that out there.
Actually being Lance Twiggs.
It's fucking weird though. Same with those other text messages from that Blake Haskett and that before the event. That was weeks before. Like, how do they even know that he's coming to town? The only thing I can think of is Deseret News went and interviewed Charlie in June or July. That Brigham Tomko guy actually went to TPUSA headquarters. So the insider info probably leaked out of there that Charlie was coming before the public knew.
You see what I mean? They just make up fantasy. There's no evidence of any of this. It's just like, well, maybe this happened. Well, maybe that happened. Well, maybe this happened.
Wasn't the video? He was watching a video of Charlie
Based on
Kirk,
what?
wasn't he, when he started making.
Well, based on Fed slop, not possible. Therefore, no.
Political activism videos saying, like, what are we going to do?
No, that was like the 9/11 conspiracies, right? Do you guys remember the 9/11 conspiracies where they said that planes never hit the tower? Remember those? Yeah, there was a lot of nuts running with that shit. Some people have the opinion that maybe that was controlled op to make the conspiracy people look retarded. It worked.
Like, well then, yeah, some of the comments are about,
I'll take matters into my own hand and I'll take him out like a moose.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
And then you have the the surgeon going, I would have taken out a moose or two. Like normally, it's still.
And then a couple of comments saying, oh, don't get violent, don't get, and then there was just, but it was all about that, like, and it was odd because out of all his other posts, that was the only political one, but it was only 2 or 3 weeks before the event, which is really interesting, especially the way he acted on the day. So,
and then they were talking about throwing shit at him, like throwing oranges or liquid, and we have to find the right product to throw at him, and like all these people should have been questioned, man. Like it's.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone in the front row, everyone that was lined up to speak, everyone, all the staff and security, everyone should have been interviewed. Absolutely, everyone should have been interviewed. If they did that alone, then they would have, achieved a lot. And as someone have said before, the ones that aren't suspicious, or the ones that, once they're interviewed, they sort of said, yeah, there's no way this person will be involved. Well, they're going to be our best witnesses and the best people to help with the investigation because they're right. They were right there.
I have no idea. With a baseball bat, maybe.
I don't know. So many different angles to still explore. It's hard to know what to prioritize
not that many
at the moment.
angles to explore.
I think just combating.
We're 10 months into this. How have they not covered all of the angles yet?
I agree.
Is everybody else getting a lot of static or breaking up?
Have a good night, Redius. Redius Maximus.
You sound pretty sketchy. Everyone else sounds all right to me.
I think it's just your reception, John.
And yeah, you sound sketchy for more reasons than just your mic too, John.
No, you do not have to super chat. I'm just waiting for them to say something that I find interesting enough to talk about.
John, make sure, is your phone dying? Sometimes if your device is running out of battery, X will freak out. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, your phone will start looking for power saving options, John.
Muppet Masher is the Aussie, but I think. Yeah, and then Matthew St. Baker.
Yeah, your memory. That's probably my life's problem.
Having 90 windows open
Muppet is
in
for
your
sure an
Explorer
Aussie.
doesn't
I'm
help.
not sure about Matthew.
Dude, so I gotta, John, I want you
Because
to go
I've talked
to
with Muppet
Paramount
before.
Tactical Space and wait in line
No.
and raise your hand and ask him about, because John, Paramount Tactical has a space right now. I know you've been trying to talk to him, but seriously, like, ask him about the where's the gun when he jumped off the roof. Like,
he'll say that clearly he had a gun with him. That's what he'll say. I think we've heard him say that heaps of times.
Yeah, it's wrapped in a fucking towel.
Yeah, but it's like to have all those people watching him. He keeps saying these things that people aren't saying. It's like clown show. Is Furman back in here? Furman was on there, had a nice little grandstand. I clipped it, and of course he fucking cut him out.
Thurman's back in this space. Go ahead, Black Lion.
All right, I posted the video in the chat.
Is Gary still
I
up?
wrote the timestamps for everybody. The Cabot Phillips reporting Charlie Kirk dead at 31 is 253:49, and then Cabot Phillips
Oh my God,
reporting
these
the
people are
shot
not
came
real.
from an adjacent building 200 yards away, and the UVU or who told them came
CJ, are you in Paramount? Is it getting spicy over there at all?
55-second mark. So that's there if you guys want to see that. The other thing I was going to bring up is I'm surprised Candace left some low-hanging fruit on the table today when she was talking about the library and the police calls saying that there was another shooter over there in black tactical gear, and that
Yes, it's getting
at
spicy.
the science or the computer science or the something science building is where they found the 223 round. That it would make sense why they wouldn't want to, why the prosecution would leave that out, that there's other possible shooting locations, also another possible shooter, and they found this other round that actually, in my opinion, is probably closer match for the base diameter that they measured at 0.286 to 0.301. over on the computer science building. Did you guys know that from the two different testimonies that were given
Yeah,
last week?
yeah, absolutely. I think they've purposely left that out because that gives
Yeah,
reasonable doubt. They're avoiding
totally.
one having reasonable doubt. So
Yeah.
it's fucked up. But that's the reasoning for sure.
Yeah, and then I thought it's interesting the video that the Candace Owen played today of the guy. He intentionally mentions that he can't see the rifle when he's laying down. He cannot see muzzle flash. He does hear the rifle, but there's a lot of buildings and concrete and the echo and it bouncing. It's not like he can identify that that is the guy that took the shot. He can't really he can't like say that he saw him take the shot. And what I find interesting is that if they wanted like a magic show to draw our attention, or whoever is going to go to that surveillance video and be the first one to see it, they purposefully have that kid jump off the roof, run across the street, right where they're logically going to deduce, like, hey, we need to go look in that direction because we don't have any calls of someone running down the street with a rifle. So maybe he dumped the rifle right over there. And it also is going to draw attention away from
What
the
is like?
library and the computer
I don't
science
understand what these
building.
people don't understand. Like, people are not generally aware of their surroundings very often. Like, people aren't just walking around just on guard, super focused, ready to look for somebody that just shot somebody running off of a building and across the street with a rifle. You know what I mean? Like, people are fucking not aware. They're in their own heads regularly, just in la la land most of the time.
That's right. So if a
Worried
government
about wherever they're going, or what's in their bank account, or having to pick kids up later, or whatever the hell. Everybody's in their own little fucking world all the time. Like, these people think people are just super paranoid and looking for every little minute detail all the time at all times. It's so insane.
From wherever a potential
Nobody saw Tyler Robinson run across the street with a rifle. Well, he had it wrapped in a towel, for one. For two, it's probably not uncommon to see somebody walking across the street from the fucking campus.
And I don't even think it had a line of sight because of the distance, and then where Charlie is down below, because like it steps down. Like if you're Charlie sitting down in the amphitheater, the library is way
Yeah, I heard
to the left. Like
I thought I could have swore I saw somebody post today about this, that like he had to have known about this super secret path. Like, yeah, he probably pulled the shit up. He probably showed up there and planned out his escape route for sure.
definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Wouldn't
I
you?
never thought of that.
If you were going to do something like that and try to get away with it, wouldn't you try to plan it a little bit?
Definitely
Granted, he was retarded,
considering
clearly.
everything else that happened that day. Definitely.
And Andrew Wilson talked about this. He was panicked. He clearly panicked. Pulled the trigger, unalived somebody, and just panicked.
Just to add to that, I just looked at where the library
Turned his phone
is.
on, started texting.
There's no way in the world someone could have been on the roof of the library and shot him. It's not
so far away.
It's so far away. There's buildings in between that are way taller than that one.
Yep.
It's pretty much at the end of 800 West. Like,
I pulled it up on Google Maps today on my show to look to see where it was, and it's like I didn't even. I said it. I don't think it was possible to get a line of sight
at the end of Campus Drive. Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So
yeah.
another distraction, another decoy distraction.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it.
And that's what led me to believe that those weren't real people on top of the roof shooting anything, that it's a distraction to get the local police away from somewhere, anywhere. And that is one of the farthest parts of the campus. So you're getting them way away.
Yeah. Yeah, you're out near the car park, and then all the car parks. Out towards 800 South. Miles away.
Has anyone requested
Yeah, it
all
wasn't
911 calls? I know people ask for 911 calls of the.
Yeah, it wasn't like some crazy super secret escape
I want to
route.
know that, and I want to see the flock cameras all the way from where they start from the end of UVU to the hospital.
If it's going to be like Vegas, though, they're not going to let any of those things out for
100%.
years.
100%.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I know, but that would be my wish list of stuff that I would like to see.
I agree.
Did you guys see the Who Killed Charlie Kirk link that I posted. You guys have already seen that site and all the resources there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, they had targets and stuff that they showed at pretrial of him
Muppet, you were
clearly
looking for the flight log.
zeroing in
Anyways, my
his
point.
rifle. That's what it looked like to me.
I saw Muppet come off of mute. I brought that up, Leslie, because I think that the scope of the people running that would also be interested in that information. There's got to be someone on the inside with the flock details. Hopefully it was preserved.
I'm sure
Muppet
it probably wasn't, but
hopefully it was preserved by somebody, yeah, and just not exposed.
I feel
And
like
do we
looking
know
at
if
he kind of was
Utah
shooting all over
passed
the
a law
place.
that says it's illegal to leak flock camera info? But then again, I think if you have the right link, you can just go in and like that's a problem.
Yeah,
with
100%.
flock cameras.
100%. And then you got to think, how close was the closest witness to the person on the roof? Probably not very close. Probably not very close at all. And with what Tyler was wearing, the descriptions make sense. Looks like somebody who's wearing all black gear. Like, that makes total sense. If you look at that guy's cell phone footage, looks like a guy on a rooftop wearing all black gear. Like,
Stu says I just got off a call.
because he's a
I'll post
tiny
something and
speck
text
on the
shortly,
roof.
letting everyone know I'm okay.
Can you catch me up? Mitch sent me that when I was live and I couldn't like pull it up and read it. It was a text. What happened with Stu tonight during his show?
They just stopped.
Oh, yeah,
Like it just ended
Quintessential.
abruptly, but Anna posted on YouTube saying everything was okay. Like she's okay, but
Yeah,
she doesn't know what
no,
happened.
I agree.
And we haven't.
No,
It's
apparently
I agree.
Peter's got a call.
Her
Apparently
attitude doesn't
he
help
received
much.
a phone call and then cut the show. And they were talking about, well, Anna had done Google searches on different people's names that had been searched connected to Fort Huachuca. Someone else can explain it better than that.
Leveraging Google Trends, yeah, she's uncovered potentially a lot of connections. So previously, whenever
The
you were
way
doing
Mitch has it posted, it says that Stu Peters and Anna Esquire were in the process of revealing what government officials could have been responsible for the Charlie Kirk assassination when broadcasting was cut short by notification concerning info they were both about to reveal.
Interesting. That's more context than what Anna said. I did
so
post
Matt,
what Anna posted on YouTube.
it sounds
He
like
responded
Stu.
on our group text.
Okay. Matt, the story is it seems like Stu received a text that said something that made him decide to shut down, like maybe something urgent, like someone needed him to go do something or to stop broadcasting for some unknown reason.
I wonder if they have like a working theory yet. Or if they're still just in the asking questions phase.
So who knows?
Anna said it was weird, but she was okay.
Okay. That's the latest from her.
Did Ben fall asleep?
Yeah, in our group chat.
He's not responding. Is Gary's space still going?
Yeah, and then
Is it spicy yet?
Cash Patel, he used to be a reoccurring guest on Stu's show, so we know they have contact with one another, so it could have been him.
Oh, I forgot. So a lot of things ended up coming out of my show tonight, and I am trying to remember everything. Frank
Do they not
Turek,
like Stu Peters either?
in his most recent show that he did this week, where he's wearing his purple shirt, he actually let something out of the bag about that last phone call the night before. So we know who was on it from previous statements, right? It was Rabbi Wolicki, Josh Hammer, Frank Turek, Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff, and Mikey McCoy. Well, Frank Turek this week said Israeli officials were on that call. He said Israeli officials were on that call. Rabbi Wolicki's a rabbi. Josh Hammer's not an Israeli official. Frank Turek, Mikey McCoy, Andrew Colvett, they're not Israeli officials. Who else was on the call that's an Israeli official?
Victor.
Yeah, maybe.
Yep, he's definitely Mossad.
Is Frank really this stupid, or is he trying to appeal to the Zionists to show how cool he
Yes.
is? Like, which is it?
Eclipse truth.
Maybe both. I don't know.
Yeah, a bit of both.
Yes.
He thinks he's king shit.
Now,
he's just a useful idiot.
in a
Sorry,
high-stress
man,
situation,
if they
Bro,
want
his
under
show. So
extreme
from that
duress,
episode, he reads this email supposedly
Yeah.
from one of his members, and it's like the longest email, and he reads the whole thing, and it's
to.
supposedly
Sounds like it's from his wife.
yeah, that it's him. It's from him to himself, but he's reading it like it's a member, but it's about a dude that his wife believes in all the conspiracy theories, and
Stupider.
it's
Yeah.
ruining their marriage. And
I watched
So
That's
your
awesome.
episode last night. That was pretty funny.
So it's basically the same as the random letter from Erica about the farmer,
Yeah,
and he
Stu
worked
Peters
so
is a
hard. It's the
piece of
same
shit.
genre, just
For
yeah,
sure.
different
That-
setup.
yeah.
Oh, how sad.
Blackline, I didn't know you were a Marine.
yeah. I'm from California. I lived in Oceanside, and then I got stationed at Camp Pendleton.
Yay.
That's why I like you, because the Marines are the bad kids.
Yeah, we are.
The Marines are the idiots.
Was Blake on the Paramount thing, or was it just Gary and Andrew again?
No, Andrew, but it's Gary, and he's like letting people come up, and then he's gaslighting them, and then they're like calling everybody retards and idiots. But then he's like,
That's all they always do.
yeah, and then they're yelling at people, blah, 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 and
Like they don't do that?
it's
What
fucking retarded.
you want to know? What's
I'm gonna go
interesting?
try and get in.
I
I'll be
just want to
back.
have a real conversation. Like, I want to ask them questions to the point where, which can be done. It's just,
So,
Oh.
do you guys want to know what's interesting? Like,
I'll take
they're all
questions.
connected because Jeremy Boring, in the last few weeks, he had Graham Allen, he had Frank Turek, he had Gary, Paramount Tactical, and they're connected with Ben. Oh my God, there was something I was going to say about something specific, and I just lost it. Hold on, it'll come to me. Sorry, guys. There was something very specific that I was going to touch on, and I forgot.
Well, if people are wondering if Gary's paid, then that's how it's paid through, is through the FARA side of things, not through Turning Point. If he's being on more shows that are the bigger shows.
Oh yeah,
you said,
Jeremy, in a recent video, said that Charlie turned down millions of dollars and something $1 million from BB. Well, Jeremy had to get on his stupid show and say, actually, Charlie turned down millions of dollars to work with Tucker. And I was like, we're gonna need to see
So
that.
fucking sure.
We're gonna need to see that evidence that you guys yell at us about. You know, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, guys. So, it's just him spouting his freaking mouth off. But yeah, I think they're all connected because like Ben was on the phone with someone in the car. Oh yeah, this is what I think it is. Frank, I forget, there was something. Frank said something tonight that I played, and it points to him contact. Oh, that's right. Guess who called Frank right either in the car or at the hospital?
I'm going to
Seth.
speculate Ben's people, but this actually came out of Frank's mouth. He said this.
Yeah, Seth Dillon called him, and Seth Dillon is connected with all of them. So not only, and so I actually do think that Frank is the one. If Brian Harple is putting gauze in Charlie's neck, and Rick Cutler's holding on to Brian Harple, and Justin is driving, and Dan Flood is in the front with his phone with the GPS, and he's cutting the lights, and he's doing all that. Who's the only person with two hands free to answer and be on the phone with Ben Shapiro's security team while they're in the car?
How many phones did Frank have with him that day? Because don't forget his other phone's still on FaceTime, remember?
Well, no, if you think about this, no, the reason that we had to have the FaceTime story, which should have ended at the hospital, not at the hotel, that was his mistake, is because he wanted his phone to be tied up, and a couple of people have floated this idea that people's phone records are being subpoenaed, and they are
telling on themselves now, so we'll forget about it and it won't be a shock later on. There would be no other reason why
Oh my God, they cracked the
Ben would
case.
Yep.
tattle on himself, and that's for a reason. And
Very good point. Yep. And I've heard
And
that about Ben Shapiro. Yeah, yep, I agree.
you
Yep.
got to look at the why. Like, they wouldn't do this for
Have a
no
good night,
reason.
Angie.
It's to soften the blow. It's a good PR move, actually.
so what's interesting is Frank Turk's episode, and you can either go watch his episode or watch my breakdown of it. Either way, if you want to laugh, you can watch mine. If you just want to sit through his, it's just annoying. But he admits, so he goes, yeah, and he addresses the issue that he misspoke, and he goes, he says he mixed up the words hospital and hotel, and that it couldn't have been the hotel because that's 9 hours later. And then he goes, I have a disease.
I wonder if Gary even
called
checks
I'm
his
64
messages
years old
when
or
he's
something like
doing
that.
a
I forget
space.
verbatim, but he tries to make an excuse as to why
Didn't Tyler
he
Robinson
said
also do that when he
hotel and
confessed
not
before they found out?
hospital, and that
Yeah.
it's the same as saying he said her widow instead of his widow when talking about Erica. You just can't make the shit up that some of the stuff that he gets on there and starts trying to make excuses because he knows that there's a discrepancy with that, you know.
And he had to wait several months to figure that out. He couldn't have cleared this up a few weeks ago or anything, of course.
Yeah.
Hey, can I cut in quick? I'm sorry, guys. I have a question for Leslie. Leslie, did you want to talk to Gary in his space?
Do I want to?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know what I'd ask him besides why he's such a douche.
Oh, I
His
thought
wife to make him a sandwich.
I
I'm
thought
just
you
kidding.
said you had a.
Just kidding. I was kidding. I don't know. I gotta think about it.
Okay, I mean, I'm not like for sure saying, but I could probably check and see if he wants to have you in and just have a decent, good faith, no shit talk. You know what I mean? No back and forth, no retard stuff. I could reach out and ask.
Wait, there's no way you can guarantee that Gary is going to have a good faith, no back and forth, no shit talk conversation with anyone. What are you talking about, Uncle Tom?
No, but
Was
you
that
should say every
Bronson?
time he
Oh.
That wasn't
every
Uncle
time
Tom.
he's
That hold on, that
That's
was
not
I think it's
Uncle
Bronson.
Bronson.
Yeah,
That
that
was
was not
Bronson.
Uncle Tom.
My
Yeah.
bad, sorry.
It's all good.
And then, but I've actually been on a space. Was that Muppet or the Black? I've been on a
That
space
was
with
me.
Paramount where he wasn't. Like I've had a conversation with him. Now, is he in good faith? Probably not exactly, because in my opinion, he really does seem to be coming with an agenda. But I've had conversations with him where he didn't call me a retard. When he's around other people who are calling people retards, he definitely leans into it. And like, if he, yeah,
But will he
he's.
answer you? Like, will he actually admit that
I've.
there's like issues with what they've been saying? Will he like be honest
He
and
says, yeah, I've heard him like say parts of things, and but then he usually, in my opinion, he'll take the narrative and kind of shift it to like a different scope, or to reframe it as, see, this is what all these people do. They do it like this. But I think that if we had the right people in the conversation, we weren't yelling, and we
Put me
approached
in,
it
coach.
correctly,
Put
I
me
think
in.
it could be I think it could actually be productive.
But he's doing
Adam's
his
raising
job.
his hand.
I mean, his job is to stick with the Fed narrative. He's not going to bend. I mean, we might
yeah?
make him look silly, but he's not going to agree. By the way,
Yeah,
I
but
just
I mean,
put,
it's not.
We
It's
don't
a
need him
like
to
I'd
agree, Matthew.
appreciate.
That's not the point.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah,
I would appreciate the conversation just because I like to know the way other people
yeah.
think and why they think it.
Hey,
Okay.
I just put a
Adam's
Well,
raising
video.
his hand.
he
if you
he
guys
said if you want to, you can head over there. You any of you guys can.
I
Hey, but
was
what
over
I
about
just
the
there,
I
people
just
that
went
wait?
Bronson.
over there.
Bronson,
I'm blocked by
There's a lot of
everybody and
people.
I can't hear anything.
Hey,
I
listen,
was
Bronson. There's
there.
a list of
Muppet, was
people
that
here that
Muppet
are
who said he's
blocked.
blocked?
If you can get him to
Yeah.
unblock a small list of people, including Adam Az, you'll see his handle. It's Acme, and there's a handful of others here. If you can get him to unblock them, then we can go into his space.
Okay.
And Bronson,
Well,
also, I was over there and I got a mic, and then then it like dropped and no one gave me one back. And now I'm getting like denied a mic that they don't want me to have one over there.
Hey
Okay.
Bronson, because I really want to think about what I want to ask him to like, and not be a smartass about it next time, because he does one usually pretty regularly, right? Like daily almost.
No, it's kind of hit or miss.
Okay.
I mean,
Can I
he's
think
not.
of?
He's nowhere near like as often as you guys are doing them.
Yeah, no.
I had one comment. If you guys have not seen Real Bay's YouTube channel, he about a week and a half ago, he had Gary on for several hours, and they actually both did a pretty good job. If you guys haven't seen it, like even if you play it on like 1.5x speed, Bays did a really good job of like Bays is a good person as far as his attitude and how he approached the situation. They both actually were very well behaved, and that's actually what we should all be encouraging. So if any of you go up on stage and if Gary's throwing out the R word, I would say, hey, remember when you were on with Bays? Let's try to have that kind of demeanor here. If you can do that, then let's proceed.
Well,
Because
to
I'd be
be
happy
fair,
to
it's
have a
usually
normal
not
discussion with
Gary.
Gary, but that's not going
It's
to
usually
happen.
not Gary chucking the R word out. I'm usually the one
Oh
pulling
no,
that
it
one
came out
out.
multiple times. As soon as Furman left today, as soon as he bounced Furman out, I mean, it was out there. Like, and it has to do Bronson too. And you see it, right? It's like the energy of who you're around and what's going on, and people are just like snickering, and I don't know. There doesn't seem to be room for like conversation, asking questions, understanding. Like Bronson, I don't understand how he got the gun off the roof. And there's a guy in here named John who has the most charitable approach to the federal narrative
Mm-hmm.
about like a folding AR-15 would be how it is. Even though now we've had people go onto the roof and see that there is no line of sight to where Charlie actually physically was, he still is willing to believe that narrative. And Blake Neff shot it down right away, and Paramount laughed about it. And it's just interesting because I haven't been able to have like a quality conversation with anyone over there about how did he get off the roof, guys? Like, there's some of this stuff doesn't make sense. Like,
He obviously had nothing in his hands. He didn't have a rifle in his hands when he's jumping off the roof. That's pretty blatantly obvious. But as far as Gary goes, Gary blocked me ages ago when I asked him to recreate it. He said he was going to do a recreation, and he didn't do it. So I pushed him to do it, and then he blocked me. But now that we've seen the rounds and we know what tips are on the rounds, we have an idea of what grain size they are, he should be able to recreate it. And I want to see his test. So if he'll unblock me to discuss that, I'll talk to Gary. No worries at all.
Is it Gary that has you blocked?
All of them do. Gary, Jen, Midgrade probably does too.
Hey,
But
Adam.
I just went into their space. I can get in there, but I can't hear anything. I can't hear
Adam,
anyone talking.
Adam, could you DM Bronson with a list of yourself, Muppet, and then whoever else in this space? Because it sounds like Bronson's pretty close with Paramount, and see if you ask him to unblock those accounts, and then that way, yeah, you can
And
ask
I
him.
promise I'll stop making memes out of him.
For how long?
Until he blocks me again.
Hey
Well,
Bronson, I do have a question for you. Do you know if he knows Victor?
If Gary knows Victor Marks?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know for sure, but if I had to
Sure.
bet, I would say probably not.
can you ask him?
I'd be surprised if he doesn't, through his diplomatic security
All right, I'm
adventures.
typing a list. Who are we all unblocking besides myself?
oh my
Me,
gosh.
Matthew, Muppet.
Blackline. I'm
Wait,
blocked by
raise
all
your
of them.
hand if you're blocked by Paramount.
I'm not blocked
I
by
just kind of want to
Paramount.
see this. Like, I want to see everybody who's blocked by
I
it.
think I saw Snake have his hand up. Blackline's got his hand up.
That's it.
Can anyone else put hands up further down?
Just
No,
so
I'm
you
not
know,
blocked.
I'm typing, so someone's going to have to read
Oh,
it out.
I'll read them out loud. I just really wanted a visual
Blackline,
represent.
Muppet, yourself. Was it
Snake?
was it you,
I'm
Snake?
not blocked.
Did you have your hand up?
I did. I just wanted to say that the lawyer that Gary brought on his show today to slander Baron Coleman, he was charged with child endangerment.
Oh, you're talking about Nick Rekieta? Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, to be fair to Gary, I don't think he was aware of some of Nick Rekieta's past. I think he's fairly new to who Nick Rekieta is.
Wait, but Gary said you have to vet all your stuff before you put it on. Come on
I'm just
now.
saying. I'm just saying. And I'm a
Wait,
I'm
did
a
he
big
say
Nick
that? 'Cause
Rekieta fan. So
I have a clip from one of his spaces where he was like, "Yeah, we should double check our sources, but whenever you know the person in good faith in situations like this, it's important that you just repost it." I'm not making
No,
this up. I still have it on my phone.
no, I believe
Okay.
you. No, he said in one of his shows, because he was attacking Candace for putting stuff out without supposedly verifying that it's 100% accurate. And then people started making fun of him because of the picture that he put up about Erica's kids, which aren't her kids. And then he goes, well, it doesn't really matter that those aren't her kids.
And
Yeah, he'll adjust it to make himself happy. So on this list, I have myself, I've got Matt, I've got Black Line Brief, I've got Muppet. Anyone else?
Oh no, I'm unblocked if it's this Matt, but the Matt in Black Line Brief is blocked. But he unblocked me in Louisiana's space last week.
yeah, me too.
What about Leslie? Are you blocked?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Anybody down in listener who wants to come over and listen? That's funny. That's blocked.
How long are you going to run your space for, Leslie? I guess it's pretty late over there, is it, for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can leave and go in there. We can chat tomorrow.
But are you planning to keep it going a bit longer, or what are you up to?
We could probably stay up for like another hour.
Hey, Bronson, I sent you a message. I think your inbox is open. It went through. Don't read my name first to him, though. Shuffle it because I'm not the main guy, and you probably.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
I'm
how
not
much
gonna
you need to-
okay, I see what you're saying. Adam AZ.
Yeah. Well,
Leslie,
my actual handle is in the thing, like, because the display name's different than the username. You got it.
Yeah, you may want to mention me separately because he won't unblock anyone otherwise.
Must I don't know. We'll see. I think you'll be all right.
Leslie, I'm on East Coast time.
Oh man, you're tired.
I know, dude. It's like it's been the best business trip ever. I love my job. Yesterday I was romanticizing walking out. I was like, if I go to the bathroom and not come back, like then I'm like, oh, then I have to pay for the rest of this business trip. I might as well
Is
just
it
do
raining
it.
back there pretty good?
I'm in Indiana. Like I'm
Oh,
not even
okay.
on the real East Coast, you know.
You got the Midwest.
My hair is so big here. It's a problem. I'm like humid problem.
Yeah, mine does because mine's naturally curly, so it like ringlets up,
Yeah,
and then it gets
my
all
mother
frizzy.
calls it Shaka
Okay.
Khan.
So I sent it. I'm gonna head over there and then I will come back and let you guys know, unless you want to
Yep.
just head over there.
Appreciate you,
But-
Bronson.
Thanks.
Yep.
Hey, Uncle Tom.
Know someone like, man, you can't fake that chemistry and that admiration that they have for one another, the love, the respect. Beautiful to see, and it's real. And everybody that I've ever talked to that has talked to Erica Kirk has had nothing but everything like Moondog just said. Just she's beautiful inside and out. She's kind. She's loving. She's gracious. And then
Trying to get this interesting.
Conversely, what I will say is every time that I talk to somebody,
I doubt it.
I've talked to dozens now that have had personal experiences with Candace Owen, the opposite is true. The opposite is almost always true. I'm sure there's people out there that have had, good experiences with Candace Owen. One of the things that Jeremy Boring said the other day is like, when Candace wants to be, she can be one of the kindest people on the, most gracious people on the planet. But it just, it's
What's Gary
not.
talking to?
I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to go ahead on them. I'm trying not to do that. What do we got next?
Hey, Gary, did you get a message from Obscure Moderator?
I did.
Okay.
Ben was well, he said it verbally. Who am I looking for here?
Obscure
Well,
Moderator.
I sent you a DM. I sent you a DM
Okay.
Gotcha.
on X with the 3 names on it that you, need to unblock us
Yeah,
first so you
so
can come in here.
I was in that space and like, I mean, Leslie's whatever but she sounded sincere, like she wanted to be able to ask questions.
Okay.
Or ask you questions and not get like a bunch of, you're retarded or gaslighting as she says it or whatever. Like she just wants to have a conversation.
I mean, we've
So-
done that all night with people that disagree until they start gaslighting and going berserk. But sure. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Muppet Masher. I don't find you very good faith in anything, but I'll play the game tonight. Let's go.
I will go let them know.
So
Hold on.
I just unblocked them.
Okay.
To listen to the slop. Not that they're going to believe it.
I think he's another
He-
influencer that's been contracted by Israel to push their narrative, and he says what he says because
About it too, like when he's like, "These people are shameless. They'll lie for money." Go ahead, Bronson. What's up?
List is unblocked. So whatever
Thank
you
you.
guys would like to do.
I'm going. I'll be back.
I gotta go watch this.
I should just start calling them all retards.
Didn't really know much about Charlie Kirk, even when he was alive, except the Groypers didn't like him too much. So I don't know, maybe they killed him. But what really about this thing is interesting to me because it's really like, I don't know if you guys remember, there was a group called the Westboro Church or something like that.
Yep.
They used to go around to the funerals of service people and who had died in combat, and they would deliberately taunt the family.
I don't know. Gary, I suppose Gary's probably talked to Leslie before, but I don't remember.
And they were roundly condemned. This just seems to be the opposite, and that's what really, to me, seems the main issue for me. I mean, like I said, I don't know much about the Kirks, but it's amazing that there are millions of people, unless we're talking about bots, who will actually sign
Thank you for the super chat,
to that
CJ.
kind of behavior in this country.
I just want some dialogue. Something. You know what I mean?
You called it spiritual, but I think you're onto something there because it's just absolutely mind-boggling that these people, can really just sign on to that kind of a mindset. And if we're talking about noticing patterns, I've noticed.
I mean,
a
I
pattern.
like. I want to be able to
Almost, I mean,
like
there are some
talk
good,
to them more.
well-intentioned but misguided people, but
You know what I mean? If I end up just becoming that
just like those
troll
other guys who
dude,
came on
they're
here
not
to
going to talk
start,
to me.
saying, "Hey, don't box me in with Candace Owens and her theories about Mormon bee farmers and all that kind of stuff." But with a little bit of scratching, it always seems to be the same. They come out and it goes deeper and deeper, and you look at their timeline, and it goes back to things like why did all these countries kick out Jews and all that kind of nonsense. And they always call themselves, just like that other guy, Patriot, or they call themselves, something like America First or something like that. And they always seem to admire all these countries that are exactly the kind of countries that American founding fathers didn't want. Yeah, countries that expel Jews and burn children at the stake for witchcraft and threw Christians to the lions, and that's exactly why our founding fathers, they expelled the monarchy and they had a constitution to prevent that stuff from happening. But always the same kind of people who do that.
I see
And
Muppet.
it really is just a type. You call it spiritual, I don't know, but it's a really type of awful people, and it just seems a real comment on the
Muppet's
internet
right
and social
there.
media. It's a shame that, like, much as you might not like the mainstream media, at least people could get fired from a job. You know, you can't fire Ian Carroll. It's a shame that guys with actual ballistics, you know, experience have to take their own time to try and debunk him. But no one's going to fire him, no matter, you
Quintessentials
know,
in here.
how little he seems to know. My last point was just a question.
Quintessential was made a
Real quick,
speaker.
I want to pause you right there because you touched on something that I've talked about before, but it's worth mentioning again.
Where did Muppet
There's a
go?
real concern of mine because, like, mainstream media completely lost all of our trust, and rightfully so. They've been pushing narratives for many years. We saw this at a real peak during the Trump derangement syndrome from the time he was elected and really before, all the way through the Biden administration as well. And because of the lies that they pushed, like, we turned to social media and independent voices as was smart to do. All right. I mean, that's just like good to do. I also am concerned that there's a real psyop or whatever else where they want to people are being used to undermine social media and independent voices so people will be pushed to mainstream media. And I think that's a real concern. And the way that we prevent that, people, is that we hold people accountable. And when they're lying, we call them out on it. And we don't
Yeah, but I'm not
we
gonna.
don't
I mean, if it
incentivize
starts
and
getting rowdy, I'll just
reward
rowdy up with
when they
them.
are
You know
constantly
what I mean?
lying. And they're always like one of the big things that we got away
Ain't no
from
thing.
with mainstream media is we wouldn't accept these anonymous sources with unverifiable information. That's why we moved away. It was
Is that
always,
better,
especially when it came to Trump, like,
Eclipse?
oh, like we got this new anonymous source from the government telling us this, and it was completely unverifiable. And now that is the norm in social media, and that should not be a standard. Just
Well,
from a
I mean,
self-preservation standpoint, if you want
the
truth to
idea was
survive,
Leslie
people
wanting to
need
talk.
accountability,
So if
and they
she's just
need
not
to
going to even go in
provide
and
source
talk, I don't know what.
evidence. Like, it's okay if you have an anonymous source, but the information has to be
Right? That's what
verifiable.
it sounded like.
Or if you
That's the
have
way she made it
unverifiable
sound.
information, you need a
So if she's not
source.
going to
So
go in there, I don't even know if
we
Gary
can't
will.
be anonymous, so we can know that that's a trusted source and or hold them accountable. When we get into this habit of that's all we ever get is anonymous sources and unverifiable information, is where we are going to be lied to, and you're asking for it.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, APS.
No, that's fine. I mean, you know, the I guess the problem for me is that there's no, you know, much as there's problems with mainstream media, there's nothing you could call an industry standard or any kind of standard, which means that it's all up
Backline
to
briefs in here.
individual citizens, you know, like yourselves, right? To go out there and, you know, maybe you have a job, but maybe you do this after your job and you point out that, you know, Candace Owens, who's a multimillionaire and you know has all the time in the world, has just spewed out a whole bunch of lies, and you know there is no sort of, you know, industry standard that can say, all right, you've lost your platform, you've done it just one too many times. She'll never lose her platform because that's not how social media operates. And
Well, she's getting sued now by two different people, Brian Harpole and the Macrones, and she's going to be hit with more suits. And I think, unfortunately, um, that's
One
the
thing I
way that this
don't
is going to end up
quite
being
understand
self-regulated.
is
But
why
you're
these
right.
people
We
defend
shouldn't have to
Candace
have these
Owens.
standards. We should
That doesn't make any
self-regulate
sense to me.
as Americans should. And on top of that, our audience should be holding us accountable, and it should be the regulation is automated by that cycle. Like, nope, this person lied to me multiple times now. I'm moving on. And they lose their audience. That's how it
well,
should be.
well, look, I mean, you know, I mean, the lawsuits against her for defamation, which are discreet because that means lying about a specific person. 100 years ago or so or more, we had something called snake oil salesmen, and they also had a First Amendment right to say that their products were harmless when in fact they were very harmful. And what happened was the government stepped in and they said, well, you know, regardless of your First Amendment rights, there we are going to recognize something called false advertising, and you're going to be a lot of trouble if you start saying things which are against the public's good. And you know these guys are pushing it, they're almost asking for the government to step in and say, hey, wait a minute here, you know, whatever you know you're saying.
You still okay? I have a response to this, Noah. It took me a minute, right? trying to not be super black pilled about everything. But when you stop having dialogue, what comes next?
Regulating speech, and that's why it's incumbent on us.
So
As
even
American
if they're not
citizens
willing
to hold
to
these people
accept
accountable,
answers,
because if we
see,
don't,
here's the thing. I wonder.
if we don't, then yeah,
I
there will
wonder
be people
if there's
stepping in
a bit
and
of
they will
a
justify
and I don't
overreach.
disagree.
And while the people
I
that
don't
implement
disagree,
these
but I
things
wonder if you can
may be well
concede
intended, the people that
certain
come after them
things
will use it to our detriment. And this is why
if
we Americans,
if they don't
who's,
then
you know,
become
we should
willing
be
to concede other
self-regulated,
things.
we should be independent people that, again, we, you know, like, you know, it should be information of formed by the people. Like that's how
And I'm not saying all of
the
them.
the formula's
Right.
there. We just have to hold people accountable, and it goes for either side of us. Like, you know, I've called out people. Rage Bronson's down in the chat. He's called out people on our side that were using some of the same tactics, and it shouldn't be tolerated on either side. And that's just the honest conversation. It's like, okay, I don't care how well intended you think Candace Owens is. I would disagree with that. But the fact is that she has a clear record of lying time and time again, her and many others, or speculating to the point and then presenting that speculation as fact and damaging people and lives and everything else. Like, this is immoral. This is unethical. And that should be easy for people to call out, but they revel in it. And it's been incentivized, it's encouraged. And it's
It's like
profitable,
right. It's
unfortunately.
like right in the middle.
So I had one quick question, which was a little bit down in the weeds. So I heard
Sure.
your space
I'm
the other
trying to
night, and
trying to
I heard
practice some
Mr.
white pill.
Diligent Denizen talking about his groundbreaking proof. I
It's
had
kind of right
this
in the
guy
middle.
talking on a screen really isn't actually evidence, or it's certainly not admissible evidence. Admissible evidence. It's not testimony, as he said.
I haven't watched people in real time come out of it, but I have gotten DMs and I've seen posts from people who were like, "Hey, just so you know."
But he mentioned this thing about a receipt. I'm not sure the significance of it, but this receipt, credit
I
card
was
receipt, was
pretty big
supposed to have
on
proven that, I don't
Candace's
know,
side, and
Robinson
because
was
of
eating
you and
there at
Gary and
10
Graham and
o'clock
some other
instead
Well,
people.
of.
I can tell you exactly what
So
was on that receipt and what is
Was it
not on that
okay?
receipt.
Yeah, because I didn't even know if it was produced, but I was curious about
Because
that.
I did my own investigative journalism on
Okay.
this as well. And what
no,
I
I
can tell you
agree.
is
They
on that
didn't have
receipt is not a
no. I
name.
totally get
The
it.
only thing that's on that
Gary had a guest on his show. That's it. And Nick's flaws as a human being does not negate any of the things that he said. It doesn't make what he said false. So,
rose. And that doesn't conflict. Even
what
if you
is
go to
that?
2
It's
hours
like
and
a
20 minutes,
genetic
still doesn't
fallacy.
conflict with the timelines and or when Tyler Robinson was actually had an interaction. I don't know if he was at the restaurant or not, but it's inconsequential at the end of the day.
Right. What was the timestamp on whatever whatever the thing was, 9 something or other? Not the
Like
Based.
Zach, do you
Based.
remember? I don't have it in front of me right now. Was it like 9:50? Something like that?
Right, something like that. I guess the point is though, if you're driving a little
Yeah.
bit fast, right?
Well, the reason that they're hating on Nick
Sorry, I had to
is
find the mute
because
button. Yeah, so they had him
Nick came out against Candace Owens and Baron Coleman. That's why.
and then they said he ate, and then
That's
he
it.
checked out at 9:47. So if you have him leaving at 9:50 roughly, that's your starting point, and he easily could have made it back to UVU with the timeline.
Okay, yeah. I just remember that was Mr. Denizen's big gotcha, so I was just
Yeah,
curious
I'm
what it
right
was
there
all
with
about.
you,
And
Tribal
how
Queen.
do you explain all the like? It still doesn't. You have to reconcile these things at some point. And again, it goes back to they sit there and say that these pictures. There's no way the parents would even identify these because these pictures are so horrible. Then they turn right around and
I
speak
think they're
out of
just
the other
gonna
side of the mouth.
leave.
Said no. The person that was at the steakhouse identified him from the pictures that they saw on the television. So how do you reconcile that? And there again, like we still have a a lot of evidence that puts Tyler
What do I
Robinson
think about
at the
Recade's
scene.
No,
Plenty of
his
evidence.
answer?
There's
Video
more.
If there
evidence
was
of
ever going to
his
be
car,
an
like
anti
cell phone
PB&J answer on French toast,
Now, this is just fun. I mean, there's just
Nick got the right one.
there's more than enough evidence in this case, as far as I can see. Too, there's more than enough for the probable cause
Oh,
hearing, and
where
I'd
is this?
say
Yes,
more
let's
than enough
talk.
to
Let's. I am
convict.
not.
With the confession and
I-
the DNA and all that put together. But
I have never been a
whatever, it's fun
fan
to look at a
of
little fact
Posobiec.
here and there and see what it's about.
couldn't agree more. Thank you very much, APS.
I don't
Let's go
necessarily
Holly
like
Handmaid, then we'll
hate
hit Kiara,
Posobiec
and
or
then
anything,
quintessential contrarian.
but like I don't
Thanks, Gary.
listen to what Posobiec
I will try to
says.
make this
I
brief.
don't
I'm sure that
particularly
you are
care too much
tired.
about his opinion on anything really.
I guess briefly, just what you were talking about with the news and kind of maybe being a little resentful that has kind of pushed people back towards mainstream media. In that same vein, if you go on like TikTok and try to argue with leftists and whatnot, their number one tactic is always like to be like, well, provide evidence, even though you're making a logical claim. So not all claims will require like a proof source, but then it still has to just be strictly logical, like a logical argument. Whereas like a lot of these Candace and Barron types actually just use fallacious logic. So it's unsound logic, which I appreciate watching Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a little too cringe for me. Like he doesn't seem
claim that you need to provide.
I don't know what the word is.
Like if you're trying to say like, oh, you can't
he just comes across as really fake.
Your sex, like you can make a logical argument for that without having to cite studies, which the left likes to do, and be like, oh, well, where's your claim for that? What research do you have that shows that? So you don't always have to provide like material evidence. Although if you're arguing with somebody in good faith, it generally does end up in that direction. So I kind of just resent the Candace, like this pod swapping stuff for that reason, because they're not only illogical, but they also have no sources. So it's very frustrating. They want you to engage. Like I think most people are probably like familiar with the you beat your wife or whatever. It's like you can't prove the negative of the claim. That's on the other person to provide evidence that you did, or even make a logical argument that would entail that. Like I saw your wife had
really
a
don't
black
give a
eye,
shit about asking questions then. I'll give them some content
I think
if they want
the
some
other day when
content.
you had Data Republican on your live stream, I left a comment in there that I think that
But
you had seen.
they don't have
but I
anybody
don't have
up
a
to
way to
speak,
send
really.
it to you.
Just
Had you had a
Quintessential,
chance to
and I'm not
pull
gonna
up
call.
the long
I'm not
thread
gonna go
she
ham
did
on
on the
Quintessential.
198 organizations that engage in color revolutions
Muppet,
in foreign countries,
wouldn't
and
mind
they
having a back and
also
forth with
happen to
Muppet.
be like their home base is UVU for the last 3 years leading up to the Charlie Kirk shooting. And then they also
Milk Bar
organized
put a
within
video out
2
about
hours of the
cool. All
shooting
right.
to kind of like push out
Nice.
messaging
I've
and how
been
they
kind
were
of
gonna
quiet on my
handle it
opinions
all.
about
They
Posobiec
also,
because
I
I was
believe,
kind of wondering if maybe I was in a
that
camp
was
kind of
really
all
kind
by
of
myself.
gross with their Charlie
But if
Kirk
Milk
claims and stuff
Bar's
ended up
dropping
being
heat
spoken to or
on
chosen to
Posobiec,
speak at
we
the
can run that.
graduation ceremony. I don't no. That's the guy who engaged with Charlie his last question. I'm talking about they ended up choosing a speaker for their graduating class or whatever, and it was kind of a big outrage because so that's the same groups that
I don't like
also
Nick
were
Fuentes,
kind
but
of
I
in
still
charge of
respect
all
him at
this.
least.
I believe in
I
the
like Nick. I
thread,
just don't
one
trust
of
him.
the people, they're called like Braver Angels, I believe is what it is, maybe. One of the people who is like a speaker,
just don't trust him at all. He's just a troll.
Actually ends up in the thread, kind of like going back and forth with Data Republican.
Have a
That
good night,
actually
K-Pasta.
that's not what they do. That they're very nice people, and they're just trying to bring down the temperature and whatnot. And then she actually like provides evidence that that's not what they do. They engage in changing the language and also
Yes, I agree,
labeling groups
K-Pasto.
as like
Charlie,
hateful
it would appear that
and
Charlie really
divisive
liked him.
rhetoric and stuff. And so I don't know where if
That's
like
fine. Seemed like Charlie really liked Candace too, for a little bit.
guys like, the thread to look at. I think Jen's the same way too, but I do have her email, so I might be able to just email it over there. But I don't know if you can really do that with X. But you
Saying
should check
hi.
it out if you haven't.
Yeah.
I think
No,
it
I
kind
haven't
of like
checked it out. I've heard about it, and I should check it out, and I will. Thank
okay. Just because I saw your stream today on the color
Oh,
revolutions,
hey,
and
what's up?
then
Lead me to the
it kind
bliss.
of would add in just what
What
I'm
is
thinking
up?
now. I'm not, I have no solid
Seen your comments
evidence.
on
I'm
a
willing
few
to
of my
throw that out
recent
there. I
videos.
don't have it, but it does seem odd that we have a ton of like the Candace and the
I
Barron
appreciate the
supporter
arguments.
types
I
that not
appreciate the
organized with
comments,
the Constitution who
but I
don't
think you're
believe
retarded.
like Z shows up at the same time as he does in
But I
spaces.
hope you're doing well.
And the Andrew Wilson did a bunch of stuff on the Act Blue funding.
Yeah.
And we kind of see these weird, like you've been talking about like these psychological operations and stuff, like where they kind of flood the zone and
Who is
change the
talking?
narrative.
They're very
And
coordinated.
I just
Yes.
Yes, and I just wonder, like, they also have a lot of leftist tactics, and I just wonder if you've gone on Blue Sky, if you go on Reddit, they will literally be calling. I've even seen it in comment sections. They'll call, like Blake, they'll call him a racist all the time.
But
I don't know
I mean,
people
I
on the
agree
right who throw that
with
around. In
lead me
fact,
to the
it kind of
bliss just for different
demotivates
reasons. That Nick just can't be
for
trusted.
just our
But it has
political
nothing to
beliefs.
do with because he's
They
pushing Fed
will in
slop.
like on Reddit and
It's
Blue
because
Sky,
his
they will
opinions
call us
change
maggots
on the
and stuff
weekly.
while also pushing Candace narratives. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I would not be surprised if they had just figured out how to infiltrate the right. If there are organizations, which it appears that there are, this kind of like thread she had in on the color revolution types that
Yeah,
organizations
Nick
that
Fuentes is
immediately got together within just a couple
he's
hours.
not
Surprised
funny.
me.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with anything you said.
Well, maybe take a look at it when you get a chance.
I will.
I
Thank
did
you.
send as well to some other people just to see if, since like the person that was working on kind of the funding stuff that Andrew Wilson pulled up, I did send it to them too, so that we can kind of.
I don't disagree necessarily with that, Uzu. I don't disagree. I feel like I've definitely picked a lane. I like Nick. I just don't trust him.
It was good. Yeah, I do need to check that out. Let's go to Kiara, and then we'll go to quintessential contrarian. Kiara, go ahead.
Hi. Hi. So I just had a really quick question. So, kind of newer to following this case and also, haven't had a chance to, if you've already talked about this, I apologize. But one thing that's really been bothering me is whenever they had Lance Twig's testimony, and he said that he did not hear from Tyler until 11 p.m. And then when they showed
He
the
does, but
screenshot of the
it's
text
guys, it's
messages,
really the
the
same with
first text
anybody,
from that
right?
day
Like
was
you can
actually
listen to
at
somebody
4:30
and you can
or
be
4,
like,
I think it was like a little
based,
after 4:30. And I'm just
totally,
curious, like,
totally
what are your
makes sense.
thoughts on
Great
that? And
point.
like,
And then they
do you
say
think
something
that's
and you
going
go, well,
to
that's
evolve
retarded.
into a larger
I feel like it's
piece
going to
of
happen
this?
with anybody, right?
I don't know. I don't know what to
But
make of
with
that.
Nick, it's
Ultimately,
just
what I
like
think we're
all
going to
the
see at the
time.
trial is we're actually going to see
It's
the
all the
transcripts
time with
of
Nick.
what they actually pull off that phone. I don't know why it wasn't in that one. Maybe that was something that
It's
they
like
didn't
we
feel
need to
like they
do
needed to
something about the
show.
GOP. We
Again, it
need to vote
was just
Democrats in. It's
a
like, holy,
preliminary
what?
hearing. The
Agreed.
burden of
No,
proof wasn't that
stupid, dumb
high.
take.
I do think that even, I mean,
And he's back talking about radical
I didn't
left and
expect
how
to see the
dangerous they are. It's like,
amount
yep,
of evidence that
good
we
take.
saw in this
Got to
preliminary
vote
hearing. I thought we'd
Democrat.
see a
Nope,
lot.
retarded.
I thought we'd see pretty compelling evidence, and I think we did.
I
But I don't
I
know what to make
saw.
of that, to be honest with you. And I
Yeah,
don't even
I
want to
couldn't
try to
watch the whole
speculate on
thing.
that. I mean, clearly
I
there
couldn't watch
was,
the whole thing, but
well,
that's
I
peak
he could say
Alex
that he
Jones.
didn't see or hear from them, and maybe he
Peak
didn't see
Alex
that text.
Jones.
I don't know. I'm not going to make excuses for
We
Lance
responded
Twigs.
to the text, so that's just the only
Yeah, there you go.
thing. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you. They didn't talk about it. The prosecution didn't bring it up. The defense didn't bring it
Yeah,
up.
I thought it was so odd that nobody mentioned that at all. Like, I'm like, wait, you guys, he just said this, and then you guys are showing this immediately after, which just contradicts what he just said. So I just thought that was odd. So just wanted to hear your thoughts, but thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Good point. Uh, Quintessential contrarian. Send it.
Hey, Paramount. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate you unblocking me and having a good faith conversation last time in a different space and having me in yours. So appreciate that. I know these spaces get full. I got a mic before and then I got dropped or bounced or whatever happens, when there's not enough memory to handle it all. Anyways,
Yeah, we didn't boot you. I
oh
didn't
no, I
boot you. I
believe
don't
you.
know if somebody. But I
I,
got booted 4 times so far, and it's like I said, it's my space. So
yeah, well, and if someone else booted me too, I mean that happens. You know, whatever. I'm here now, so that's what matters. So my name says it all. I show up in spaces. In general, I'm always thinking analytically about things. Always, my friend said, "You're a quintessential contrarian." I said, "No, I'm not." Of course, I answered that way, right? Then
Boy,
I
she's
did some
quiet.
self reflection. I really am. Um, I think it's really important that we maintain civil discourse, and I know that things get heated. I did want to pop over from the other space and just kind of give a brief. I don't know. You guys don't spend any time over there, and it makes sense. It's like why would you? I just want to kind of
I
let you know a
do.
couple of things. I meet up frequently with a slew of people, about 60 plus people or so come in and out, and we have a range of different beliefs. I mean, there's this one guy named John who actually really wants to talk to you, Paramount. He's been dying to talk to you about the foldable AR-15 thing. He was so disappointed that we talked over him in that space. He didn't have time to talk to you. So we're trying to encourage him to come over here and talk to you himself. But he's very charitable to the federal narrative, um, doesn't understand how the gun got off the roof, is really trying to make that narrative fit, has the idea that it could be the foldable AR-15. There's other people that even entertain the idea that Charlie's still alive. There's other people that entertain that it could be a PET
Oh
off
no.
of detonation, not of the microphone. It's because of where it would have projected from. There's no way that it would be like a boomerang projectile, right? So there's thoughts that whenever you're looking at it frame by frame from the up front, the front of his shirt lifts up with air before anything else moves. These are indicators that people discuss, right?
sure.
So I'm always just like asking more questions, want to understand more, good faith. Like in good faith, I'm really interested because I haven't understood it. How did he get off that roof with the gun and then like he left the evidence is the DNA on the screwdriver that was still on the roof, and then the gun that, according to the testimony, had dust inside of it, inside of the barrel, the long range rifle. Now, the dust could
Well,
have collected
I mean,
after it was shot.
he
I
did, but
understand. I
he
heard that
didn't.
conversation you
He
had with
didn't hide
Constitution.
the
I just,
video of him jumping
I
Well,
off
don't.
the
well,
roof with
let's
the
cover
gun
these
wrapped in a
things
towel.
one at a time. So I'm tagging you in a picture collage that clearly shows him getting off the roof with the rifle. So there's that one. He had the
Where's the
rifle.
tag? And I probably have seen it because it's not like I haven't looked. It's not that how, what did Holly say? Is she still around? Do my effing homework. She called me a spoon, which is my favorite insult, actually. I should pin that one.
I don't even know what that means. What does it
I
mean to
don't
be a
even know what it
spoon?
means either.
There was
All right. So
video of him actually falling off the roof that we
yeah.
were able to see.
Okay,
Um,
this is really blurry. Like it's 2026. It was 2025 when this happened. The fact that this is what we got and you're telling me that's a specific person, I can't tell you which person that is, can't tell you
sure.
how tall they are. Also, I don't see
What if we had no video of the incident?
a gun. I
Well, no, I mean the allegation is that it's covered. So it like
the wait, sorry,
99%.
you just said what if we had no picture
Yeah,
of
what
the
if we had no
incident? Not
video?
sure how that's on topic here, but then you would have no evidence of anything, right?
No, I mean 99+% of all convictions of murders and without video.
Okay, we're not debating the ability to convict off of not having
Well,
no
sure we
video
are. I
evidence.
mean, you're saying
You are
that's
right now, sir,
that's
you presented to me video evidence, and I'm looking at the evidence the picture evidence that you're
yeah.
presenting, and I'm telling you it's not clear enough to say that was a backpack. I've seen this clearer on television than it is
Or maybe
available
so.
here.
But what I'm saying is you can clearly see that there is a black cloth that is somehow magically defying gravity and is rigid. Like
That's a
that's
backpack. This is
no,
different than what I saw.
I have a question with Quintessential. How can you say that that is for certain a backpack? There's a weird disconnect here between a lot of people. Some people see that photograph and they look, right? They're told that he had a rifle on the roof and he took the shot and he ran and he jumped off the roof. There are people who look at that image and they see what looks to be, what could be maybe a towel, and it looks to be relatively long, right? There are other people who say they see a backpack. How can you say for sure you see a backpack?
Okay, in this image, fair question, Bronson. When I had originally saw the video, and that was clearer than what I'm looking at right now. I initially had thought it was a backpack. When I rewatched it, I continuously thought it was a backpack. So in this circumstance, I'm saying it was a backpack. Right now I'm looking at this and I don't know why the quality is so much worse than before, than it was
Because
like.
it's a picture of a freeze frame of a video. Every time you make a copy of a copy of a copy, it degrades. That's what you're looking at. So if you watch the
Yeah,
original
exactly. So
video,
yeah, well, that's what we
when
should
you
be. Sorry, real quick, Zach, if you don't mind. um, if we're going to present photograph obvious evidence and say it's obvious, and we are going to then admit that we're looking at degraded versions of said photo, I mean, right here, we're already not in a good spot.
but so
hold on real
backing
quick.
up, you asked how he got off the roof. This just shows somebody getting off the roof. That answers your
Somebody
question.
with
But you
the
did.
gun. There's no indication to me that
But
this
no,
was.
you're moving the goalpost here.
I don't believe
You
I am. Also,
you
sir,
Hold
you're
on,
are.
Zach. Hold on,
interrupting
Zach.
me.
Hold on. All right. So, is it is it is it believable that that long rigid thing is a rifle covered by a piece of cloth, sleeve, whatever? Is it reasonable to assume that, or
Um,
is it just reasonable at all? We know he had a rifle on the roof. We know a rifle was there.
we don't actually. You
Okay.
say you say we do, and I'm
Okay.
asking for the evidence of, because
Okay.
we're
Well,
talking about
I'll lay
hard.
out the evidence that a rifle was
Do you
on that
mind?
roof. Yeah, no,
Okay,
hold on. I want to attack. I want to address these things one at a time
right.
without you kind of filibustering here. You said, "What is the evidence that we have that the rifle was on the roof?" Well, what we have is we have a gunshot that took place, and then we also have the sound of it. That sound is recorded. The crack boom puts it directly in that exact distance. And then on top of that, what we have is we have a
Well,
transfer of energy that is from
sorry,
front to
you're
back on Charlie.
dogpiling. Um,
No, no, I'm not. I'm
uh,
addressing the things that you asked, and
yes,
you
but
asked what.
sorry, I thought we were discussing one piece of evidence at a time. I'm more than happy to get into all of these. Like now you're adding audio evidence. Like where is the source of that? That you're saying that that's the location,
Well,
filtered through what?
are you
In
not aware that
addition,
there's audio evidence that there was a supersonic crack, there was a boom, like there's multiple evidence
no, I'm
of
I'm
that?
open. Sir, I'm open to that. Just thought we were starting with the photo. So like with this photo, my first thing would be, Gary, my first step would be for this photo is let's get the original source of the photo, and let's make sure
Okay,
that it is a non-edited
you're
AI
welcome to do
version of
that.
the photo. Well, okay,
It's not. It's not.
you're
It came off.
presenting
It came
me.
off the FBI
You
thing
started the conversation saying you're gonna show me what you, or excuse me, I asked you um how he's getting off the roof, right?
with the rifle,
With the rifle, yeah, and then
and
you
now I just
send
showed
me.
you that how he got off the roof with the rifle.
Yeah, with a really blurry image that I don't know wasn't edited and isn't as
Okay,
clear as the stuff we've seen before. So I'm gonna go back to the standard that we just discussed about needing facts in order for it to be evidential, like good evidence, and this isn't
well,
that.
we're not going to have the facts because we're not law enforcement.
Oh, okay. So
But what, as far as you want perfect 4K footage, I can't provide that to you. I provided you a
I
that,
did
by the way,
not
is
say that, Gary.
reproducible.
You're the
Hold
one.
on. No. Don't talk over me. When I provide you a photo that clearly shows a rigid
It's not clear.
thing, there is a clear, a rigid thing. I just posted it. I love when I talk to you guys because suddenly you become blind. You guys could see like this one pixel and be like, you know what? That is a bullet. That's a bullet flying through the air that was
I
that
did
was
not
captured.
say that.
I'm just saying. But what I'm saying is you're asking, well, how did this occur? Well, look, there's a rigid thing there that you can go and you can look at the FBI, but right off the FBI website, you can download that exact same photo. You can freeze frame it where you can clearly see something that's rigid, that's being covered in black. And you're like, that's not evidence. That's not evidence. How did he get off the roof with the rifle? And I'm just going to play silly and dumb and act like, oh, no, it's a little too blurry for me. It is clearly a person getting off the roof. It's clearly a rigid object under something black. And if you want to play silly beyond that, then you're welcome to, but it's dumb. It just sounds dumb too.
Okay, Bronson, I guess everybody over there was right. I came over, Gary, honestly, in good faith. I was like, no, he's not gonna
No,
call
when you're
names or
playing these
anything.
games,
I'm not playing a
you
game,
are
sir.
playing games.
I'm
Like you're
not.
constantly moving the goalposts. You're like, I don't know how I got off the roof with, and I send you a picture and like, that's blurry. Is it is it blurry enough? Is it clear enough to see that it was a black rigid object? The problem is that you guys want to always control and like poke these weird holes where
I'm
holes
not
don't
trying to
exist.
poke
And
any weird holes. So you want me just to agree that this looks like a rigid
what I'm
black?
saying, is it plausible that that is a rifle?
Not in my opinion.
It's not plausible that's a rifle, then you're just dishonest.
I I
You're
because I have a
quintessentially
difference
dishonest.
because
Is
I
it
have a difference of opinion than you. I
No,
mean,
is it
what is it?
possible?
That's what all I'm saying. Is it possible that it's a rifle?
is it
And you said no.
I don't think that that's possibly a rifle.
Okay, well I don't know where to go with you then,
Can
because
both
if you don't think
be
that's
true?
possibly a rifle, then I don't know
Yeah,
what
both can be
it
true.
could.
I agree with
It could
that.
be
That's why I don't.
an umbrella. But whatever it is, it's rigid and it's defying gravity on something that later on in the video you can see is flopping around. So there is a loose cloth that is
Later
over a
on in the
rigid
video
item.
is uh flopping around. Is that the bottom right one? Is that what you're talking about, flopping around? Or you mean later when he's walking?
When he's walking, you can see that it is a non-rigid material over a rigid structure.
Oh, okay. That's how you see it. All right. So you think that he got up on the roof
You
and
guys
then
are so disingenuous.
I'm
Like
not being
when you're going to sit there and
disingenuous.
say it's not even no, to me it's not even possible that that's a rifle. You're just disingenuous.
I
It's not even possible it's a rifle.
because I have
Not
a
even
different.
possible.
Okay, so uh, I don't have to have the same opinion as you, Gary, in
I
order
know,
to
but we
be
can look at the
genuine.
same thing, and if you can't even admit that it's possible it's a rifle, like I don't want to talk to you because you're
Well,
disingenuous and you're dishonest.
in,
Because it's possibly a rifle.
in your opinion, and I
It's not an
respect that, and
opinion, it's
I'm
just an
willing to
objective
listen to you.
fact. Do,
It's an
do you see an object there?
yeah.
Okay, could that object possibly be a rifle?
I don't think so,
Okay, all right.
but that doesn't mean
What's the
that we
next point?
can't continue. No, it's not about a point. I would like to. Okay, so with the gun on the roof and the left behind screwdriver. So
Mhm.
he had the screwdriver just in his pocket and then it just accidentally got left behind, or
I have no idea where he had the screwdriver.
do you believe he like used it to
Yeah,
assemble?
I believe he barreled action and the optics separated from the stock, and then there's two screws where you attach a stock to a barreled action. So, and you can do that in less than a minute. It
Mm-hmm.
reduces the gun size by 40 to 50%. It makes it easier to transport covertly, which he did.
And so you think that he added it on and then removed it, or added it on and did not remove it?
He did not remove it. There was no time for it. I mean, we see the video, we see what takes place. He clearly gets up from where he took the shot, allegedly, and moves over to the corner of the building where he drops down in about like 20 something seconds.
And then you think he left it in a box, so he takes away this, you think it's a towel,
What
so
box?
No, that was an evidence box from the
oh,
authorities.
that was an evidence
Yeah,
box. Okay.
evidence collection box.
Did you think that he had pre-positioned in
Well,
a gun box?
did you watch any of the preliminary hearing at all?
Oh, I watched a good deal of it. I do have a full-time job and other
No,
so many
I
things
was just
going
wondering
on
because
here.
they did show pictures of how they allegedly found the rifle in that bush tree area, and it was just a rifle wrapped in a towel. There was no box until they collected it and then placed it into an evidence box.
Okay.
And with the whole he assembled it, took the shot, and then disassembled it, I'm pretty positive that the only time that's ever been brought up was from that
Governor
stupid
Cox.
Governor Cox in
Yeah.
Utah. It was never put in any official document that I can recall. So that only ever came from him during that press conference. And I would think that you could objectively say it's quite possible he misspoke because he's stupid, and he probably shouldn't have been the one informing the public. It probably should have been somebody from either the FBI or the Utah state authorities.
And we know that didn't take place because we have the video footage of
Well, it's
exactly what did.
impossible
Yeah.
to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gary, I just put the short that the FBI posted on their YouTube channel of it. You can clearly see that it's much longer than a backpack.
Perfect. Is that up in the
Oh yeah,
Jumbotron?
where is it?
It's in the Jumbotron, in the purple pill.
Perfect. The
There's a
Jumbotron's not even showing up on my screen right now. Freaking space.
where? Sorry,
It'll
who
be in
was
the
that
comments
that
as
said that?
well, right?
So was that
Bring it.
Gary?
It's down in the comments as well, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah, it's in,
posted
if
it
you click on
there.
the purple pill and scroll down, it's underneath one of yours, but I think my order is going to be different than yours.
There you go. Well, I see Mid-Gray posted.
Sorry, I don't know everybody's name. I don't know your voices over here, so I don't know who's who.
Gary, I can find it and put it in the Jumbotron.
Sure. I mean, for some reason, the Jumbotron's not even up on my.
If you scroll
I'm
all the
closing
way up,
this out.
yeah, it might
Coming
just
back
be
up.
a memory issue. Holly Handmade, she won't even allow that it is logically possible. Okay, it could be logically possible. I just don't see that as being like as that's what it is. But you guys just want to hear me say that it's possibly a rifle? Okay.
Yeah, I think
Is
some
that
concessions are important with good
okay?
faith. You know what I mean?
I wasn't trying to be in bad faith
Like
by
bring
maintaining my
bring up a
opinion.
point that you think we would disagree with, and I would see how I could concede maybe to
I
your
haven't
point.
I would respect that approach. I haven't seen that in this space being here tonight. It's been a lot of like, oh, that was dumb, you're a retard. But
Because a
okay.
lot of things that were said were dumb and retarded.
Like yeah,
Like a
okay.
bullet whizzing through the air. Yeah, that's retarded.
Uh,
And you wanna become
you
unhinged
can
and screech about it
you can
when
definitely hear you can definitely hear whizzing bullets. It doesn't have to always make a noise, but you can hear them.
yeah, usually if you're hearing a whizzing bullet, that is a ricochet. And what you're going to hear as it's going over your head is the supersonic crack.
Again, though, there's the
Well, and you're
possibility.
saying those things,
Hold
and
on, you just
yes,
called me.
but that's not what he said earlier. He said it always happens. And I would ask you now, based on what experience do you have? Have you been shot at before? Have you had bullets whizzing over your head?
Are we going to have the conversation now that only subject matter experts can give
No, I'm just
opinions?
like, have you experienced that? Like,
I
and where do you draw that information from? If you're going to say bullets whiz by your head, right? Yeah, sometimes they
no,
do, but they're typically
bullets don't
subsonic.
whiz by my head. Yeah,
We
well,
just said sometimes they do.
bullets can whiz by people's heads. You can hear it all the time, like anecdotally, right?
Well, I'm just.
Either
You
way,
said all the time.
um,
Where's the all the time?
uh,
Like, I
if
see
you don't
cars
mind,
all the time. I
in
see
the
clouds all the time. I still, at this point in my life, I don't have bullets whizzing by my head all the time. I'm not
right,
saying that it
exactly.
wouldn't ever happen, but it's definitely when he's sitting there saying, we know
Well,
it always happens.
I
Like,
missed
usually if
whatever
something's
they're
whizzing by your
talking
head,
about
it's
right now.
subsonic.
Can you
okay,
guys fill me in the chat?
if that's the hill
What
we
is
want
the
to
whizzing
end
bullets
that
thing?
on, then
No, I'm
that's
just
fair. Just I'm just trying to state and make the same comparison. If we're gonna have good faith arguments and conversations, and we're going to say, oh yeah, that could
but we're
possibly
gonna stay
be
factual too.
okay.
I'm not gonna like go outside of like just fantasy land.
That's fair. And you can state that, and you can just state it as not every time, right? And that could be enough. That doesn't discredit everything he was saying in its entirety.
That was literally the only thing he said.
Because then you booted him before he
I don't
finished.
remember
No,
the whizzing.
because he started freaking out,
Well, he
screeching,
did
and
get
saying that
loud. He
I
didn't
was paid
quite
by
screech,
TPUSA. He
but
was screaming. He
I
was
mean, he did
literally
get
screaming.
loud. Yeah, no, he got loud for
And he
sure.
was saying that I was paid by TPUSA. You're only saying this because you're paid by TPUSA. Like, that's not an argument. We're not gonna play this game. I could sit here and
Are
say,
you
you know
paid?
what, you're
Are
paid
you
by
paid by
Candace Owens.
TPUSA?
What's that?
Are you paid by TPUSA?
No, I'm not paid by anyone. I've never been paid by anyone ever. I've never been directed by anyone. I've never been told to say anything for anyone.
Well, wait, but I mean, you work with team of people, and some of the people like on your team are affiliated with TPUSA, right?
That's incorrect.
Oh, sorry. Whenever we were in that space the other night, like with Blake Neff, I
Okay.
just it definitely by the cadence of response and tempo, it was definitely seemed as though you guys were talking. Not that that's like a bad thing. I would totally chip any of the people I came over here with. I could text too, you know.
Hey Gary, can
Yeah.
I say something about the paid thing, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
The only reason why all of you Candace supporters think that anybody is paid is
Uh
because
oh.
she has beat it into your head,
Uh oh. Cold
changing the
blooded gonna come in
vocabulary
hot.
of it many of times from surrogates to paid
Cold
influencers to
blooded
PR
gonna come in
crisis to
hot.
whatever you want to
He
call
was
it.
not.
And
I
she's
should
been
have
doing
messaged
this since
him.
2017.
Like, hey,
And
be cool, man.
there's in a debate that she had on Dave Rubin's show
Yeah.
with
Be cool.
Blair White, and she has always referred and said that any paid opposition, any pushback, any disagreements, or any just questions of Candace Owens questions, that she always
The
claims is
Muppet.
bought and paid for. And you can go far as back as you want to on all of her X posts. So since 2019, she's been doing this on X posts.
Interesting.
And so if you're really like a truth teller, like you seem like you're asking questions, you want the truth, you need to really like open your mind to what she's doing to you folks. She's running
Well,
psyops on you.
just really quick. Sorry, the cold. You don't know my opinion on anything,
Nope,
so
not sure.
I hear you. And I totally agree. I'm completely for civil discourse, and I just want to understand what I don't understand. And when people show up angry or defensive, I'm like asking questions like, why are we mad about a difference of opinion? Why are we trying to silence
I don't
Americans
think
from?
anybody was mad at you. They're mad that you were actually sitting there saying that it's not possible that could
No, no,
be a
sure.
rifle.
Yeah, no,
That
and
it
I
is
didn't
very
mean it that
possible.
way.
You know that it's possible that could be a rifle. We understand that you don't think it's a rifle, but you're
Right,
being
right.
disingenuous by not admitting that is not
Okay,
it could not be.
I wasn't intentionally being disingenuous. I think it
Well,
was
the
a
fact,
semantic thing. Okay, it is possible.
Is it possible that it's not a rifle though too?
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
absolutely, everything's possible. Yeah, we're open to. We follow the truth. You guys follow hearsay. You follow
hold
Candace
on.
Owens. Make you
Stop you
can't.
guysing us. Okay.
Okay, well, the people
All
who are
right,
coming in
real
here
quick.
generally go
Uh
ahead,
oh.
Gary. Sorry, my fault.
Uh oh.
Colt. Yeah, just all right. So I'm gonna be shutting this down because I gotta go to bed. So
Uh,
quintessential.
Paramount, real
Let's.
quick.
Yeah,
That
no.
one.
What I'm saying is
James May wanted
what
to
other
ask a
point did you
question.
want to discuss?
Oh, sorry. James May wanted to ask you a question or two or three. He pinged me and asked me to ask you that.
Who's James?
Oh, He's a guy who has a horse head, and he actually is on your side. Like, he's in our groups all the time, and he doesn't believe any of the things we believe.
Where is
So,
he? I don't
or
see him.
think
James
or
with a horse
consider.
head. Does
James with
anyone?
the horse head. James May with the horse head. If he's not on here, I'm gonna. Oh, did you block him? Is that why he's not in here?
He's
Uh, James May. Tell Gary I did. We're looking for you. I did. Um. Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah. There was conversation. Yeah. I mean, that's about it. That's almost all I got. That, and I think I just want to state, because we talked about it before. I think it's important that people can be in opposition of Israel as the state and against the genocide and against going to war with Iran and be against
Oh, there's James May.
that Trump turning back on some of the things, the promises that he's made, and not be anti-Semitic. And I do
But
think that gets lost in
agree with that
translation, and I
100%.
love that.
the longest genocide in the history of the world.
James May is here. The great James May. He's in the house.
Nate, real quick, did you have something to say? And then I'll let James go.
Oh, Nape's coming in hot.
Well, yeah, it's just, look, if you say a photo's too blurry to see anything, but then you can definitively say what isn't in it, that is by definition kind of disingenuous. And then I was going to go, I know it's getting late for you, Gary, but I was going to go and explain how, Mach angles work and how there's a 24.2 degree Mach angle on that bullet going that speed. And you can take the sound spikes and back calculate from where the microphone was to where we know the bullet hit, because we know where it went. We know where it would cross that path. We know how we can back calculate that 24.2 degree angle. So we can calculate when the bullet crossed that path. And then you can back calculate the actual boom from the muzzle blast. And you can draw a circle that the shot came from a circle in a certain range, right? And
Who's talking? Sorry.
Nate
there's only
Diaz.
there's
Who?
only so many viable shooting positions within that range, right? And one of them is where that video came from. So it's not an incalculable thing based on sound and time. You can back calculate. It's physics and it doesn't change.
Oh, I
Okay,
agree. I agree
you
that
know what I mean?
sound can definitely compute it.
Yeah,
Um,
and
yeah,
it's
and
been
I was
done.
just wondering the source material for that sound analytics and like who did the analysis, and I'm totally interested to like get into those weeds because I haven't seen that at all. And thank you for bringing up your point. I definitely fair. Absolutely, that was my confirmation bias coming in obviously on the defense, right? Clear. You
Yes.
you just stated it clear as day. So that's fair.
Okay. All right. Cool.
James, go ahead, bud.
Gary, I'm a big fan. I've shared a lot of the things that you've posted on this case.
We'll see.
One thing that I've come to understand, because I do like Blake Neff, or not Blake Neff. Uh, I got
Bednarz.
opinions. Yeah, Bednarz. I actually like Blake Bednarz. I like Quinn. I like Leslie. I'm shouting out a bunch of people that are over there. Ecological. I like him. All those guys, I really like them because they're just kind of fun to talk to. Because honestly, I don't take any kind of investigation or thing that I do with this Charlie Kirk thing seriously, because I don't have the information necessary to make a decision one way or the other. Everything that we've been provided has pointed to Tyler Robinson being the killer. Now, shifting back to the people that believe, the Charlie Kirk truthers on Candace's side, I point blank asked Blake Bednarz today, this evening, what would change his mind. And when he believes that the his pendant shot up with a shape charge, I'm pretty sure, and got Charlie Kirk in the neck. And I said, well, we should see a bullet, or like not a bullet hole, but a hole in the shirt. And he said, well, we need that one specific angle, and that would prove it. And I said, well, what if we get that one angle and it doesn't show a hole in the shirt? you know is there anything that would convince you that your theory is wrong? He said there's nothing. And I just was like, okay, well, I know where you're at. And then he asked me what would convince me that Tyler Robinson isn't the killer. And I listed off everything that we know in the evidence. And then you wouldn't believe how like everybody was like, oh, you this, that, and the other Fed slop. And what I've come to understand is that everybody has built this community, and I feel like a lot of people are lacking that community. So they've built this community, they've built friends, they like talking about this. And if it comes down to it, and Tyler Robinson is the killer and they have irrefutable proof, they've lost this community, lost this camaraderie. They've lost this thing that they can do until 3 and 4 in the morning. People in Australia spending 8 hours on a space. I mean, they lose that. So whenever you talk to people and you confront them, like I'm gonna call Quinn out right now, like, is it possible this long, rigid thing could be a gun? There's a block where she's like, well, this long, rigid thing, there's no way in the world it could be a gun because they're holding on to
I
this.
meant it like there's no way I could tell it was, you know?
I
Like
mean, is
that's
it
what I meant by
possible?
that, but I hear you. Okay, that's fine.
Is it
I already
possible? Yeah.
contended it to Nate, right?
Yeah, but
I
I'm just
get that.
saying.
We got it on the possible.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to like laugh about it like I'm being disingenuous because
I'm
it's
not
just
laughing
not
at you.
true.
Whoa,
Not
whoa,
you,
I'm
hold
just
on.
Paramount
Now,
did.
hold
oh,
on, real quick, Quint. Like, first of all, now you're being even more disingenuous. We reposed that question to you 4 times, and you said no. To me, it's just not even a possibility. And now you're sitting there saying, "Well, no, I was saying it's." I don't even know how you just reframe that, but now you're just
No, at the
lying.
very beginning, at the
Now
hey,
you're
top
just
of it.
lying.
hey Gary, I know I
Yeah.
was being really long-winded, but I'm going to ask you a
No, go
question.
ahead.
So, all of that, they built this camaraderie, this community, and there's this huge block that if Tyler Robinson's a killer, there's a threat that they're going to lose all of that. How do you reach people who are
Well,
invested so
not yet.
heavily
Our house.
when they stand to lose a whole community? You know what I mean? Like it's almost
Well,
impossible.
yeah. So I talk about this all the time. I mean, at this point, it's a religion.
Yeah.
And it's actually more than a religion because religion is, we talk about faith. Faith is believing in something without evidence. They'll believe in something not only that doesn't have evidence, but there's so much evidence against what they believe, and they'll believe it in spite of that. And then when something more convenient comes along, Blake Bednar's is a great example of this. They, I had Blake Bednar's on in like October on my show, maybe November.
But
Don't really remember.
But
But
do they
he
lose a
was sitting there.
community
He would
over
have bet
this?
his
I feel like
house, his
there's
life,
all
and
kinds of
everything
other
else
talking points that
on
they
the
all
fact
tend to
that
agree
the
on that
the
really don't have anything
microphone
to do
itself
specifically
was the
with the
exploding
Charlie
device.
Kirk
I was like, well, come on my show and explain this to me.
event.
And I'm like,
So
well,
do
this
they
is how
really
come we don't
though?
see any equal and opposite reaction? How
I
come we
think
don't
this
see an
has
explosion?
brought a bunch
He
of
didn't have an
people
answer for those things. But
together,
now he
right?
shifted from that to now he
Like that
believes
was,
it's the
I
pendant. And
guess you
that
could
gets
say
even
sort of the
dumber because
catalyst
there's
for
not
it. But
enough
there's still like
space in that
so
pendant to
many
create the
other
thing that he's
things
saying.
that
And we
those
still
people
don't
have sort
have
of
the
common
physics and
ground
the
with that I don't
observable
know that,
evidence that we would see with an
you know,
explosion, with a,
Tyler
yeah, I don't even know what
Robinson
he
and there being
believes.
overwhelming
If he
evidence
thinks the
against
shape
Tyler Robinson is
charge,
going
like
to
again, go
destroy that
talk to Matt
community.
Tardio, who's
I
an
don't think so.
explosive expert. He explains the
I don't
math and
believe so at
basically
all.
what it comes down to with a shape charge, you can get about 2 times the,
And
and
another thing
don't
I
quote me on
might,
this, but it's somewhere around
I
this,
don't know if I
two to
would
three times
necessarily
the
argue it, but I would
penetration
posture
of the
that
device itself. So if that device,
politically,
according
I think
to
quite a few of these people, we tend to
Bray, is,
align
I don't know what he said, like 3 or 4 millimeters
similarly,
inside
or at
there.
least more
And you're looking at a
similarly
penetration
than we
of,
do with,
like
say,
six
people that
millimeters.
are
And
on
that
the
has to
left.
clear the actual,
So
the
there's
distance between the shape charge
kind of
itself,
a weird
that
spot there
distance.
too.
So we're talking about like
Like
two or
just as
three
far
millimeters of
as sort
penetration
of your
based on
base
that. Never
level
mind the fact that
foundation
Petton
as to how they
has a
want the
flash point of
country
over
to be.
4,000 degrees
He doesn't
centigrade.
believe it's PETN. He believes it's like some kind of nitro cartridge,
So we're kind
something
of
or
It
in
other
a,
doesn't
now.
matter. Like it doesn't, like no matter what, even gunpowder is going to burn at
I'm
several
not even
thousand
sure what you would
degrees,
want to
and
call
we're
it.
going to see a thermal effect, and it's going to burn the shirt.
We're in
We're
a
going to
very
see
weird
those things, and not only
place.
that, we could take something like a firecracker, which obviously doesn't have nearly the energy that these people are saying that this has, and put it under Charlie Kirk's shirt, let it go off, and people in the crowd would be like, "Oh, I heard something come from Charlie Kirk." Nobody's saying that. And matter of fact, we don't even have. We have plenty of video and we have plenty of audio. We have not recorded any audio that's coming from Charlie Kirk, and you can't just cover that up. And then the other thing that Blake is saying is like they did something with the audio, so the speakers, so that we have a gunshot come over the speakers.
Yeah,
That's
we're
not how it
definitely
works.
we're in a
You,
bit
you're
of a
not going to
pickle
have a
for sure.
gunshot come over the speakers and everybody look up toward the place where the gunshot originated. Which, if you look at what's his name, the video,
But you know what I mean?
Bartholomew's video on the
Like
top.
just for
When
instance,
that
think about
gunshot
it.
goes off,
Think
they had
about
the
the
clearest line of
concessions
sight to that.
that
All
you
these people
would
down in
that
that defilade,
most of these people
down
seem to be
in
demanding as far as a political party goes, right? Like what's a concession? They don't want any war. Like that's not a bad concession, right?
down there, they might not know where the direction's coming from.
They want
But
the
you have a
economy
much
to be
clearer line
doing
of
better.
sight,
Now,
and
granted,
more
none of
importantly,
them
an
would be able to
audio
tell
line of
you
sight.
how to
And
make that
those guys
happen.
up there at
And I'm not
Adam
pretending like I would
Bartholomew's
either,
point
but I think that's something
look directly where
we
the
would
shot came from.
we would agree
And there's
on,
many other
right?
people that you can see in the video that look up there. And by the way, there's lots of people that I've talked to that are eyewitnesses that
So
said,
I
you know,
don't
it
know that
sounded like it
like
came from there. That being said,
their
there's other
demands
definitely
are
other people that
really
said, you know, I
that
couldn't really tell where the gunshot
against
come from, which is normal in
where
that
we
type of
stand
environment. You know, being
politically.
in a urban area,
But
I've been under
this like
fire.
one
My whole
thing,
team
this
has,
Charlie Kirk
and we couldn't
thing,
tell exactly
and I
immediately
don't
where
even know if
those
it's the
gunshots were
Charlie
coming
Kirk
from
thing. I
because
think the
echoes are
Charlie
bouncing
Kirk
all over
thing
the
just
place off of flat, hard surfaces.
exacerbated
And
the Israel
the
thing.
architecture of that area down there provides nothing but hard surfaces, and it's built for,
So we're in a weird
you know,
spot.
it's literally built for
No, not the
good
left.
acoustics. So, you know, there's
I
all
would
like,
think that a
no
lot of
matter
it,
what
like
they
if I
talk
were to
about with
pull
it,
Uncle
this is
Tom in here or go into
the
an Uncle
exploding.
Tom
And
space and be like,
you know,
Uncle
for
Tom,
months I've been saying the
is it your
exploding mic
opinion
was
that
so
there are
dumb that
only two
even
genders?
Candace
Like
Owens
I would
doesn't
think he
adopt
would be like,
it, and
yeah,
yet here we are.
duh,
Um,
right?
you would see it. There's observables
So
that you just
it's
can't
not.
get away from. There's
I mean, I'm
physics
not
that you
saying
just
that
can't
there
get
aren't
away from. It's completely implausible.
lefties in here, but there are not
And on top
lefties
of
as
that,
well.
you can't have an exploding mic with so much energy that it kills a man, completely destroys the microphone or the
I would
pendant.
be interested to see like how many of
And
them would
yet
even
we
admit
have
that.
nothing that
Like
happens to the
trillion. Like if I
shirt.
went
There's
into
not
a
even so
trillion
much
spaces, it would be like, hey, how
as
many genders
residue
are there?
on the shirt. So that's
If
just
he
Well,
one
would
of
be
many things.
honest, if he
well,
actually thought there were
I
more than
don't want
two.
to hog all the time, but I do want to
Yeah.
address a couple other things. So, just even tonight, we were piggybacking off of what I said, this community and everything, and with Diligence video that he put out of the guy from the smokehouse, I pointed out that, you know, and he might have changed. I mean, I was saying it to be facetious, but you know, Diligent is a convicted criminal. I mean, that's a fact. I mean, he's got, you know, paperwork. I've seen his mugshot and everything like that.
Yeah,
So I
so
said, you
what?
know, he's a criminal. I mean, isn't it plausible that, you know, him being a criminal, he would, you know, fabricate something to gain attention? I mean, and then I also said in that video, there's a jump cut. I mean, that seems awfully suspicious, and you wouldn't believe how up in arms everybody got just from me asking questions. And it's really odd and funny to me whenever, you know, they can ask all the questions in the world, but once you start asking the wrong questions according to them, everything becomes up in arms. And then one other thing I wanted to share with you, Kelly Raybon, I don't know if you know who she is.
Oh yeah, I've had her on my show.
Yeah. So she interviewed one of the girls that was like, I guess, like 20 feet in front of Charlie. And she said it was definitely a shot. Charlie definitely got shot, and Charlie definitely died in front of her. And Kelly Raybon was just like,
But are you willing to draw such a hard line in the sand, righteous gemstones, that you potentially push them over to voting for the other side, resulting in losing power for the right? That doesn't, like, I'm not willing to trade that just on principle.
some huge block in a lot of people. I mean, I may
So
experience in my
as far
life
as
one other
like shutting
time,
the
or you
door
know,
to
everybody has that
build a
one block that you
coalition with
can't
a
get over
certain group of
in order for you to
people,
see the truth. And
like to
I
just
think
stand on
once
principle and be
you
like,
know,
no, I won't do it. I will
once
completely lose the
I
country
think we're a
because
little
I'm unwilling to do that. That doesn't seem like a very good idea.
you know, I
That
like
doesn't
what you
seem
do,
like a
so
good
don't take this
strategy.
harshly, but you know, give these people a little bit of grace. They are good people. They're fun people to talk to, and when they insult you, I wouldn't be so quick to insult them. You know, laugh it off, and you know, they're a little bit nicer to you. Does that make sense?
Sure. I mean,
I don't think
I
that's
don't
the
know.
case for all of them.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
There's
reach him. That's all
definitely
I'm
no.
trying to
Look,
do.
I've been
definitely a
first
few
of all,
for sure,
I'm not interested actually
but
in
I don't think
reaching
it's
them.
all of them.
I got you.
But I've had multiple people on my show. Every time that I talk to people one on one, I talk to them exactly the way that I talk to a friend or I would talk to them in person. Um, it's that's who I am, and I try to be respectful. But when you're going to lie to me, and even now,
Well, I'm not
quintessentials
set
over there
in
shit
stone on
posting
a lot of
saying
these things. All
Gary
right,
said I
just
lied
relax, just
and
calm down.
booted me. Well, you lied. I don't know what else to say. Like
I'm not set. I
everybody
don't
in
know
here, if you're
if it
honest, you know
exacerbated it or
exactly what
not.
she was
You
saying,
could definitely make the
that
argument,
there's
but
no
the
possibility.
Israel
It's
thing
not even
was there
plausible that that's
before.
a rifle.
Like
And
it's
then
been
later
there.
on, when
It's
confronted it,
been
she's moving the
brewing.
goalposts.
All right. I
So
don't know if
this
you are
is
aware,
like
and I hate bringing this
like
up all the
when I
time. I
call
don't
you
know
a
if you're
liar
aware of
for
who Ryan
lying
Dawson
and you
is,
get your
but
feelings
Ryan
hurt for it,
Dawson
I don't really know
has
what to
been
say. But
running
honestly,
anti-Israel
I'm
stuff
not interested in
for
if look,
decades.
the door's always open. I always
Decades.
tell people they can come on my
It's
show anytime they
been
want. I just had
growing.
real bays. Matter of fact, you talked to Jimmy
So I don't know if the
this
Charlie
morning.
Kirk thing just
Um,
completely shot it to the next
I'm
level, but it was
open
going to get
to
there
anyone that's honest and is
anyway.
sincere and is. But when we have these conversations, and it's like you can't even admit that that's like
But
I don't know
the point
how
being
he
is
would have
that
gotten the
even if they
rifle down.
don't
It's like
have this
okay, well
Charlie
here's this
Kirk thing,
long black rigid thing.
just to argue
Yeah,
against the point
that's not
James was
possible.
trying to
Like I
make
don't know
was
where to
that
go
like
from there. I mean, it's just
they'll lose their
I
it's
don't know where to
community.
go anywhere
Like
from there
they still
either.
have other things they
And I will
really
say this:
really
I've
it doesn't make
watched.
her a bad person.
that's
I don't
going
think
No,
to
she's a
keep
bad
their
person. I think
communities
she's
alive and
frustrating to
well.
talk to.
yeah,
And I don't think that we're going to get anywhere. But here's the thing: it goes back to I'm not interested in reaching these people.
I got
I've
you.
done everything in good faith from the very beginning of this. I thought at the beginning of this, where I could have conversations with Ian Carroll and all these other people, and I would have these people on, including Kelly Rabone, not so much Kelly, but even Blake Bednarz. I had him on, treated him with respect. I told everybody like, hey, look, this seems crazy to me, but treat him with respect. Treated him with respect. Matter of fact, I stood up for Blake Bednarz when everybody else was saying he was a fake. I actually introduced him to Midgray, and I was like, "Hey, look, I disagree with his theory, but I think his video's legit. Like, can you verify this?" And he has the technical expertise to do that, and he did that. And then the next thing I know, I'm sent a clip from a space of Blake Bednarz just talking shit about me and how I'm a Fed and all these things and attributing all these. Like, I never said one bad thing about him,
I
but
got you.
ultimately, um, like you
Oh,
can't reach these
100%
people.
Duke.
What I'm here to
I'm
do
holding out hope.
is
100%.
there you go,
I'm
and God
Without
someone
bless
that's
you.
very
question.
on the fence, and I feel like I'm someone that probably could be reached. So
Of course.
that's why I joined this
Absolutely, I
tonight,
believe, like
Okay,
actually.
for
let me finish this
conservatives,
thought, and then we can
Rubio
go from
is
there.
far
No,
more
that's
But
fine.
popular
I
than
just want
JD
to throw it
Vance.
out there that like when you say that, it's not 100% about
Yeah.
everybody.
And I like
Well, Gary, I know other people want to
real
to be
talk
quick.
to
honest
you.
with you, like
No,
I've
I
said this
appreciate it.
before,
You don't
I'm
have to
not
go
really
anywhere, but
excited
I know
about
you're gonna
either
get
of
off here
them.
pretty soon. But anyways,
But
the
whoever
point
it
here
is, I'm going to vote for
is
them.
I've done everything I
Like,
possibly can in good faith to reach as many people as I can. At this point, where I'm at is I'm going to present the truth. I'm going to lay out the best argument that I can for the truth. And when I'm constantly met with not a substantive argument, but either this weird, like these weird, but what if this, Gary? But what if like we don't have any evidence of those things? But what I'm here to do is to lay out the truth. And people that aren't paying attention, what I don't want them to do is get sucked into this,
Yeah.
sucked into the brain rot that this really is. And for the people that are still in good faith and are open to these discussions, then the young lady that just talked, like if you're still open to being convinced one way or the other, I have a body of work and I'm on live almost every night. You can come on and we can have these discussions. I lay it out. That's for you to choose. I can't make, I can lead a horse to water, but at this point it's up to you to drink and to figure out what you think is the truth one way or the other.
All right. Well, two things. First off, I will say you are, because I listened to your debate with ecological the most. I listened to it extensively because he and I go back and forth. But you are very patient. I was like almost pulling my hair out listening to him talk to you. But you're very much more patient when it's just one on one. When it gets into the spaces, it becomes shouting matches, and that's not very fun for me. I like to laugh and joke, and I think that's more fun. Um, but also, I was going to say this last thing, I promise. do me a favor, keep posting stuff that I can use and post in their spaces. And when they call me a Fed, I can say, yeah, I am a Fed, and here's some evidence, and just keep putting the seed in there, and hopefully,
Yeah, I'm not.
we can change some
There's
minds.
nothing that's going to stop me, James. I'm going to keep going. So
No,
you
I'm
can.
telling you to do it for my sake, so I can keep
Well,
having it.
I will. The other thing I will say real quick, James, is like this isn't. I don't find this entertaining or fun, and I don't think it's a joke. And that's fine if you do, and you see this as entertainment, whatever. But there's like real people that have been damaged by this. And I think that's the thing that's lost when you're sitting there saying, and by the way, I do find people disgusting and I find them immoral when they're willing to say without any evidence
And
that Erica Kirk
Eclectic
was involved in
TPUSA
this.
is
And I
probably
talked about
going
this
to keep
earlier.
doing that.
This is a great example of Baron
I mean,
Coleman.
obviously,
When Baron
I would
Coleman sits
assume,
there on Jimmy
right? They're
Dore's show
probably not going to be
and he
calling
says,
Candace
here's what
anytime soon,
Jimmy Dore says, give me your theory. Oh,
but
well,
they're
here
going
it
to keep
is,
doing
Jimmy.
that.
I think that his guys were trying to kill him 5 different ways. And first he was electrocuted. And then after that, something went off on his chest. And then they took him down to the ground. And then they get him in the car. They get him in the car, and there's some indication of probably a
I
struggle.
I, I
Charlie
think it's
Kirk
just
is
going to depend on
fighting for his
who's
life. And
pulling
what
higher
do? They break his neck.
when it comes
Well,
to
now
Trump.
we don't have a projectile.
That wouldn't surprise me at
Well,
all if
I
he
got an
just
answer
waits
for
to
that.
see
It's
who's
Baron
pulling
Coleman.
higher
I'm
on
going to
who
take
he
a
ends up endorsing.
pre-fired bullet and I'm going to stick it down into the wound of Charlie Kirk.
And I
so
think
that
I don't know if they're doing
and
polls
Brian
now,
Hartwell did this.
but
There's
I
nothing
would
that
assume
is
that Rubio is
disgusting.
probably.
These people repulse me. I don't think it's
I could be
fun.
wrong.
I don't think it's entertaining, and I think it's evil.
Okay,
And
well,
if you don't, well, not you, but
yeah.
generally speaking, if when these people are launching these allegations, because how would you like that done to you? How would you like that done to somebody in your family? These people are traumatized by an event that they had nothing to do with. They are victims themselves. And then the level of evil that these people
You
just
might
come
be
up with,
right,
this is
Waffles.
just
It might just
imagination.
be
Baron
Candace
Coleman doesn't have a
Owens.
single scintilla of
Like
evidence for
this is
anything he
nope.
just stated. And he will go on there
Everybody
and
else,
state it.
come have a
And
convo.
unfortunately, he has a huge audience. And these people will just like sit on the edge of their seat. This is people reveling in evil. This is
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if TPUSA backs Vance, just because of. I don't know. It's. But I can also see them just backing Trump and whoever Trump endorses as well.
Redeem myself a little.
I don't know if TPUSA is going to go against the grain.
It's sad. I don't
when
think
it comes
the situation
to that. They're not going to
is
do anything.
funny.
I would think that would
the responses
sow
to
any type
me
of division
whenever
in the
I
party.
bring out
I could be wrong.
something, and then it's just complete deflections or the name calling at me. I think those things are funny. I don't think the situation is funny. I don't
Yeah.
think them dragging Erica Kirk, through the mud. I think that's tragic, and I think that's tragic too. I will also say this: I think it's tragic that people like Jack Posobiec have not stood up
Agreed.
to Candace Owens and said anything.
Completely agree.
I think it's very cowardly of him to not say anything. And, I've called him out for it. I'm a nobody. He doesn't care who I am. But those things I think are tragic and, sad. The name calling at me, the constant deflection, those things are funny. Not the situation. And it probably doesn't
I
make
don't
it any better.
disagree with
but
you.
That's what I find funny.
I don't disagree that leftism and progressivism runs deep. I've had, I don't know how long you've been checking out lives or my videos, but I've talked about the pendulum that never seems to swing back past halfway. Like the best it seems to come is about like right here. And obviously at 90° is equal conservative liberal, right? Never seems to get quite past that 90° mark.
They're building a following off of this.
Gets
And
close.
I don't even think most of them.
But then it
Definitely not.
swings
I don't
all the
think for a
way,
second
and
Baron Coleman or Candace Owens believes any of this. And
I
that's the
don't
other
either.
as
tragic.
time goes
That's
on,
the
the
other
more
tragic
left
thing of
the
this.
country
They're
becomes.
exploiting gullible people that unfortunately trust them. So they're exploiting dumb people that they have earned their trust, and they're exploiting those people. And hopefully that those people wake up. And more importantly, I think this is an existential threat. When this low level,
Donnie Mac,
unsophisticated psychological
I
operation
agree,
can be
but
conducted on the
I'm sure
American
there was a
people
lot of people
and
that
it be as
really liked
effective
Candace
as it
Owens.
is,
And
man, we are in a
look how
war
that turned
because
out.
this
You know what I
isn't
mean?
Candace Owens isn't the threat. It's what comes after these people.
It
If
it
this
would
can be,
just
when
appear
we
to
get
me
somebody
that
that's more sophisticated or a group that's
TPUSA
more
has always just
sophisticated
been
or
interested
more
in keeping
charismatic,
people together and
imagine
focusing on the
what they
bigger
can
picture,
trick the American people into
which
believing.
is
And
winning
it's a real
elections.
problem for our country. And then, politically, we lose the midterms, we're in trouble. If we lose 2028,
personalities
it's even
be
a bigger
damned.
problem because the
Come
Democrats
together,
have already said
win
they're going to
elections.
they're going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to reopen the borders. We're going to have millions of people come through the borders. They're going to push legislation that allows a
The
path to
middle.
citizenship.
Well, it's funny
And
because I feel
once
like
the
most
Supreme
of the
Court's
country
packed,
is in the
once they
middle.
flood the lower courts with activist judges,
or
how
at
do we get our
least it
country
seems
back
to
from
be
there?
that middle
I
group
Well,
don't
that
know.
decide elections.
Man, I've got so much I want to talk to you about. Remember my name. Remember, the gorgeous Maine. I'm gonna hop off. So I know other people want to talk to you, and you're probably tired. So, man, thank you so much for letting me ask you some questions and talk with you.
Yeah, man. You're welcome anytime. Thank you.
Remember the
All
Maine.
right, folks.
I agree.
I think we're gonna call it a day right there. It is now 3:25 in the morning. I'm gonna wake up to a grumpy wife. And Muppet, I didn't forget about you. I just don't have time for you right now. So the next space I have, I will prioritize you, sir. I know you're gonna give me a tongue lashing with that Australian, Aussie, New Zealand accent or whatever else. I can't wait
Yeah,
to
them
hear from
fucking
you.
Aussies.
Give me a Foster's. Oh. Uh, anyways, folks, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for everything. Make sure you go follow us on social media, YouTube, all the things. I'm sure, as a matter of fact, we're gonna be live tomorrow. I don't even know who our guest is tomorrow, but it's gonna be a good one. I promise you. No, I do. It's actually, anyways, 7 p.m. tomorrow. Reverend Williams, I believe. Anyways, you guys come check us out 7 p.m. tomorrow. And I don't know. You guys tell me when you want the next space, we'll do it. But yeah, you guys have a good night. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you soon.
Oh, we're almost 5 hours into this stream. Should I cut it or should I hop back in to Leslie's? I don't know if I have the energy to talk. Against those individuals. We've only just begun to live. Why doesn't Milk Bar ever rip on the libs, though? I don't know. It's a good question. I think. Have a good night, Donna. I don't know. I think he's just kind of hyper focused. Might just be hyper focused on one subject. He might be a lib, but a more moderate, normal lib. Isn't that just a Republican now? He does? Okay. Yeah, my guess is that he's just super hyper focused on one topic lately. Be here till whenever. Oh, Leslie shut it down. I don't know. It shows Uncle Tom still in a space. Let's pop over. Nope. Still going.
Do an LLC.
Who pays me? Who'd you ask?
Well, you told me that you support Erica, and she's your number one priority. Well, actually, your exact words are more like the Kirk family, whatever that means. We can all interpret it our own way, but
Yeah, I said it was
yeah,
Team Kirk. Kirk
exactly,
family.
Team Kirk. Kirk is the
Yeah.
number one priority. So that
Yep.
means Kirk is ahead of TPUSA. It's ahead of, protecting any other type of feds. So
James proved he's a Fed yet again. Also, he did not ask about Victor Marks because
I
then he'd be shot.
apologized. I just apologized. I'm
Thank
you know
sorry. I
God.
what?
did.
You wouldn't have
James
gotten
is
your
so
severance
starstruck.
package.
He was so
Play the
starstruck.
video,
He was
Muppet
They were
Man
gonna
fanboying the
send you
whole
to the
Cat
time.
train station.
driving
The
Tyler's
feds were gonna
car.
send you to the train station.
Hold on, a video?
Why
You
would
made
they
a
send me to the
video?
train station?
Have you seen Yellowstone?
Did he
No, I haven't actually.
like on
Oh,
YouTube?
okay, well then you won't get it. But
Does he have a YouTube channel?
Oh.
Hey, James.
I don't know shit about Muppet other than that he's an Aussie and that I've talked to him, I think, like 2 times in a Blake Bednar space.
Was I fangirling too much?
James, that was the most embarrassing thing I've ever fucking seen.
Like we knew
What
you
are
were
you,
gay,
what are you
but we didn't
doing?
think you were gay for
Thank you, Muppet.
display. You know.
This is
For
hilarious.
Quintessential, why would you push James up? What the hell? What'd you do that for?
Probably because you knew that he'd take him.
Honestly, I think Quinn has a crush on me.
Man,
all the
James,
girls do, James. You know that. All the women love you.
James, I'm surprised you could talk so well with his testicles in your mouth. Like,
I know. How's he got such a deep voice? I don't understand.
You
oh
know,
man,
this is what I'm talking about when I said you guys are fun. Like, this doesn't bother me. I think it's hilarious.
I think it's
Like when
funny
they're
too.
creative, they're hilarious. When they're not creative, they're not
But the thing
very
is,
funny.
I guess
Have
that's
a good
why they
night,
put
Tribal
the
Queen.
A team in this space. That's why you're here, because you've got the most professional voice out of all of them. I mean, they're paying you all that money to come to us because we are the biggest threat. So we take that as a compliment, James.
I grew up on the right side of the black town.
I think,
I like
there's
that.
still a lot of shit talking, though, too.
Gary needs a good 8 hours rest before he's going to talk to me.
Oh my gosh! So nobody's
I'm.
mad at me. We're all good except for Muppet, right?
We
Hey,
love
but
you,
James,
James.
are you?
I'm not mad at you. I'm just embarrassed for you, James.
Yeah, that was such a suck job. Like,
Was
seriously.
that
That
bad
was
that I gave him the
Like,
mic?
I thought you were
that
above
was
that.
horrendous.
I had to give James. Well, James was like, "Let me on there." Might as well, right? I can't
Honestly,
believe he
James, is that
listened
the
to me.
first time you've ever spoken to Gary? Because it sounded like it. Like as if.
Yeah, that's the first time.
Are you
I'm
serious?
I'm over the moon. This is the first time I've spoken to
James,
Gary,
does that mean?
But don't
Does
you
that
have
mean
your
you're gonna buy me
meetings like
dinner?
every morning together?
and this is I talked to Britta the other day. Britta, I talked to her. So I'm over the moon. I've talked to
How
2
come? How
people.
come you didn't push back on him about not working for TPUSA when we have evidence that Andrew Colvett is sending him text messages to show on his fucking live stream? Like,
Well,
why didn't
I
you
don't
push
even know
back
if
on
he
that?
because I
Because
wanted to
lives
James
get
does
here.
as well.
Well, because whenever he's come into
Like,
these
does
spaces,
Muppet
he
live
and
here?
Andrew
Or
has come into these
I don't
spaces.
even
They've
know.
devolved into shouting matches, and I was trying to ascertain why he's a little bit more combative in the spaces than he is on his show.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
in
it didn't
Australia
need to
for
be a
sure.
shouting match question.
Well, I
Ask
know that, but I was
questions
trying to.
So
calmly,
fucking,
and they
you know
will
how the
answer
Aussies
you.
get.
Well, I wanted to
It's when
find
you get
out.
all hyped up and excited and start
They're always
yelling at them, then they have a reason to shut you down.
worried
But
about
if you
other
ask
countries other than their own
calm,
because theirs
polite
sucks.
questions that are logical, he can't avoid them. Like, he'll try and avoid them and try and divert, but he can't
Muppet.
not answer.
Well,
Blake
I
Neff
was.
doesn't like that though. When you ask him questions,
Well,
Blake.
like I said, he
Uh,
was kind of mean to Quinn, and it was started off really cordial, and then
I
it
don't think
kind
he
of
does.
devolved into
I just
name
looked. His
calling, and I
account's
just kind
based
of
in
wanted to get his
Australia.
perspective as to why he feels like he has to take it that way, because he hasn't done that whenever
Yeah.
he's done the spaces with, not spaces, but the YouTube
The
videos with Bays.
one-on-ones. Yeah.
Yeah, but when he gets in the spaces, he's a lot more combative and a little bit angry, it seems like, and I'm not sure if it's because he can't look at the person in the face, and
Being combative with them, it never works. Like, you can't just shout each other down and prove a point. You just come across look like an idiot. But if you can ask them calm, logical questions that are awkward questions, then they'll hesitate and they'll just fall over
no,
at the first hurdle.
Bays was clever because Bays just shut him down every time by saying, "Well, we can agree to disagree," and that left him nowhere to go. So that's the best way to argue with people like that.
I don't know.
I
I
argue
think
like that with James all
Yeah,
the
you don't
time.
have to start ranting, "Oh, you're a fucking liar, you fucking lying cunt." Like, that doesn't get you anywhere. But
that's
you
true.
can you just ask them questions, make them lie, and then everyone knows they're a liar then, and we can move
Well,
on.
do you
So,
think I'm a liar, Muppet? After how that went?
no, No,
Because
no.
he said I was, and it was like,
Absolutely not quintessential. No, but he says that to
You were
everybody.
just,
Sorry,
you didn't want
Grogan.
to fall into
You,
his, you thought he was setting you a trap about,
yeah.
well, I
is it a
wasn't
rifle?
honestly. I
Is it
was
a rifle?
speaking.
Like, I would
I
have
It
just
was
means
said, yeah, it's
really.
possible.
it just
But it
meant
could,
that you
it's
were
possible
right.
it's a
No,
rake, it's a possible it's a
I haven't
broomstick,
really.
it's possible
Is
it
it
could
on
be
X?
anything.
That you
So,
were right and he was wrong and he didn't want to admit it. That's all. That's why he
But then
What
there's
was
resorts to
she
more to
right
lying.
that
about?
too,
She didn't
because
even
then there's
posture
the,
an
and I should have
opinion.
just taken it a step further and been like, yeah, but then this leaves
She
it
was just
way
like,
open
I
for
don't
the
think it's a
reasonable
rifle.
doubt. But
yeah.
ultimately, like, so like if this is what's going to be
That's
presented, that's an extreme amount of reasonable doubt.
Well, you would
Well,
say to him
Quinn,
that if you were a jury member,
But also,
you would
guys,
say no.
sorry,
It
real
only
quick.
takes one jury member to not agree because you got to get. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you got to get 100% of the jury to agree
Yeah,
on
it's
the
got to be
interpretation.
unanimous.
Yeah. So if you're
Yeah,
that one person in the
beyond a
jury that
reasonable doubt. That's
disagrees,
what I'm saying. Yeah, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. And so like
on
that
your
right there,
YouTube.
like he's talking about it needs to be evidence that's good enough for blah blah blah. But
well,
I just
Quinn, honestly, it kind of felt like you were scared to get caught in a trap and you didn't want to be logical in that moment. So
100%.
whenever he says, "Is it, possible that it could have been a gun?" If you would have said, "Yeah, it's possible it could have been a gun," you haven't lost any ground or anything like
I
that.
wasn't trying to not lose ground. I was thinking about it from a different, like my initial, what I was explaining to you. And he's like, that's not what you said. So it was like my intention. And then you just respond. Either way, though, what you know what was very telling to me, James? The
What's
fact
that?
that he's having the space and he's talking to people that he doesn't agree with, but he said it out loud more than once. His intention wasn't to change their mind.
No, because
Th-
he says he can't. He's tried and he's
I
failed,
did.
and at
I
this
okay,
just
point,
voted on
he's
it,
he's kind
but
of
I
upset
got
and angry
outvoted by a
because
lot.
people that he either knows or is close to, or people he's had dealings with. I don't know how close he is with Erica and all them. He feels like everyone is being really kind of ugly and evil and mean,
I have no idea.
and the
and so
family. So at this point, he's like, I have enough friends. He's like Drake, no new friends.
Because
So
they have to take it, you know what I mean? They can't look at it as the totality of the evidence put together. They have to go to individual pieces and try to find something wrong with those individual pieces. And if they can do that, then they go, well, if this is wrong, then none of it is correct. And that's just not how that works.
into this
Do you
like
know what I mean?
slew of
It's
things, and it's
a
just
way
not even
of,
true. And so he's going to hold a space
I don't know if I want to say like
to be the
self-deception,
better
but
person, but
it's
not
just
actually try to extend the
I
olive
mean, it
branch.
kind of
Like he's
is.
saying the part out loud.
Like, it's
Like
like, well,
he's
if I can
doing
just
this to
find
perpetuate a
one
narrative.
thing
He
wrong,
keeps saying
then
things
that
towards
means
the
that
end
it's all
to
wrong.
grandstand, which is his space, so fine, whatever.
So if they look
But
at
he'll
that
go on and then he'll be like, because
photo or
that's
that
just not
video of
possible,
him
but then
jumping off
doesn't
of the roof,
explain it.
right? And the fact that it is not clear 100% that he has a rifle on his person, because that there is doubt there, somehow they then decide that there is doubt everywhere. I understand that.
you could narrate, a video, or
I understand
have a
that.
space where a watch party where you go through all the logical
But they
fallacies
don't.
that Gary is doing, or just pick a few
Or they
out
don't
and do
want
things
to.
like that. But uh, that I think that's a little bit more effective in dealing with people like Gary than having shouting matches and calling names. And I'm not saying
Yeah, I'm sure
you
they
all
saw
do
my
it
request
first.
to
I think
speak,
Gary
but
does it sometimes. Whenever Andrew Wilson gets in, uh, he name calls people, at the drop of a hat. I didn't really like what he was saying about you, or
well, it sounds like
Leslie, because
I don't
I kind
know.
of
I
like you
haven't really
guys,
heard
and I think you might be a little
James
bit hot, just a
talk
little bit, both
before.
of you.
So
I
I
didn't
don't
say
know if
that out
they
loud, did
talk
I?
shit to
I
each
think I
other all
might
the
have.
time in these
Yeah, I
spaces or
did.
not. I don't know.
So that wasn't very cool.
James, in the
Nothing.
big
I
picture,
think I
we all
shocked
know
everybody.
that they've got no conclusive ballistic evidence. They've got multiple DNA samples. There's no clear images that they've produced of him even being there. There's no confessions that are actually viable confessions. You guys call them
I don't
confessions, but
understand
they're
what a
not.
viable confession
Why are
would
they
be
not
to them.
viable? Explain that to me.
Thank you, James.
I can understand the other ones. I can understand where you're coming from the other ones,
The
but why are they
confessions.
not viable?
So
Why are they not
are you
viable?
are you saying are you classing what he said to Lance as a confession in the
Yes.
Discord?
Yeah,
Okay.
like,
Well, that's
for the
just,
amount of
I have a big
conversations
problem with the
Gary
whole
has had with
message
these people,
exchange
the amount of shit
altogether.
he
I
takes
think
on
it's
Why is that?
completely.
a
Well,
daily
I think it's
basis.
fabricated.
He's,
yeah,
I think it's
exactly.
just.
Didn't Discord come
he's a
back and
beast.
say,
He really is.
didn't they say that there
Like,
what
I don't
those
know.
weren't there? There
I don't
Yeah.
were
know.
Anyway,
And
none
I
on
don't
that
know how,
side
just
if I
profile.
got the
saying that
amount
the
of
Discord
attention that
messages are
Gary gets from these
fabricated
people on a
and that
regular
confession
basis,
doesn't count.
I'm not
What else
sure
have you
how I
got?
would handle it.
What
Why
are
are the Discord
confessions?
messages?
I feel like I would just be
Because
like,
I think they're completely fabricated. So let's
I'm
just
out. These
play
people
that
are
for a
nuts.
hypothetical that those
Screw
Discord
this.
messages never
Well,
actually
I mean, I
happened.
get a little bit
I'd
What
like
here
to
and
rest
there,
on
and
that
it's
one.
it's
confession are
easier
you
to
talking
I'd
handle
like to
when it's
rest on
just a
that one for a
little.
minute. Why do you think they're
You know what I
fabricated?
mean? You can deflect the
they're
trolls pretty easily
lacking
because most of these people suck at
timestamps.
trolling. They're
The
fucking
whole thing about a
garbage.
note, and he destroyed
You
a
know what I
note,
mean?
but he's got a
It's the
photo
whole
of a
like the
note
left can't
now.
meme, the woke right can't troll.
Are you buying that? Are you really
Yes.
buying that?
But
Okay.
to just be
Well, I don't.
bombarded
I think
every time
Why
he
aren't you
makes a
buying it?
post.
Explain to me why you're not buying it.
Because it's got timed the actual flaws in the timeline
He's
of when he
trying.
sent those messages.
He's trying, but
He should
Where's
have.
the flaw in the
He's already.
timeline? Explain
He's
that.
that's
already
another
been
thing, man. Charlie
Mirandized, so
was
they all already would have taken his phone
Charlie
away.
kept
But he's
doing
still
it
sending
in
fantasy messages
public,
to his
in
boyfriend.
crowds, knowing that he's more than likely debating with people that he's never going to reach. You know what I mean? Like the actual people that are debating their points against him, knowing that it doesn't matter what he says, makes no difference. He's not going to change their minds. But the people listening who are on the fence, he might.
Slick Dog came in
It's
and
the
said
same
that you
concept.
be
Like that's
Mirandized
why you
more than
have to have
once.
dialogue.
That's rubbish. Who the fuck says that?
But it doesn't
Slick
matter.
Dog.
It's the first time that you
R coming
Mirandise
H.
that's
So
important.
They're taking your phone.
what isn't clear?
They took his phone.
What isn't clear? Do you want to make the argument that some of the video that we saw at the trial isn't an exact showing exactly who it is? Sure. Sure. But when you put everything together, when you understand that they have cell phone data of his locations, the rifle, there's the DNA. Granted, there are other people in the samples.
And Gary explaining that the
But
Pangridge
everything
Steakhouse
together
meal
puts Tyler Robinson on the scene.
and the timeline actually fits. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit at all.
They
He
have
left
video
there
Okay,
at
what
of a guy on a
evidence do you
roof.
have that
Okay,
that's
he
Tyler
left.
Robinson?
Well, we have first person
It's
testimony from the
they have a
person
roommate
And his key card that he used.
How do you know
who
that's
clearly
That's
gave
actually not
testimony
hearsay. That's first.
that he admitted to him multiple times that he did it. Everything so far that they've presented, that they claim they have in the charging documents, they've not lied about it. They've had it. Everything that's in the charging documents that they presented at the preliminary hearing, they have it. So that would lead me to believe that they also have the parents telling them that Tyler confessed to them.
Back to you.
I have no reason to doubt that what they claim they have as evidence, they're lying about.
And this is if we say that
If you can give me a reason or show me an example of them lying about the evidence, feel free. Show me some evidence of that. I would
we
be
don't know
more
if
than
it's a
happy to
mistaken
check that out.
identity. We don't have.
They used his key card.
Yeah.
Do we have
They used his
evidence
debit
of that?
Yes,
card.
of course.
Yeah.
Do we
I
have that?
completely
We have the
They
receipt.
have
are
it.
coming.
Yeah.
Unless
Whether
They
the
have it,
FBI has it and
we don't
actually
have
with something
going
else
to
Hey,
we're
produce
talking
it at
about.
court.
Guys, listen. This is unrelated. Can I go off topic really quickly?
You can go anywhere you want.
Well, yeah, I was just wanting to point out more of Gary's bullshit that you didn't pull him up on it, and no one pulled him up on it.
Yeah, we were just
Okay.
enjoying explaining to James that they got nothing. There's no evidence. There's nothing to prove Tyler was there. There's nothing.
And
to prove
then
the gun
they
was
give
shot.
Lance immunity,
Like
and Lance
you can take single pieces of the evidence, and you can absolutely poke. I wouldn't say poke holes in it, but you can create doubt. It's going to come down to, can you create enough reasonable doubt on the totality of the evidence? I don't see how
But
the defense
basically
is
what they're
gonna
saying
be
is
even able to come
if he
close to
commits
doing
a
that.
crime or if he lies to them, they can still prosecute him. Whatever he testifies
But he
into,
didn't.
or
He can just
okay,
say, "Oh, I'm
whatever
not
He
he
didn't
sure."
lie
see, this
because
is what I'm talking
Tyler.
about. When I
Hold on,
try and
let
explain
him finish
something,
his
I get
sentence really
talked
quick.
Once
over.
he says, "I'm
Let
not
him.
sure whether that's land," he's not lying, so they can't take away his immunity.
I don't know who the fuck Natalie
Wait,
So
is.
this
real
is what
quick.
I'm
Let James
saying.
finish.
Whenever I start talking, like when I was telling Gary, you guys like, oh,
Well, are they? Because now they're starting to think Lance Twiggs had something to do with it,
I understand. With use immunity,
or at least starting to talk about it more. They may have thought that before, but
officers, I believe, is stuff that you can't be prosecuted for. If
they'll be
you're
like Lance is involved somehow, and then they'll talk about, well, you can't trust his, you're right wing. I can't believe you're going to take the word of a furry. Well, we just trust furries now. It's like, well, it might be a furry, but it's also a human being. And let me tell you from experience, if you are not used to dealing with law enforcement and serious charges, you're probably going to cave because it's a pretty fucking scary thing. It's all cool to talk a big game and to post shit on the internet and be like, oh, I'm such a badass. Whole different story when they're kicking your door in. Whole different story. Whole different story when they're swarming where you are. A little different story.
Asset, and they need him to talk because they need their Fed narrative to work.
And I think he
why would they
screwed
need to
him.
give him
It
immunity?
doesn't
If he's
surprise me at all that a potentially radical furry sang like a canary when faced with real life consequences.
you don't need immunity. Like it's
Really?
understood that
Really?
In
you are.
reality, they
You,
gave
it's
we're not
him
understood that
supposed
they
you're
to know
gave
working for
him
the
I
feds.
mean,
immunity to
there's
make
you
him
get
Hold on.
like
dependent
the
on Tyler.
so
Bronson,
fucking
hold on. Real
God, they're
quick.
just
You need to
rambling.
be
I gotta turn
working
this down a
for
little
the
bit
Fed.
in my ears. But it's crazy to me that these people, they have opinions about shit that they have no life experience with whatsoever. None whatsoever. I'd be curious how many of them have ever even like been arrested, let alone faced any type of serious time. I don't like, if you're just not built for it, which is most people, especially fragile people like that, you're going to sing like a canary to save your own ass. It's just the way it is.
I'm not telling.
Oh, I know.
He
Listen,
has
So yeah,
first-hand
it doesn't
experience.
surprise me at
how
all
many
that
kids
Lance
do you
Twiggs would
have?
just be like, yep, here's everything I know.
I have
Okay.
enough. You just say I'm gay.
Aren't you? Oh, sorry,
Only
my mistake.
I am not. Well,
Oh, that
Is
was the
Lance
other
lying
James
and
May.
hiding?
That's
I don't
right.
know.
That was the other one. The
That's a
bald
Gator,
good
one.
We don't need to
question.
ask personal
I don't
questions
know if
about
he would have the
how many kids people
balls
have.
to do that because they're
Okay,
going to have
fair.
all of his cell
He
data
didn't.
too. Like, even if he deleted
He
text
didn't.
messages, I'm pretty sure they're still going to be able
Blake
to
was
get
on
those text
before, and I
messages.
think I
Just because he
added you.
deleted
I
them
know
off
you're
his
just
phone doesn't mean
listening
there's
right
not a
now, but
record of
hi,
them.
I see you.
So
Um,
what happened to
computers, you know
Leslie?
what I
Did she
mean?
fall
Like,
asleep?
they're going to have everything. I don't
Probably.
think that
Do you
It's like
still have
he
4
could try to
a.m.
lie. I don't
ability
know
to
how
seems
bust
he's
it?
going to
like
get
it.
away with it.
Hold on, real
I've
quick,
got
Hayden.
co-host. Yeah,
I added
So
you
you can
in the
still
Blake.
add in speakers and that. Cool.
I believe so. Yeah. Who wants to come up, Hayden?
All the time.
I
They,
added
they
him.
constantly just have
I added
crazy
him
opinions
before
about firearms and
Gator
ballistics.
went into
It's like,
detail
do
with
you
me
own a gun? Have you ever shot a
24
gun?
hours ago
I don't need to have
about
to
that
about shot a
map
gun
that
to
you
know
were
about gun.
discussing.
Like, okay.
So
All
he
right.
went into the
Sounds
details
good.
of it. So if you go on to my
So I'm going to listen to the
live
guy that's
I
never shot one or doesn't
added
own
him.
them. And
Yeah,
I'm going to take
you
your
should work really hard
opinion
at
over,
in the morning.
I don't
I
know,
can't add
somebody like
speakers.
Matt Tardio or a Gary.
Damn, we're in a dead space.
Like, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
can't add
nothing
or
like a
remove
Matt Tardio
anybody.
or a Gary, but I
Should I call
know a
him?
thing or two about firearms.
We're like friends. OMG.
So if I'm in an argument
If
with
you want.
somebody and they tell me that they have never shot, like
Now,
what the
Quinn, I'm
are
not
you?
telling you what to
Why
do,
would I take
but
your
if there
opinion
was
over
a majestic
what I
horse with
know
a golden mane
personally
that asked for that number,
and
would you
understand that
buy
what
it
you're
from me?
saying is just isn't true?
Oh hell no! I'll give you.
He's just gonna send you a
I'll give
bunch of
you.
dick
They know
pics,
how
man. That's
police
what he does.
interactions work and
No one said no
investigations
to
in
you, Kelly.
jurisdictions they've never been in
I
with a
mean,
criminal
I am a
justice system
horse.
they've never had to engage with. Correct.
He's not just a horse. He's a stallion stud.
I'm a big black horse.
Yeah,
I
the
gave
big.
Phil
Oh,
Lyman my phone
Adam, I
number, and
just
all I
now
got
saw
was
your
dick pics.
message.
Man.
Oh, whoa, what happened to
Adam,
Juju? What'd I miss?
why didn't I pay attention to you sooner? Damn it. He goes, okay, great. Now the question is, now do we know if that person is Tyler? Exactly. But he fucking pigeonholed me into stupid conversation of shit that doesn't matter.
Trial right now. Okay,
That's
they're
why they employ him.
Randomly, Tiffany.
they're not
laughs.
gonna
That's
let
a
me
joke. I
speak,
love
so
that girl. Let's be best friends. I wish we.
we'll just go full screen and end this thing. They're not gonna let me talk. Not surprised. I'm actually a little surprised they let me speak to begin with. I'm actually a little surprised they let me speak to begin with. I don't get it though. Like when it comes to Gary, how they're like, well, he's working for TPUSA. He's being paid for or being paid by TPUSA. Why? Why do they believe that? Because he has an opinion that they disagree with? It's such a fucking stupid point. I don't like it, and I really don't like it when other people do it to that side. Right? Because I mean, I don't know. We don't know. We can assume, right? We can assume that Candace is part of some type of op, but we don't know. Because Baron and Candace said so. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Has Candace actually said that he's being paid by TPUSA? No, I get that. What I don't understand is how people don't see that. That's what I'm meaning to say. Is like I don't get it how you can, like, if you're trying to be objective and look at things objectively, the dude is holding a space. You can go in and talk to Gary. You know what I mean? And when you ask, are you paid by TPUSA? And he says, no, I'm not paid by TPUSA. I'm not paid by anybody. If you already know he's going to answer no, right? And you already know that you're not going to believe his answer, why the fuck are you wasting time even asking the question? Ask a different question. Ask a question that you don't have a biased answer to already. Try that maybe. Because, like, if you listen to these guys' spaces, it's clear they don't have many answers. They have a lot of questions, but they don't seem to have any answers to their own questions. So ask one of those questions that you don't have an answer to. Because he had a government contract. Yeah, no, but he hasn't had, you can look it up. Like, he didn't have one before, and he hasn't had one since, I don't believe. I'd say that's kind of shits on their whole argument. It's like, okay, cool. It's been almost a year. Where's his next contract? Where's this next big contract? Oh, well, if you listen to Gary's explanation, it sucked, wasn't worth it. He's never going to do it again. Oh, I guess that tracks. That would explain why there's no more contracts. God, it seems like you guys might be more black-pilled than I am. My, how the tides have turned here, huh? There's just got a bunch of black pillars in the chat. Pretty sure you guys were ragging on me for saying I'm black-pilled the last 2 weeks. Y'all sound more black-pilled than me. Modern media has created a Pavlovian cycle around being terrible instead of honest. Humans focus on, well, social media. I suppose that's what you're referring to, because like, just all media. Gotcha. Well, here's the problem though, is it's entertaining. Like, just it is. Why are people attracted to it? That's the main cause. Like, or that's the main problem. Why are we so attracted to it? Why do people like to argue? It's kind of frustrating. I mean, from a bird's eye view, we are all on the same side. It kills me that others can't see what's reality, but rather distorted view of reality. I think it's easier for people to just go government bad, government lie, therefore can't trust government ever with anything at all, than it is to have to like really look at things on an individual basis and use any type of logic or reasoning with anything. I think it's just easier to go government bad, don't trust government, anything government say lie. And then just, we need new government now. We need new system. Okay, what's the new system? We don't know. We just need a new one. Yeah, no. No, I'm not playing that fucking game. Like, I'm not going to just risk taking down this system to replace it with maybe something you think is better. Like, nope. Tell me what it is. Future is bright, but it's yeah, it's I think you'll continue to see pockets of violence. I don't know that it's going to ever become widespread. I don't even think it's necessarily being right. I think like people have just gotten to a point where they just can't be wrong. They don't necessarily have to be right. They just can't be wrong. Sav smiles. Black Pill is being a doomer, believing there's no hope. Yeah. Yeah. And if you read the comments about talking to these people, there's a lot of people that are black pilled. It's human nature to seek easy solutions and answers. Which is weird because their solutions and answers aren't fucking easy at all. They're incredibly complicated to make any sense. So, like, they're going the opposite of human nature then. Like, because the answers are actually easy, but the ones that they're looking for or coming up with are not. We'll see. We'll see how the midterms go. We will see, because I assure you, these people are the exact reason why what happened in 2024 happened. Trump had to pull this middle of the road vote. He had to pull in the younger people. Had to. Oh, you think so? Duke, I don't think so. I think people are ride or die now with Candace, Barron, and Ian. I don't think it matters. What I noticed is people don't research and they just listen to what content creators say is factual. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there. I don't think you're wrong there, but like people have fucking lives, you know what I mean? People are busy. There's shit to do. They don't have time to sift through every little detail of everything all the time, and you know what I mean? So it's easier to just pick a content creator that you seem to like. And but I don't know how they would pick somebody like a Candace Owens to be like, oh yeah, this, she knows what's going on. Which is why it's always yeah, but I mean, there kind of also is more than likely a secret cabal. Do they 100% like have control over everything? No. Are they trying to? Probably, but it's probably more than one cabal trying to have control over things. You know what I mean? It's not just one. You can't have that. Like, show me anywhere where you can get an entire group of people. Let's just even, I don't know, let's just say 100 people. Get 100 people together and have them agree on everything. It's not going to fucking happen. It's not going to happen. So there's definitely secret cabals, but they're all jockeying for power over each other as well. They're not going to flip on the Israel thing. Why would they flip on the Israel thing? That ain't going to happen. I really don't foresee the Israel thing doing well in future generations. I think that's going to I really think that's going to fade out. As far as how like pro-Israel the United States has been for however long, I don't see that lasting with these younger generations. I just don't. I could be wrong. Well, I think a lot of them were. I don't know if I would say most. I think a lot of them were. Were not Trump voters. That's definitely a thing. I'm not gonna fucking deny that. But I don't know if I would say it's most. I think a lot of them are your middle of the road ish kind of Dave Smith libertarian people, kind of old school Ron Paul libertarians. I mean, shit, I'm basically a Ron Paul libertarian, I guess, or was, who's now put in a position to where the progressive left has gotten so bad, so crazy, like you just don't have any choice but to just vote against that and hope it gets better over here and try to get principled politicians in. But I think a shit ton of them are those type of people. They're just Ron Paul libertarians who are pissed off because they voted for Trump based on the whole no new war thing, right? Epstein stuff, right? Like I mean, they kind of tell you why they're upset. Yeah, but Dave Smith hates this country. Well, he's a Jew. Makes sense. Ron Paul was not my first vote, but I did vote for Ron Paul in the primary. And like I feel like I got pretty black-pilled in that race just by the fact that Ron Paul was polling relatively high and the media didn't even talk about him. Didn't even talk about him. It's like, oh, okay. I see. I see what we got going on here. Well, I think Dave Smith may live in a little bit more of a fantasy land than Ron Paul did. Or does, I guess. Ron Paul's still around. But like basic things, Ron Paul's a smart dude. And he's been screaming about the Fed and about inflation and about how bad things are going to get for decades. Like Ron Paul was right about a lot of stuff. Yeah, I know. I just agreed with you. Their credit, yeah, but their credibility to who, though? You know what I mean? Their credibility to the people that don't have credibility anyway, or don't care about credibility. I get what you're saying. They're just gonna shift to a different grift. It'll be so fast. People don't. They have short attention spans. Look at. Well, maybe. No. The fact that Megyn Kelly even still has an audience at all is proof of just how little people care. Or how short their attention spans are. You're kind of making my point. Righteous gemstones. Got to be a good team player, which means you kind of gotta form maybe some coalitions with people that you don't really fully agree with. Maybe concede some things to get some things done. Yeah, I think you're kind of making my point for me. Tucker can argue against himself, and that's what makes Tucker so wonderful. Tucker can argue against himself 30 seconds later, and everyone just nods along. Yeah, yep. I've beaten a dead horse on the Tucker thing too for the longest time. There's a lot of people that got really hurt with Tucker, got really hurt, and I've always just taken Tucker for who I thought Tucker was, and that is he's a brilliant media person who's a really, really, really good actor. CJ's going to bed. Good night, CJ. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Here we go. Thanks for the gifteds and the supers. I appreciate it. Want to say you acted in good faith on the other side and got quintessential over to Gary's space, but nobody called anyone a retard, and that kind of makes me sad. I mean, Nate kind of did. He kind of did. And I didn't want to, like, quintessential is so Like, no. Like you get a, you know what I mean? Need somebody else. You get me like a Paramount Tactical in there, or not a Paramount Tactical. Jeez, I'm getting tired. A Project Constitution in there. Somebody like that, like no problem. But when you start like kind of kicking the, the soft ones around, it's not a good look, I don't think. Like you can be nice to them. But Project Constitution, fuck that guy. That Candace is making some good points, and this behavior, which is coalition destroying, should be tolerated because that's how you lose in politics too. Yeah, but can't we concede, win the election, and then go back to going F you people? I don't see how you can't put differences, certain things aside for a bigger picture and then go back to the fighting. I feel like you can definitely do that. I gotta get this fixed. That looks so tiny. Maybe it's not so bad. It needs to be bigger. Urban angst. To me, Tucker Carlson is a sinister shadow person, part of the deep state hiding in plain sight. Is it marketable? Yeah, I don't know. That's just, I think Tucker is really, it's just, yeah. Tucker, whatever Tucker is, it would appear that he's really, really, really good at it. Well, the difference is they're not fighting with leftists right now. They're not upset with lefties. You know what I mean? They're being called stupid and retarded by the people that they voted with, or right, they would claim that they voted with. So that's who's calling them retarded. That's who they view as who's trying to silence their speech right now. So you're kind of like, what are they going to do? Not vote? It's very possible. That would not be good. Or voting left would just be as bad, if not worse. I can't stand those X spaces. I don't have that kind of patience, especially when they start saying cuckoo bird theories. No offense, but I also can't stand a female voice in my headphones. It depends. It really, like, I agree, Andrea, for the most part, like, but it just depends on the female voice. Like, you know what I mean? Like Andrea Burkhart, for example. Like I could listen to Andrea Burkhart talk all the time. It just depends on the person. Never liked a guy wearing a fucking bow tie like Tucker did. Oh, you didn't like the bow tie? Bow tie Tucker? Bow tie Tucker. I would watch Bow tie Tucker. You know what I mean? At least, wow, what a weird shift this country's gone through politically and messaging wise. It's fucking wild. Like if you go back to Bowtie Tucker and like the Jon Stewart Bowtie Tucker interview, like Jon Stewart was basically calling him full of shit. Just an actor. It's theater. 20 something years ago. Like I kind of made sense back then, and I've always just sort of held that opinion about Tucker this entire time. Did Tucker go, get to a point where he was saying a lot of things that I thought were funny? I mean, yep, for sure. Was he saying a lot of things that I agreed with? Yep, for sure. But it's kind of just like Nick Fuentes. I don't trust him. I'm trying to think of who I've been like, if there's any content creators where I've been like really let down because they seem to have shifted so much, or anybody that I'm like super surprised by. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. I guess it doesn't really shock me that any of them have gone the direction that they have, really. That comedian with the red hair was surprising. Really? JP Sears? I feel like what's he gonna do? Just make fun of libtards the rest of his life? Like I don't think that's gonna work. Did that really? That one didn't really surprise me at all. Calling out content creators or calling out who? Is it damaging to the coalition? Yep, probably. Well, I don't know. I don't. Maybe do they even? You know what I mean? How aware of me are they? I don't know that I have much of an effect, or if I'm even known to most of these people. But I don't call them out and shut the door on them. You know what I mean? I'll drop a retard, but I'm willing to talk with them. I don't block anybody. Like if they want to talk, we can talk. I'm always down to talk. So no, I don't think I'm having much of an effect now that I think about it a little bit. Ooh, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But then again, I don't know. It's tough, right? Because Zach Costello was in a space. I think it was last night. And that dude is like pretty much on the opposite side of kind of where we are in this whole Charlie Kirk thing, right? I don't think that dude's going to vote left. I think he's going to vote right. And I think there's a lot of people that like Zach that listen to Zach and agree with Zach that's conspiracy and there's all this craziness and there's something going on with TPUSA and it's weird. But I think he has a fairly decent sized audience that are probably going to do the same thing. You know what? The Hodge twins, I think, of all the content creators, I think Hodge twins are the ones that really bummed me out with their like. I think those. I forgot all about Hodge twins. I think they're the ones that bummed me out the most. The rest of them, I think I kind of expected it, but the Hodge twins seem so just kind of based, and then just kind of a bummer. But I don't know. I still like Hodge twins. Like I never I never thought of them as any type of like political leader or having any form of political brain power, right? Mm, I never really I don't know. I never really I knew who Owen Schroyer was because I watched Alex Jones, right? But like I didn't tune into Alex to watch Owen. I've never tuned into Owen Schroyer's show. If I see a clip of Owen talking, it is what it is. But I was never invested in any way into Owen Schroyer. So he could come out as a Democrat tomorrow, and I wouldn't give two shits. That would affect me absolutely none. Thoughts on PBD podcast? I think Patrick Bet David has some interesting takes on some things, but I also think he's a salesman. You know what I mean? He's a salesman. So I think he has a tendency to fence sit a lot of the time. And I mean, he even kind of admits it. Like they pay attention to the market, the marketplace of ideas, the market. Where's the market going? Well, he's going to go wherever the market's going. He's kind of admitted that. You know what you're getting with PBD, right? Yeah, the insurance Ponzi scheme. Yep. Yeah. Yes, this right here. That last part is, yeah, he's pretty okay. Waffles, bacon. I was black pilled for a while. I don't, yeah. I mean, I'm still pretty black pilled. PBD is a trend follower who so desperately wants to be a trendsetter. Well, I don't think he's ever going to reach trend setting status. Don't believe that's ever going to happen. Think he's too old to be starting trends. All right, we're at the 6-hour mark, so I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm getting tired. And I can tell that you guys are more than willing to just keep going, which is awesome. I don't hate that at all. But I'm tired. So, thank you guys for tuning in. Whoever sent in super chats, I don't remember. Thank you. And we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll try to do a space, like start my own space and see if anybody shows up tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow evening. Obviously, this is a after dark on X, so it'll be later on. I think we'll try it. We will try it. Worst case scenario, nobody comes into my X space. And then I just have to find another one and see if they'll let me talk. So have a good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you in the next one.